Hello, welcome everybody to the Gamergate Open House, Rise of the Moderates, with your friendly host and ogre Shrekbane. Today our guests here are Man in Green, Kelvin, and Taylor. Uh, of course, anybody can join. As usual, you can find the link to the Hangout in the stream description. Rules are quite simple. Everybody is welcome, as long as you can behave yourself. Don't be a dick wolf.
You fucking asshole.
What?
You forgot my name.
Aww.
No, I didn't.
You did. Manny Maroon.
But yes,
Hey,
I was
you're
going by.
being
No,
stubborn.
I was going by the name that's showing for people when they look at the Hangout.
Okay. Although I did change my name. Oh no, it's
Oh my
still coming up.
god, I'm just listening to myself. I have a freaking retarded voice.
Oh yeah, you do.
Hey, hello, Sinister Aries. Great to see you again. I'm already glad we're seeing a couple of the same usual people in the Hangout.
What?
Oh, and I'm just looking at the chat. There is a YouTube chat that goes live along with this stream. And we got another one, Tat Wu. Hello, Tat Wu. Welcome to the Hangout.
Hello.
What's up?
We're basically here, I guess I would say, you could safely say we're partially the Euro crowd for the most part, mostly due to the fact that, well, I think it's like early in the morning for the American population right now.
Yeah, we're the Europe crew. We deal with our shit. While the Americans sleep, we fight on.
Of course, if somebody's going to hang out.
Well, it's raining here.
Someone's got to do it. May as well be us.
Where are you from?
Me?
Australia? At the chat is a YouTube chat that goes live along with this stream. And we got another one,
Oh,
Tat Wu.
Taylor.
Hello, Tat Wu.
Taylor, you got an open
Huh?
Yeah,
mic.
you might want to mute the live stream.
The live stream is
Oh,
playing
yeah.
double.
The live stream is really behind, by the way.
Oh, hey, you and me playing Minecraft too, awesome. So am I actually, as a matter of fact, right now. I'm playing Minecraft Feed the Beast mod pack. So, if you hear me randomly cursing, then I just fell into the lava. But though, the curses aren't going to be as strong as usually, considering this is running the Graves mod, which means I get my shit back when I die. It's just annoying. So, I've titled this Hangout Rise of the Moderates because, people might call me, a moral fag, but I'm one of these, one of the crew that thinks that, it's the ends do not justify the means, and I think that we should, try to be better, or, strive at least to be better than our opposition in that sense. And I forgot to take some food with me, and I'm a freaking idiot, so I'm probably going to die out of starvation.
I think we can use that as conclusive proof that Shrek isn't really a gamer. He is a fake gamer boy, and he is trying to weasel his way into the gamer crowd and get gamer cred.
Oh, guaranteed, guaranteed.
I just dropped bombs right now.
I'm so totally fake, yeah.
It is a
You have
well-known
been
fact that
exposed.
nobody in Gamergate actually cares about games at all.
What's a game?
Oh my god.
Wait, you're playing I'm doing, I think, Direwolf 20 because my computer just can't handle Infinity anymore. OPGG server? Wait, there's an OPGG server? Nigga, you gotta hook a brother up! Seriously! Like, what the hell? I know that there was a Minecraft server that was it had GG people on it, but I actually don't know the exact address or anything. Plus, I don't know what exact mod pack's running there. If it's running Infinity, let me though say, in all fairness, I probably won't be able to because I don't know. Like, I think it says something when you're running Minecraft and a computer that can handle modern games craps out playing it. I think that's when you might be getting to the level where you might have a couple too many mods there.
Yeah, I think that's excessive right there. I think
But
that's
to be
excessive.
fair, Minecraft is pretty shittily coded.
That all sounds like Elsa.
So, yeah, we are pretty much here, you know, we're talking about, like, what the... we're talking about basically, you know, we are the... You could almost say the nice guys, you know, like we're the guys that, you know, think that, okay, not every, like, to put it like in the words of, you know, famous Arthur Choo Choo Train, we do believe there are bad tactics and bad targets, both, as opposed to certain other people who seem to be sharing Mr. Choo's predisposition that, you know, given the right targets, any action is justified. And this is where I kind of... This is where I personally kind of draw the line. I disagree on this very strongly. I think we can and should be better than this. But you know, it's just my personal opinion. Obviously, I can't force anybody to do so anything. But I personally have always, you know, thought, well, you know, while I cannot stop somebody from doing it, I definitely don't have to, you know, associate myself with these actions. And you know, this includes a lot of things. You know, I personally think we've been focusing a lot and way too much on certain critics of ours. I mean, you know what? Who really gives a shit what SRH buds or you know, God knows who says? In the end, we're here to fix the video games media, and all the drama, really, while entertaining, I'm not going to deny that, isn't really helping that much on that part. And, you know, that's something that I generally notice when I look at the hashtag. There is way too much focusing in, oh, look what he said, oh, look what she said. You know, that's hardly productive, I'd say. I mean, I may be in the minority with that opinion, but keep in mind, I'm not saying like we need to be all focused, all on topic, all on message every time, but, you know, it might be helpful to, you know, put a focus on ethical violations as they happen. What do you guys think?
I think exposing the main voices that dissent us as being horrific people definitely does help us in the long run. It helps us with people who originally support them sort of see the shitty behavior and think, oh, maybe they aren't such nice people, maybe I should move away from them. I think that helps. But I see your point that we should definitely keep in the main two ethical problems within the game's journalism.
Trenchcoat dude.
So?
Trenchcoat.
Hey, Green.
Trenchcoat.
Green.
Right.
Did you fall asleep
Is there
on us?
something? Hello. Is there something that?
Is there
I
something
think
that
he's
what?
sleeping.
I think he's dead.
Is
I think
there
he's dead.
something that you're always against? Guy in the hat and trench coat.
Yeah, I think he's dead.
Yeah.
Green's dead. Rest in
Who?
peace.
Well, wait. Well, then who's talking?
That's me.
Me?
I'm
The
I'm Shrek Bane.
Yes. The Gamergate
Okay,
guy is in the guy with the account that says Gamergate on it is Shrek Bane. The
That's
guy with the account, I don't know which picture it's showing for you, with the weird
Oh.
Oh, everything makes sense now.
Then my question goes to Shrek Bane.
Go.
What question is that?
I mean, like, is there like some things that you're always against?
Oh yes, for definitely. Like for example, doxing is definitely something that I'm always against, regardless. You know, illegal methods in general. You know, things like that. I also think that, you know, we're getting to a point when, you know, like, I'm a shitposter myself. You know, I like shitposting as much as the next guy. I mean, hey, if you look at my history for my channel, you'll notice that I have 70-hour streams, which is, you know, basically, for the most part, shitposting in there. However, there is a limit. I mean, I think when you're purposely trying to pretend you're somebody else to make them look bad, that's kind of passing a line. You're crossing a line.
Yeah.
Right? When you're doing shit like, for example, we've seen this from somebody named Terry Dax when they're and others where they say like, hey, I have some DLC codes. Tweet out, you know, I'm against, you know, minorities in gaming or shit like that. You know, that's just fucking stupid. Because here's the thing. I don't even have a problem with this with doing it themselves, but when they're trying to trick others into doing it, right? That's when it becomes a problem because who's gonna fall for this shit? It's not gonna be us. It's gonna be some little kid, right, who desperately wants a Smash Brothers or Pokemon DLC code, has no idea of the gravity of what they're actually saying, and this is most likely gonna be a kid whose social media account isn't completely isolated from their real life identity, because it's a freaking kid. As a result of that, you're gonna end up with a kid having a stain on their basically how it is today. Like employers check this shit, even employers go to your social media history these days. So you're going to end up with people who, with basically kids who, say horrible things that they have to live with later on because they have no idea what's going on, and all that just because you wanted to prove a point about GG. And that's when I draw the line with trolling. When you start harming people, that's when I draw the line personally. I'm all about this whole do no harm kind of deal, if you know what I'm saying.
Well.
How do you guys stand on that?
I mean, I guess it's cool.
What is cool? You gotta be a little bit more specific there.
Do no harm.
Oh, right. Well, go on.
Although I feel like a lot of the people that are like sort of like taking absolute stands against certain things, they're just hurting themselves because then they have to deal with other gamergaters doing it.
Oh well, the thing is, do we really have to? I mean, here's the thing. I can't control what other GGers do.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I can, however, like this is one of these cases where I say lead by example. That's the only way you can do anything. Is you have to be a good example. Do your own shit right. Live by your own code of ethics, so to speak, and I make my choices and I choose who I associate with based on that. If I see somebody doing something that's just simply unjustifiable in my personal opinion, then the only thing that I can do is disassociate from these kind of people because what else am I supposed to do? I can't hold them at gunpoint and say stop doing this. That's not gonna work, right? But I can but what I can do is not support this kind of behavior. And that's kind of, been my line from the beginning, is, there are positive ways of affecting change, and I think it is a valuable idea, at least, to, try to attempt that.
Usually I just send whoever's doing it a message just real quick saying like, hey, I get you're pissed, but maybe this isn't really the place for it, or if they're starting to throw abuse around and stuff, I usually just send a message like, hey,
maybe it's important to kind of get where our priorities lie. Let me ask you guys, what is your why are you in GG specifically?
Well, do you want me to go first? Or do you want Taylor to go first?
Huh?
Yeah, Taylor, you go first. Why? Shrek just asked both of us why we're in GG.
Okay, I was reading a forum, and at first that I thought Gamergate was the opposite of itself, but then I was reading about it, and I was reading about how people were opposing the journalistic lies and getting slandered for it. So I was like, wow, that sucks. And then I found out that it was also connected to SJW stuff, so that's the reason for me too.
Fair enough. Now let me ask you.
Then.
Yeah, you're next.
Yes.
I found out about it basically from my friend linking me to the Gamers Are Dead articles and saying, wow, doesn't this sound like a huge bunch of assholes? and me being like, oh god, yeah, these Gamergaters sound like complete dicks. And then I looked into it. The more I looked into it, the more I saw that like that was just not the case. And then I heard about the censorship, at which point I was like, right, now I'm throwing my hat in here. I'm gonna get involved. That was
Yeah,
it.
it's interesting. The censorship is actually what got a lot of people on board there.
That's so hot.
Well, this is the internet, and this is basically, for a lot of us, this is our world, so to speak. And when it comes to people, trying to say what we can't and cannot talk about, that does get a couple of people, upset. Now, sure, I realize, hey, I've been running websites too, I've been running forums too, so there's the often quoted defense of, saying, hey, this is our forum. You don't get to say what we do on our forum, right? Why should we? This is a private, place, right? Why should we allow? We are completely within our rights to control what is being said there, and to a degree that is correct. But this is not what we're talking about. I mean, we're talking here about like an organized thing. Part of what was discussed in the Game Journal Pros, if I remember correctly, I mean, I might be wrong here, was to not give us a platform. So we basically had multiple competing outlets, basically collaborating in, preventing us from giving us a platform. And this goes strictly, as far as I'm concerned, against the SPGA Code of Ethics, in that it says support an open exchange of ideas, even if you find these ideas to be, repugnant. So that's basically flies in the face of everything that they're saying there, because quite frankly, even if they disagree with us, which is completely fine, they shouldn't try to prevent us from having a voice here. This is part of the reason why here in the Open House, for example, even if you're a critic of Gamergate, you're more than welcome to join and talk with us. We are definitely, so trying to support this open exchange of views, as long as you're being civil. If you're being a complete jackass, then yes, I do reserve the right to boot you out. But that has not had to happen just yet, which I am actually grateful about. Actually, it's kind of funny. We even had like self-professing trolls come in. Right? And, yeah, they basically found the Hangout by random on Google, hopped in, tried to troll people, and then started listening like, hey, you're actually onto something there, and then it's turned into a productive discussion. And I do think there is, I mean, if I didn't think we had a point, I wouldn't be here, As somebody who's been involved in the games industry for a while, and more recently has been involved in the games media industry, I can definitely say there is a lot of things wrong. Like, it is sad. The current state of our industry. It's really this how do you say, demotivating to a big degree, but at the same time, that's even, for me, that's even more reason to get pumped up and get active. There's a saying in my country: there is no good things unless you do them. And this is basically what it boils down to. We're gonna have to be the ones who become active and create the media that we wish to have, because that's the only way we're going to get it. We can't expect everything to be delivered to us on a silver platter. We have to, get off our asses, get busy, and create the journalism that we want to see. But at the same time, that is not an excuse for the unethical behavior that we've experienced. And I frankly am of the opinion that we need to keep a watchful eye out, because I personally think that, for example, we have become very, very uncritical of publications who basically put up an ethics policy, and we're like, oh, yeah, it's a win. They put up an ethics policy. Now we're just going to ignore what they do. And I personally have always said, we need to be just put for the lack of a better term, pro-GG outlets under just as much scrutiny as the ones that are, openly opposing us. Because, support is not a replacement for ethical behavior.
Yeah, man.
And this includes my own websites. I mean, those who know me, that know which ones I'm talking about. I mean, I'm not gonna go out of my way to keep pimping them because it's pointless. But I think it's pretty well known at this point which sites I run. So yeah, we are absolutely under we completely operate under the presumption that if we fuck up, you should call us out on it too, because hey, we're not above we're not above the criticism either, and we shouldn't be. Right? Nobody should be.
Yeah.
Everybody should be equally scrutinized, and that's how we gotta go about it. Now, I will also say one thing that I would like to see more is general statements. Like something that is not aimed directly at a person. Like voice your concerns. Tell people what you want to see on the hashtag if you want. Like just give a statement. Like we want to see disclosures. We want to see, we want reporters to recuse themselves if they're reporting on a subject. Now, instead of directly going after individual, for example, like this guy, he did it wrong. That's all. Fuck with him. That's not really the solution to the problem either. But if by just generally voicing our concerns, I think people are going to be much more likely to be able to sympathize, because the general concerns I think most people can agree with. Now, keep in mind, this is in regards to the whole journalism angle. As far as the SJW stuff goes, well, that's a big problem here right there, because, as you all know, not everybody in GG is here for the same reasons. I think the only thing that most of us can actually agree on is the fact that currently games media is fucked. Correct?
Yes.
Sounds about right to me.
Right. And now, while there may be differing opinions, for example, some say, oh, it's all the SJWs. I'm more of the opinion, you know what? If the journalists were behaving in a manner that is ethical, then even the SJW shit wouldn't be so much of a problem, because it couldn't it's like a wound that couldn't keep festering anymore. Once these, because let's be honest here, these journalists, they're not really SJWs either. They're not really progressives, or they're not really these zealots. They're in it for clicks. They're in it for basically trying to appeal to a demographic. They're capitalizing on the outrage here, right?
Oh yeah.
So for them, it's basically a mask for the biggest part. They will go with for whatever brings them the most traffic. So for them, this is basically a shield that they're using against our criticism, right? They're going with whatever they can to discredit us, because hey, it's what gets them, it's what takes the focus away from their own misbehavior, at least in my personal opinion. So the key has to be to expose the inherent problems. Okay, here. I've been told I'm just tone policing when I say anything to someone that's being a major asset. Well, this whole tone policing thing is, in my personal opinion, it's a stupid accusation. There's a difference between tone policing and trying to tell people, hey, maybe we shouldn't be complete and utter cunts to everybody. There's a slight difference there, I dare say.
Tone policing to me is trying to constrict what the topic is, whether actually saying no, we should have this discussion, but we should have it in a polite and civil manner. Like that's a very different request, rather than change what the topic is.
And we're going to be honest here. You catch more. There's an old saying: you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. Right? I mean, if people look at us and all they see is complaining, bitching, and bile, that's not really helping us out too much. And I have seen a tendency that, you know what, we as a group, right, we have a tendency to fall into the same behavior that we're complaining about from our opposition. Outrage over the most benign things, idiocy over every little thing,
It's easy to do in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, and that's something that I find kind of sad, because, isn't that exactly the kind of shit that we were complaining about?
Yeah, it's
well, I was complaining about censorship, and that was about it. So I'm okay. So it's all you guys that are the hypocrites.
No.
I'm just a very easily irritated person in general.
Oh, fair enough then.
It's fun.
Hello.
You're saying you're easy to trigger.
Yes, please don't trigger me.
Hello.
If you want, we have a safe space for you with videos of puppies and Play-Doh.
The puppies are the most important part. Thank you for accommodating.
Is it pictures of sad puppies? Oh, see what I did there?
Oh, that is. You are a terrible person.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna go kill myself now. I apologize.
Well, no, it is actually an interesting topic because this is something that I've seen discussed over GG a lot. Because some people, there are the people who go like, oh yeah, more allies. They're doing the same thing as us, and I disagree there in a way. Do we really need to take up every battle that comes along? I mean, I personally think if people are aware of it and would want to support like other things, then that's completely fine. But at the same time, it gets a little bit ridiculous when people try to pimp everything on the goddamn fucking hashtag, even if it's completely unrelated to what we do, right? Comicsgate, like sad puppies, Mediagate, That's not saying I don't sympathize with certain of these issues, but that's beside the point here. We need to keep a little bit of focus, otherwise we're going to be spreading ourselves too thin. Now, I do think that there is definitely value in inspiring other. I definitely can see how other people could be inspired by the success we've had in resisting against slander and backlash and so forth. I mean, let's be honest here, right? This media campaign against us has been, massive. Like, it's like the entirety of the media is working against us, and we're still here. I just am going to have to pat ourselves on the back for that one. Like we've been incredibly resilient, but then again, what do you expect from a group of people who grind for weeks to get an item and who are used to as they would put it, toxic communities where there's being shit flung at you on a daily basis. It kind of makes you used to this sort of thing. Like, hey, we're gamers. It's not like it's a new thing that the media thinks we're all basement dwellers,
Aww.
Yeah, I mean, these things are probably far from the meanest things anyone's ever said about us.
Precisely. So, this is not really what we're so excited about. It's just upset about. It's just the blatant hypocrisy of these guys that is, spitting us in the eye, and we're finally at the point where we're going to say, we're mad as hell, we're not going to take it anymore. And that's, in essence, what we're all about, right? Now, sure, and I'm not going to deny it, there have been people that have been latching onto the hashtag who genuinely are misogynists or racist. They do exist. They're in a tiny minority, but they do exist. Hell, I've seen people, post shit about, first off, I'm kind of getting pissed off when I see constantly people posting anti-feminism stuff on the Gamergate hashtag because, what? Guys, this is not what we're here for. You're falling into the exact trap. The media calls us misogynist, and then you guys go out of your way to prove them right. Well, fuck that shit. That's not us. That's you guys. You have an axe to grind with these people. That's fine, but do it somewhere else. That's just my personal opinion, mind you. Right?
Speaking as someone who is against feminism, speaking of someone who is that, I agree entirely. Gamergate is not the tag for that. Take that stuff and do it in your own space on your own time. Sorry, you go, Taylor? Oh, she muted herself. But yeah, as I was saying, if you want to do that stuff, if you have a problem with the way feminism is, take that stuff and talk about it in your own time, in your own space. That's what I do. I don't tag Gamergate with it. Because there's no point. It's nothing to do with games journalism. It's nothing to do with video games. Keep them separate. Same with the sad puppies. Same with Comic Book Gate, and same with all that stuff. It's not Gamergate. Don't put the tag on it.
Yeah, and I'll agree entirely. And I'll admit, I am no fan of these social justice warrior types, and that's what kind of alerted me to what's going on here. You get these ridiculous things coming from them towards us, and it's like, haha, look at these crazy people. And then I get in here and I read about it, and it's like, okay, no, that's not what this is about. There's an actual problem, and that's how I got into this. But only because no one had told me about the actual ethics things.
Right, and by all means, as people may know, I provide security services among other things for the Honey Badger Brigade, right? So I can sympathize with some of the things that they say. I don't agree with them on all fronts, but at the same time, we got to realize, we have a battle to fight, and take it from a German, fighting on multiple fronts. And in winter, in a land war in Russia, is not a good idea.
Yes, you could definitely teach us some things about teaching on fighting on multiple fronts.
Yeah. So all things considered, I think where our focus needs to lie right now, and it needs I'm kind of split up about this. I think the SPJ debate. And I hate the fact that it has to be a fucking debate. Why does everything have to be a fucking debate? That's another thing that I'm noticing. Like, there are small panels coming up now about Gamergate at different conventions and so forth, which is great. But at the same time, everybody always tries to organize this as a freaking debate. And I'm thinking, why? We have a clear case to make. We don't need to be debating people. We have a lot of things that we can say. Just we can make our statements. We don't need to be debating the opposition every single time.
But the thing is, Shrek, everything when it comes to you making an assertion, which is what we're doing. We're asserting that there's a problems in the game's media. As soon as you make that assertion, there's going to have to be debates had. Your ideas are going to have to be challenged.
Absolutely, and I agree with that. But at the same time, not everything has to be one. Some things can just be of informational nature. Hey, here we are. This is what we're about. These are our goals. These are things that we would like to see. Right? I mean, look at these hangouts here. Right?
I'm back.
Welcome back. We're not exactly debating the opposition here every time, but we do talk about, issues, and we do make important points as well. So, it's not all black and white.
Well, I would say that we should debate the opposition. We should encourage that. Now, obviously, there are people within Gamergate who perhaps don't enjoy debating, are not good at debating, don't really know what to do around a debate. And I would suggest to them to keep doing what you're doing. Keep digging, keep just sending the information around, keep doing whatever it is you're doing because it's working. And those of us who do enjoy debates, such as me, to those of you who are good at debates, probably not me, and those of you who are good speakers, go out and do debate these things because it's only through debates that the ideas get out. It was the same with evolution versus creationism back in the day in the scientific community. It was exactly the same situation.
Sometimes I feel like ignoring them is good too. Like sometimes because they look crazy to everyone else, don't they?
But you got to remember, whenever you're debating anybody, really, you're not debating for the sake of the person you're against. You'll never convince that person.
Yeah, the purpose of a debate is more to
It's like really hard.
Make the audience see. That's another thing that many people forget in regards to the SPJ. You can technically win a debate but lose the audience. Because if you win the debate while completely looking like an arrogant asshole that nobody wants to be, associated with, then you're not really winning there, are you?
The debate is for the audience, not for the other person.
Precisely, which is one of the reasons why I have certain issues with, I'm noticing that some people are trying to pick our, representatives, for lack of a better term, for the SPJ based on who's going to piss off the opposition the most. That's completely the wrong way to go about this.
Hello, Jay. Welcome.
Hey, Jay.
Hello. How you guys doing?
Glad to have you back on board.
I just saw the link. I was like, why not?
Excellent. Yeah, this is our Gamergate Open House Rise of the Moderates hangout. So we're basically we're trying to explain the viewpoint of the little bit less zealous ones in here.
Well, that's me, all right. Well, in a way. I was thinking back to the very start of everything,
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you guys remember? I don't know if you guys were all there at the very beginning, like on 4chan's V. But do you guys remember Wizard Chan?
Yeah,
You
Yeah.
do?
I
Oh,
do. I really
I
do.
remember.
I was there from technically, if you're not gonna be anal about it, I was basically my interest had been piqued at the very first game jam.
Yeah.
That
Back
was way
over
before that.
March
So-
2014, right?
You remember that game jam it was closed down because of
Yeah, Rebel
sexism?
Jam, yeah, or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, it was Rebel
No,
Jam.
Rebel Jam was basically the
Well, Pepsi
the
Jam,
thing.
whatever you want to call
Yeah,
this.
yeah, exactly, the Mountain Dew Jam, that one. That
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about. Right. That is what originally piqued my interest back then, and I've been here ever since.
I had recalled hearing about like the harassment she claimed to receive back in like early 2014. I think it was around April maybe. And I remember that being blamed on Wizard Chan's,
Yeah.
the wizards from there.
Well,
And-
I think it's highly unlikely that people who have issues even leaving the goddamn house, or having serious issues
Even
talking
picking
to
up the
people.
phone gives them anxiety, yeah.
Yeah, that those people would call people on the phone. Really?
I saw the shit. I saw the shit when it came to Wizard Chan. It was a small forum with a couple of messages of people with depression saying that Depression Quest did not line up with their own life experiences. And
Those may have been the doctored posts you saw by Zoe.
that's always
because-
terrible.
because-
I don't think so. These were just people saying this didn't line up with what they were saying, and a third party had passed them on to her. I don't
There
think they
was,
were doctored.
She did make some of her own posts. Allegedly, rather, I should clarify that. With the picture of herself saying "my picture.jpg" for the file name, so it's assumed in some ways that she may have been the one who, of course, started the controversy, which I could honestly believe, knowing Wizards myself. But
Oh, so there's evidence to say that she's the one who originally posted that stuff on Wizard Chan. Is that
yeah,
what
I
you're
can
saying?
link it to it if you'd
Well,
like.
let me put it like that. It's genius marketing. Manufacture controversy around nothing, make it so that and the funny thing is, all the people that originally backed her claims in that Pepsi or in that Mountain Dew jam are oddly the same people who are involved in this still to this date. That's something that I find oddly interesting. Like, oh, really? But guess what? It's all the same people who confirm her story. It's always the same stuff. So that makes me kind of wonder. Okay, somebody's got dirt on their hands here.
Good marketing, sure, but highly unethical when you consider the
Oh yeah.
effect it had in these people's lives.
Oh, absolutely. That is part of the reason why I got so engaged in this. I mean, if you look at the result of this, they actually got to the point where they would post, like bots that would repost every single thing that was said on Wizard Chan on Twitter in public. We're talking about. See, this is the irony. These are people who whinge about safe spaces. But guess what? For these people, Wizard Chan was a safe space, and what did they do? They turned this safe space pretty much into a zoo for people to laugh at and throw peanuts at these folks.
And was awful. I know exactly what you mean. Here, I'm about to post the link in the chat over here. Oh wait, sorry. Give me a few more moments. Okay. Here.
That's the thing. I'm not even going to go out and say, it was Zoe who did this, because I don't care who did it. Regardless of who did it, it was a fucking disgusting thing to do and not excusable in any way, shape, or form. Yet, and quite frankly, I do think that the escapists did not really do due diligence here either, and that I personally think we let them get off way too easy on this shit. That's my personal opinion.
But at the very least, there was a lot of recourse there, especially with the editor-in-chief leaving.
Oh.
Because I think that he was comfortable with saying that he was happy to host game. Well, not really happy, but he was willing to host Gamergate discussion, but he wasn't willing to facilitate discussion regarding Zoe Quinn, which I think, or at least generate discussion gathering regarding her, which I think is a very important thing to do because she's one of the most toxic people in the industry. And excuse me for the.
Okay, first off, she's not in the industry. Let's be honest here, okay?
In a way, she is. In a way.
No, she's not. Let me be honest here, okay?
Well,
I speak with developers, okay? I've been in this industry for over 15 years. I haven't been coming out with my name on it because I'm a fucking coward. No, seriously. Yeah.
I don't blame you.
You're like 70?
What? 15.
Oh.
Right? Here's the thing, I'm a coward. I'm gonna frankly admit it. I'm not willing to put out, to destroy my career, by attaching my real name to that. But that's fine, like I admit that I'm a coward, and my respect goes out to everybody that has done that. But I can tell you from my own experience, Brianna Wu, Zoe Quinn have absolutely zero real, impact on the actual industry.
Yeah, I agree.
No actual developer would take them seriously. The only people that we've been seeing, bitching, coming out, like, what they all have in common? They're writers.
Very true.
Look, yeah, all the people, all the quote-unquote developers that have been coming are writers, meaning the people who are the least involved in the actual, game development process itself, but they're basically providing the story. And as such, they see another writer, oh, we're going to have to support them. But at the same time, the people who actually do the biggest amount of the hard work that goes into creating a video game, and let's be honest here, if you compare, for example, a modern AAA studio and look at how the distribution there is, I mean, I'm not trying to shit on writers by any means. They're an important, integral part of the development process as well. But they're, as everybody else is, just a small cog in the machine. They're not the superstars, just like the guy who makes, the concept art isn't the superstar either. But I found it kind of interesting that all the people, right, are writers. And that makes me kind of go, okay, that is a weird kind of dynamic there now, isn't it?
Right.
Well, I guess it's because writing a video game story is one of the easiest parts of writing a video game when you consider other world talents. The ability to write a story crosses over onto various different mediums. Like, it crosses over into, well, obviously writing books, writing TV shows, writing movies. It's a very dynamic sort of skill that is used here, there, and everywhere. I'm not saying that it's easy. I'm just saying, it's more common than, I don't know, hard video game coding.
Well,
God.
we're dealing with a generic. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Tyler.
Oh no, I was just complaining about coding.
See,
well, yeah.
we gotta be honest here, right? The problem is mainly we're talking about a supply and demand kind of thing, right? Now, putting words on paper, or actually the task of writing, is something that technically not everybody, but a lot of people can do. There's the group of people who are technically capable of writing code is much smaller as the group of people that are technically capable of writing words, right, or a story. Now, that's not saying anything about the quality of those things. It may be a completely shitty story, or it may be a completely shitty code. But we're talking about two different things. Everybody can. I mean, I'm going to use everybody. It's not really everybody, but most people can, write. Most people cannot fix their plumbing themselves, right? As such, you're going to be less critical of a plumber than you're going to be of somebody who just writes shit on paper, because, hey, that's a process that I can understand. That's something that I can do too, right? And that's part of the issue here. I think there is a certain, I hate to use the word, but entitlement that, certain writers think that, I'm the big shit. Everybody needs to listen to me. My words are important. I have a message to get out, right?
Right.
And this is also kind of funny because I think a lot of these quote-unquote journalists are people who just couldn't hack it in actual development, and then they're basically, they want to really create games, but they don't have the skills to do so. So they're basically relegating themselves to writing about them instead of people who are actually interested in writing about them. You know, that is really who should be doing the games journalism, not people who are, like basically people who always wanted to make their game but never could hack it, but people who always wanted to write about this stuff. But that's just, my personal 2 cents. Also, I would like to encourage everybody, please chill out the stream, retweet, whatever. Bring some people in here, increase the crowd.
Of course, I'll tweet it right now.
Mm-hmm.
I've been listening to the Honey Badgers lately. I just listened to their most recent discussion at work before. Gotta say, I feel like some of them really up their ante as far as discussing game design goes, and it's pretty exciting hearing that because as far as I know, I know most of them are like, they would call themselves gamers, but what's pretty cool is like hearing the higher level discussion where, more advanced terminology like kinesthetics and mentioning mechanics and design is regular discussion. That's pretty fascinating to hear. I always like hearing people be more, literate.
I love it when we go talk about, actual shop talk because, that's really, my thing. I love analyzing. However, you do fall into a certain trap there, and this is basically once you pass a certain level as a dev, it becomes actually harder to really enjoy games because you become kind of obsessive compulsive about analyzing, okay, how did they do this?
I already understand this. I do it a lot myself already. Like playing any shooter these days, it's like I kind of drag and like I see weak design choices and it's like, oh my god, I know why it's so boring because it's not stimulating me at all. I've seen all this crap before. It's nothing interesting. I want design that blows my fucking mind. I don't want to see those boring ass flat levels with obvious corridors where enemies will pop out. And it's like, dude, I tried playing Quake 4 recently and it's like, wow, this is really, really bad.
Well, the Quake 4 was really bad, let's be honest here.
I'd say, looking at it relatively to like everything else, especially around the time, it's probably just an average game. But to me, it came off as a really bad game.
Well, I think part of the problem, let's talk about Quake 4. I think the problem was it was trying to be something it was not. Right? Technically speaking, I dare say there's almost 2 differing lines there, right? And they tried to sort of make it into this tactical, like team-based, military shooter, and that's not really what people were looking for. Like if you look especially at Quake 3 Arena, that was the exact opposite. It was it was extremely tightly controlled. It was, very Spartanic levels, but those levels at least were, you could tell there was a lot of thought put into them, right? They didn't have too much window dressing, but what they had was refined. And then we look at, Quake 4, and I played through that, and I was like, seriously? Really? That's what you're going to do?
I like these, like, mid-2000s games, like Prey and stuff like that, because some of them are pretty creative. I think Prey is really cool. But, like, playing through Quake 4, it's like, wow, this feels like such a bad clone of Call of Duty from 2003. It's like, this is just so uninteresting and boring. I was hoping it got better, but as I went on, it's like, oh my god, why is this just not fun? Nothing felt right about it. But I saw like footage of like the multiplayer, and it seems like classic Quake style. It's like, huh, don't know why the game was more like this, but whatever.
I've had similar feelings around that time, and I actually think the pure focus on multiplayer in the Quake 3 Arena part, while some people disagreed with it, I thought it was kind of, in a way, refreshing, if that makes any sense.
I see what you mean.
I mean, sure, they just had one thing and they stuck to it, but they did that part relatively well, I thought.
Oh, yeah. Like, I think Quake 1 still has great multiplayer, but it's not... I will never say it's as refined and polished as Quake 3 is, although I do prefer some things in Quake 1 a lot more over Quake 3. I think that's the thing right there. Like, they wanted to focus on multiplayer only. Carmack himself said, because he was the lead designer on that game, he said himself that he's a minimalist when it comes to stuff, and the game obviously is very minimal as far as the little, FPS bells and whistles go. It's just a very straightforward and clearly, objectively planned out game.
Well, it makes sense if you look at the Quake history, right? I mean, Quake's strong points were never really the single-player campaign, and I think they also made a mistake with Doom.
Yeah.
Doom, they tried to turn Doom into kind of a horror-type game, you know?
Oh yeah.
Along
Have
the
you
lines.
seen the leaked Doom 4 stuff?
No, I haven't looked at it yet.
They just showed like a few screenshots and I think there was like a in-game, well, not in-game, but sort of like a cutscene from it,
Uh-huh.
and it had I will say it had a pretty interesting angle, right? It was sort of like you played as a director of a documentary, and you were listening to like survivors of some sort of war. That's a pretty cool angle for a game, I think, but it's the actual gameplay of it looked obviously like utter trash, and for that reason, the producer.
You're listening. So they completely went away from the whole hell, hell dimension thing, or I'm not
Sort
sure.
of, yeah. It was like there was a massive tragedy, and obviously they're talking about demons from hell, but they weren't really like making it about that. It was more like about the survivors of this thing. It's like it's a cool angle and all, but as far
Well,
as the actual style of the play, it's like, no way, dropping that shit.
well, I'm gonna reserve my opinion until I actually see it, but it's
That's what it
another.
was. They canceled that version.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're starting from the ground up now, and I saw like a 5-second teaser of the new one, and the Revenant looks pretty cool, and the double barrel shotgun's back, so.
Well, I don't know. At least that's something, I think and it's always a difficult line to walk, especially when you're dealing with an existing franchise, because at the one time, you don't want to just keep rehashing the same old shit, but at the same time, you have sort of a responsibility to kind of live up to the expectations that have been built with the franchise in the past.
I think there's a good way to go about these things. Like, if you're remaking a classic franchise like that, play the originals, find out what worked very well, reiterate, continue those traditions, and find out, like, when you're playing, think to yourself, what would I want to do here in real life if this was a situation I was in? What would I want to do? How would I want to take care of this? And try to incorporate that into, like, making the game itself more refreshing so it's not just a rehash.
Right, exactly.
That's the way I would look at it if I was ever remaking a game like that.
And I think there needs to be more value put on developing new IPs.
Totally.
Because, but I mean, I can sort of see why this is happening in the way that it is. It makes complete sense. You've got to understand, it is always, especially when we're talking about AAA shit, it's always an extremely risky thing. I mean, look at Rage, right?
Oh, yeah.
Remember how much effort and technical skill was put into, the technology behind Rage. But I personally found the game, from what I've, at least the parts that I did, experience, I found it relatively underwhelming. Right?
I like the
sure.
I like the shooting in Rage. I thought that was pretty good.
But it definitely was not on like a legendary scale as we expected, or as we've known from Quake and its.
I totally agree with you. Yeah. I do want to go back to one comment you made before about Quake single player.
Sure.
I don't feel there has been a single game to have a similar type of single player to Quake, where the levels are. I mean, if you look at Quake single player levels, most of them anyway, they're very tightly designed.
Indeed.
Very well thought out, and they have a deliberate sense of being in a dungeon almost, and like imagine where every single level is a sort of short Zelda dungeon in the way they're planned out. There's traps, there's little puzzles with finding keys, and that's like, oh my god, this is awesome. Little ambushes here and there, like sections that have like cool, crazy configurations with the way they're planned out, and it's like, oh man, it's so cool the way you think about these things in the game. And I feel there has not been a single shooter to ever come out since Quake 1 to explore that type of design ever.
The main problem is, I think, this is just my personal impression, but I think people are putting less focus on level design in general lately. I mean, one of the good examples, though, for example, I have to bring this up, was Team Fortress 2. They've really put a lot of thought in how to properly design their levels. Right? I mean, 2 Fort, for example, the everlasting classic, still very well designed, right?
It is. Although I think TF2's design is not that good, I feel like they didn't really think it out too well. They kind of figured how do we repurpose 2 Fort Classic into TF2. I don't think they did the best job with it.
It kind of depends on, the problem is really that it's a little bit difficult because they didn't plan in the full scope of where things were going to go. Right? Yeah. You got to remember, for one, Team Fortress 2 was only designed for 16 players, when most servers these days use 32 or something like that.
I think it was designed for 24, actually.
I'm not sure. You get what I'm saying, right?
I do.
It's basically, if you consider all the updates, the stuff that came out afterwards, stuff like that is extremely difficult to plan ahead years of time, right?
Yeah.
And at the same time, if you make modifications to the existing stuff, people are going to be bitchy. That's another thing that you have to learn. You can never make everybody happy. That just isn't going to happen. Period. Just isn't.
Thanks, Taylor. I don't think my voice sounds anything like SRH Butts did, but...
Wait, SRH Butts actually got on voice at some point?
Possibly, but I think Taylor here in the chat said I bet I sounded like her, although...
Well, what was her old account? Like, what was her old YouTube or whatever?
Hell if I know. I know her old username was Retrograde Snow Cone, excuse me. But
did she talk using it?
I feel like I've heard his voice, her voice rather. Sorry.
I have no idea, to be honest, and it's not really relevant. I mean, let's face it, that person has nothing to do with actual game journalism. It's just somebody who latched onto this thing in order to distract from their own ethical failings. That's what we see a lot. A lot of our most vocal critics have a lot of shit in their own history that they're trying to distract from.
Oh yeah, it's weird.
That's crazy. Let me have a look what the chat has to say.
And also, to be fair, Taylor, I'm a lot more attractive than Butts will ever be.
Oh, okay, cool. I mean, I don't know what you look like.
I'll post a picture of myself. Give me a minute.
Well, yes.
Yes.
Actually, Sinister, you're making a good point here. Yes, I do think that Doom 3, it was scary. I mean, at the beginning at least. Once you got used to it a little bit, the scare factor kind of wore off. Mostly because there became, there comes a certain predictability when you pretty much know, okay, there's a couple of grates on the wall. Something's going to jump out of there. And they used a lot of cues, too, to basically inform you ahead of time, where when shit was going to happen. But at the same time, there was this one scene where there was this, big beast smashing against the glass, and that really, that was a quite scary moment. Don't get me wrong. But I think they sacrificed a lot of the
Are you a girl?
What?
Are you a girl?
No.
Oh, you're hot.
No. I'm not a girl. I'm not a girl at
all. Okay, well, that's, really hot, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing.
Of course.
Oh, I'd hit that.
I'm taken, unfortunately.
Too bad.
You'll have to compete with my very adorable girlfriend.
But who?
I have a girlfriend in real life.
Yeah, who?
She doesn't really engage in the online, you wouldn't know, but her name's Christina.
I mean, I have a boyfriend, but I'm just wondering who took you from everyone else.
Oh, well, cute girl named Christina that I met on the internet, and she lived really close, so I was like, hey, let's go out, and she was like, awesome. So I was like, you know what, you're weird, I'm weird, I like weird, so let's do shit.
That is something that I definitely enjoy, the amount of crazy-ass people that are pleasantly weird that I've met through this whole thing.
Oh, I love weird people. They're the best, period.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's, well, it seemed to me at least, they sacrificed a lot of the dynamic gameplay that the previous Doom and Quake parts had when they moved to the Doom 3 thing. It felt a lot slower, a lot more, I hate the word cinematic. You know, it felt less dynamic, it felt, you know, just sluggish. You know, that might just be my personal opinion, but you know, I never got the same vibes from the later Doom parts that I got from the newer ones. Right. Hey, Oz. You wanna hop in? There's a link to the Hangout in the bottom of the description if you wanna join us. You know, apparently we do not have enough shitposting in here, so you know the resident Australian shitposter wants to come in, I think.
Gas the Jews. Okay. Jeez.
The only Jews I'm for gassing are the ones you could put on top of a delicious strawberry sundae. Gas with flavor, baby.
What type
and I find it hilarious that right after that comment, our Israeli friend Dash joins us. Hello, Dash.
Hi.
How you been, Dash? We're just talking about the differences in gameplay between the earlier iterations of Doom and Quake to, you know, for example, what we've seen in Doom 3 or Quake 4. Now, I'm not going to claim at all that Doom 3 was not nearly as bad, in my personal opinion, as Quake 4 was, but I saw a certain tendency, like they attempted at least to do something, and it didn't quite 100% succeed.
I've seen that you guys are being trap-phobic, so I had to come in here to tell you guys to stop being trap-phobic. The fact that Gamer Brigade is extremely trap-phobic that keeps on telling me that traps aren't gay is contrary to the point. This makes you trap-phobic.
Dude, trap-phobic? Are you kidding me? We created a trap the other night. In the span of 30 minutes, we broke somebody.
I am a trap.
Hot.
Implying you're a better trap than me.
Thank you.
I know,
Dude, have you seen his picture?
Has pictures to compare.
I hate to say it, Oz, but I've seen his picture, and he is a better trap than you.
But Ross is just a faggot.
Okay. Here.
Okay.
I'm,
See, I'm not trap-phobic at all. You know, I'm a genuine boy pussy enthusiast.
Yeah, see, that's enabling trap phobia. So yeah, the Lord Aeneas Sarkeesian has taught me well.
This is getting pretty gay.
What?
Anyway.
If you think this is pretty gay, you obviously haven't been in our hangouts enough.
I've been
back to Quake. Yeah.
Let's continue talking Doom and shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So okay, from the chat. All right. See, I didn't play the Doom games for myself, but see people saying that Doom 3 wasn't what the series was supposed to be. I only watched my uncle play them, and to me it felt similar in that it was scary and was probably supposed to be horror, but too limited in production. So that was my guess about the series, just being a watcher.
It's not Doom. At least Doom was done in Wolfenstein. It had some I wouldn't say per se comic, but something to a good absurd in the design, in the art style and things like that.
Absolutely, I think I tend to agree with that one. And there, if you remember, there were even cross references between Doom and Wolfenstein, like the secret level where you go in and there's the Doom characters in there and shit like that.
There was more horror element in Doom, but it's not. For example, the third guys look like shit.
Well, you gotta be. Well, I mean, come on. If you remember the bosses from Doom, the early bosses, like that giant spider brain and shit like that, I think they were kind of playing with it. They were using the horror thing just as a setting and not so much as its ultimate purpose, right?
Yes, exactly. I mean, it was the overall atmosphere, but not the when it got to the core of the atmosphere, there was still some light-hearted elements in it.
Yeah, the other thing is also, you know, in a way, if you analyze it to the bone of it, the original Doom felt a little bit like if you've seen the movie Army of Darkness in a way, you know, you were you were in there, you know, and it is a way like you're a sort of power fantasy to a degree. You're in hell and you're still kicking ass, right? Whereas I didn't really get that feeling for Doom 3. Doom 3 was more like they tried to more go along the lines of traditional horror there, right?
Doom 3 was also after the wave of horror games to the PlayStation 1, Resident Evil, Silent Hill.
Precisely.
There was a notion that there is horror game in Cold Blood, I think it was called, something like that. But there were a lot more need to games with a core horror element in them.
Right.
I think it also was a bit different as it was first person. A lot of the game were third person, tank controls and things like that.
Plus, I really think that the chainsaw didn't get enough screen time in Doom 3.
I think the chainsaw was the best piece of shit ever. When you've got, like, the fucking BFG.
Okay, I can barely hear you, dude. Take
It's
the cock
because-
take the cock out of your mouth.
Oh, fuck off. If I'm not having cock right now, then when's a good time for cock? You've got to try to pass my factory.
Whenever you're not trying to speak on the mic, for example.
Oh, that's a bad idea. See, if I take the cock out of my mouth, I might actually make sense.
But
You don't want that to happen, do you? You see, I can already hear the stuttering in your voice.
no. Basically, I dare say, in regards to the whole thing, you know, the chainsaw was a good example. The chainsaw was clearly not it was an ironic weapon in a way. It was kind of so it was over the top, you know, in a way. In the original Doom and Quake series, you know, a lot of these things, they seemed over the top. It also didn't, you know, let's be honest here, it didn't make a lot of no sense there. For example, you know, like you're on an alien planet. Why is there a fucking chainsaw there? Right?
Well, there could be a lumberjack. I mean, you never know.
And where are you
Mars
getting?
has always been renowned for its wide, luscious forests, and the wild lumberjacks of the Martian lands had to go out to get rid of all those trees. I mean, that's why it's all.
Well,
that
this
now.
brings up an interesting question, you know, and this is going to be an old reference that only the really old fags get. Where did they get the oil for the chainsaw?
The Jews, of course.
Oh, come on! Nobody...
I don't know this one, but I do remember Doom 3's explanation for the chainsaw. I think it was pretty great.
Well, Maniac Mansion, guys. Maniac Mansion. Nobody remembers that shit, huh?
I never actually played it.
God, fucking new fags.
No, you fuck off, you normie. Get off my image board.
It's horror motive. It's from horror movies. I mean.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say is, you know, if you look at it, while the setting was horror, it was almost like a parody in certain aspects. You know,
Yes.
the chainsaw, you know.
Big fucking gun.
And if you look at games during that time, Rise of the Triad, anybody remember that one?
Oh, of course,
I
I remember
guess.
Rise of the
I
Triad.
don't remember Turnbull games.
And it's kind of odd, but the only games that I've seen since then that really try to go with this over-the-top thing, in the same style, I think, the Postal series, they actually, like Postal 2 specifically, they kind of went with that over-the-top ridiculousness in a way that was sort of played with in the early Doom parts.
I do follow you, although I kind of feel like Doom doesn't really have much in common with Postal as far as the design goes. I mean,
Not at all. But the
think-
point that I'm trying to make is more in the sense of this the almost parody-like element there. I
like
mean, just like
self-aware.
Yeah, it was kind of a self-aware humor, similar to Army of Darkness. I mean, if you look at the first parts of Evil Dead, right, they were much more serious, and then when you get to Army of Darkness, the comedy element is clearly there.
Yeah, I definitely follow you then, because, okay, if you look at like a lot of id's influences from the time, it's mostly like 80s hair metal and pop things like that are really big in culture, the fucking crazy slasher flicks and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see they really wanted to capitalize on this because they're like, oh man, this is so cool to make a game that's like this, But
and I think that's part of the reason why Duke Nukem Forever was such a steaming pile of shit. Because the original Duke
Nukem came from the syndrome of I spent too much time on it and I didn't really make it fun. I was too busy developing a shitty engine.
Well, it's not just that. That certainly played a role. And personally, I think Duke Nukem 3D should have never come out. For the simple reason that by not coming out, it would have remained the greatest, inside joke of the industry for all time.
I would have preferred that to what we got, to be honest. Although, I will say, okay, firstly, I place all the blame on Gearbox. I do not think...
I blame Anthony Birch.
I don't think for a second they intended on releasing the game in a good state. I know what happened after the 3D Realms pretty much shuttered. They split up mostly, and Duke Nukem Forever was finished up by a group of like 3 or 4 ex-3D Realm employees in some guy's fucking living room. And there's pictures of this in the game, like the gallery in the game, and it's like, well, that explains quite a bit, I think, because when you think about it, they had 3 or 4 years to finish working on every single detail in the game. They finished the polishing up, which obviously was not much of. Finished all the levels off, everything like that, make sure everything worked. It shipped, and it ran just fine. Like, I could say for a fact the game was very technically sound. It ran wonderfully. Didn't look very good, but whatever. There was no major bugs, which is awesome. And it played just fine, but it was very boring. I read the design document for it, and how they planned to introduce all these little things step by step, and it's like, oh my god, this actually sounds like a really, really good design document. If there's good level design, which there wasn't. If there's great kinesthetics, which there wasn't. If there's great enemy design, there wasn't. Weapon design, nope. It would have been such a great game. But what happened was the product that was tossed on these 3 or 4 guys, they had a name for their group, I forgot what it was. But these 3 or 4 guys, the product that was tossed on them, and Gearbox said, we're shipping in a year, make it good by then. They were like, well, we're 3 or 4 people, let's make it work, huh? So what they did, I think, was they settled to make it technically work, and that's all they could really do. So I blame that completely on Gearbox, because they knew what they had, and they decided to ship that garbage. And they said, fuck it, it'll still sell a ton. And look at that, it did. But now everybody fucking hates Duke Nukem, and it mentions the fucking name. I guess people are like, oh, like forever? Yeah. Fuck that, Gearbox owns the name. I don't want to see another goddamn game by them with the name Duke Nukem slapped onto it.
Pretty much. I think
Well, you see, it could have been a lot better if they didn't let Anthony Birch anywhere near it, like what they did with Borderlands. Because I think he was a writer on that, and I don't know, I felt like some of his influences, because like there was always like that ham-fisted like meme shit that you could find throughout the world.
And the thing is, in a way, what I think they failed in completely when it came to Duke Nukem is Duke Nukem was a parody in a way, right?
It's a parody, but forgot the fun and the joke.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They back then it was a parody. Today it just seemed like dated, right? Especially if you like a bunch of the stuff in there. I mean, I actually played through the game because I wanted to see. I don't shit on a game unless I've actually played it, right? So if I'm going to criticize something, I've got to make sure and I know what I'm talking about. And they try to squeeze everything in there, like the vehicle sections with that tiny remote car. That was, in my personal opinion, too completely stupid. It took me completely out of the game. The level design in general seemed way too grandiose. They were trying. It was clearly they were attempting something, but they couldn't hack it together.
It seems like a project that went out of hand in general.
Too many cooks spoil the food, as they say. Like there was not a clear, concise direction, and it appeared obvious to me that to a certain degree they it felt almost like they wanted it to fail in a degree, if that makes any sense.
Well, they did a pretty good job.
Unfortunately.
I don't know. It just seems like that kind of game, like in this type of age where you got the dumb feminists like saying, "Oh, you can't have anything," and then you've got the really shitty indie gamers that are like thinking they're all rock stars and DJs. All that kind of shit. I think Duke Nukem
DJ Phil
missed
Fish.
his time. Oh
Look at
no!
us.
Did you see that?
Dude,
indie
I was there when it
venue,
happened. I was one of the people who discovered that shit as it happened live.
Look
It
at
was
us.
fucking glorious.
No, did you see that Steam video, like the indie developers rising, like that second video, like the follow-up to?
No, I didn't even bother with that.
I saw the trailer. I saw the
I don't know,
trailer.
I keep on forgetting the name, but like if you watch bits of it, it's just fucking ridiculous. Like I can't believe people like this exist.
Oh,
It's
it's
like-
no,
If
because
David Garrison was ever right, I think we do need to guess them, because it's the only way to ever fix it.
no,
And now that I say
the
his
big
name, I
problem.
think
No,
I better start hiding.
it's a problem that we've seen in the art scene too. You know, these are these super pretentious douchebags who walk on stage, put a shoe on the table, and say, "This is art. Respect me." You know, they're missing a critical point here. That especially in game development, the art is definitely a part of it, right? But in order to deliver that art, you first need a solid background and need to have the technical skills to make it happen, right? And that's usually something that we see lacking from a lot of these, which I'm going to just call pretentious indies, right?
I think that games like Commander Keen could had more message than Fez, and things that it's more coming from how modern art define art, as it's the message itself. It's become the message itself. The more revolutionary you make the message, meaning out of the box, the better the message. But there's a missing that nobody understands the message anymore when you do that.
It's that's the thing. It's not all about the message. See, this is the big problem also that I think we're seeing a lot with them. You're like, this is why they're so happy with Twine and shit like that, because with that it's all message and no substance. And in the end,
you can do something with Twine.
oh, absolutely, yeah. But you know, I'm referring back to the famous quote from what's her name, Lee Alexander. Oh, Twine is great. I have 0 skills and I can use it. I'm thinking, yeah, that nails it down.
No,
I really hope in Twine
if she says she has 0 skills, she says they have 0 technical skill. I think.
Of course.
But I think that the question is the skill in Twine. It's the writing itself. If you can't write the game, the immersiveness of the game will be lost entirely.
Well, right, and this is something you got to keep in mind, though. This goes back to what I said earlier, right? Anybody can put words on paper, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're a good writer.
Yes,
the fan fiction will quite disagree with you.
And they're happy they can disagree, but the fact that you have a lot of words that make some story doesn't mean the story is coherent, doesn't mean that the characters have depth, doesn't mean that in sense of Twine that your choice have a real impact on the player, because to have that the choice of the player have impact, it is a far stronger.
So you're saying basically it's about agency.
It's about how you have the skill to create the agency, and in Twine it's the writing. If you are not a good writer and you can't plan a good storyline that will handle the choice and give the player some chills or affect the player when he choose between option 1 to option 3, you don't really have a good game in sense of Twine. The same is in FPS. I don't like Borderlands because the shooting itself is not. It feels so mechanical and it's lack the impact that it's not. It's not in terms of what you call agency. It's lacking to me.
Yeah, and the thing is, the thing about Borderlands is, I think it was a little bit self-defeating in its ways, due to the fact is the gameplay itself didn't seem to be terribly interwoven with the story, right? And
The gameplay was boring. That was the biggest turn-off for me. Like, the first one was kind of fun,
Yeah.
but the next one, it was just so fucking shit and disjointed. It was like, cool, I get a new gun that does so much more damage, yet I shoot the enemies and it's like the same exact thing I was using 40 levels ago.
And due to the fact that also it kind of took away a lot of the excitement, because you know what, in a game without millions, you see, they're thinking that millions of weapons thing is a good thing, but I personally think it was actually distracting, because it took away that sense of achievement when you actually got something new, because in the end, basically you spent, every 5 minutes you get a new gun, and then you had to check, okay, is this better than what I have? No? Okay, next one.
I think
that's the diversity of it. Because I remember in the first Borderlands, I got, like, I don't know when, but like right after you defeat 3 Nine Toes, I got like I got a shotgun drop, and it was pretty much a shotgun with a sniper scope on it that shot fireballs. Like, I never saw stupid shit like that ever happen in the second Borderlands. Like, the most was that rocket launcher that you could throw off when you had to reload and explode it, but that was about it. And that was like a really common thing that occurred. It was like, they hyped up so much the new weapon mechanic of, oh yeah, we've got a machine that randomly generates guns, but they limited it so much, and they just were all reskins of different guns. Like,
and the big problem is,
when two different types of like model for it. It was like, what the fuck?
And that's the big problem. Look, if you randomly generate your guns, then you're not gonna have a solid experience, because gun needs to feel right.
It's not just random generation.
No, it's not that. It's like if you could have like a random generator that. I'll let you talk. Sorry, I'm stupid and want to talk over people. But like, if you have a random generator, like, just fucking load it up with random shit and let whatever happens come out. Because it's a lot more interesting than like having it limited to like a certain number of generations and shit.
I think Shrek, it's more on the point here. It's not the problem. It's not a random generation. Diablo had a random generation in its core, but the problem is the weapons themselves are so disjointed thematically that you don't have a sense of what you get anymore. You don't. I got this weapon. This weapon have this XYZ random properties, but they are not really connected to anything in the game. The thing in the game is not really connected to anything in itself.
It takes away the sense of achievement, like when, as a simple thing, like when in Quake or Doom, when you finally get your hands on the rock, it's just something, hell yeah, I'm gonna fuck people up. That feeling, it feels less of an achievement. It feels less of because the change isn't all that big.
If you get a shotgun, when Doom, you get the super shotgun, it's one of the most amazing points in the game, because it feels so much powerful, and it's connected to the directly to the gameplay itself. You are playing mainly with shotgun in most cases, and or big fucking guns. That's the absurd of the game, that you are a super soldier essentially, and you have these guns that just clear an entire room, and you call it big fucking gun, and it's thematically in the game, fitting to another detail, and not just hanging there in the air.
I think part of it also has to do with the fact of automatically scaling enemies, right? Now, while I totally get the idea that you want to keep the game challenging for everybody in all areas, that actually fucks shit up, because yes, you have a more powerful gun, but at the same, or you get these new skills, but at the same time, it just feels exactly the same. You're not getting any sort of sense of progression, and that's a problem. Like, as far as I'm concerned, when I'm completely fine with getting my ass completely handed to me because I'm getting ahead of myself and going to an area that is way out of my, comfort zone, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Same issue with Elder Scrolls, by the way. I think Elder Scrolls really popularized such notion that you need to scale the difficulty to the player level. When in actuality, the more achieving point of the game would be that you have an areas that you can challenge yourself or not challenge yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
That you give the player the
half-
choose to
I don't know. I
choice.
feel like if you just do that, you'd have like the specific areas that you can just level things to. But like if you've got a few enemies or like a few types of character enemies that like scale with the player, it at least provides a bit of challenge to it before like you get onto the hard things. Because you could always get that weird one retarded guy that doesn't know how to play the game, levels everything wrong, and he gets his ass handed to him halfway in the game because he doesn't understand how to play the game. Like, you at least got to counter some bit for that.
I will give you an example from .hack I think a good way to implement such systems. In .hack, once you enter keywords essentially, and each keyword signifies the difficulty and what kind of enemy or area would you go through. And you unlock keyword along the way. You can always choose to downscale your challenge if you see it fit. If you want to train the other a companions of your that added to your list and things like that. But you have a choice here. You are choosing. I want to go to Delta and not Omega, and Omega would be the harder.
But in a way, once again, this kind of gets back to this whole everybody gets a participation trophy kind of attitude that we've been saying, right? Like even if you completely suck at, I don't think it helps at all if you take the challenge out of shit, right? By making stuff automatically, I don't see actually, for me it would be demotivating. Let's say I'm in a multiplayer scenario, right? And I'm just managing to beat this, boss with, a sliver of health left, right? And it feels like an achievement. And then next to me, I see like a level 5 guy do the same thing, and I'm thinking like, what the fuck am I here for? To take it as an example of Fallout, right? I think it's perfectly applicable that when I go into the wrong direction, I'm gonna get my ass fucking raped by Deathclaws, right? When I'm just a newbie, this is what should happen, in my opinion. Like, hey, you go put yourself into danger, you fucking die, and then it's gonna feel that much greater when you finally, get your gear together, get your skills together, get your perks together, and then you go out there and you fucking kick those bastards' asses.
I think
I really liked the Deathclaws in New Vegas as well, because like it actually made some sort of achievement. Because like if you're a dumb motherfucker like I was, and didn't go the way through Novak, and just went straight down the 98 and got your ass handed to you by those Cazadors and those Deathclaws, like when you encounter them later in the game, it feels like a really big fucking achievement when you take one of those fuckers down.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, is you need some failure to make the success feel sweet.
I don't think it's necessarily a failure. I think it's challenge.
Well, yes. But
I had an argument with it with a lot of people. I don't think the option to fail, it's what makes game great. It's the challenge in it. I mean, if I would just fail and there is no challenge, there is no game.
Yes, you're right. But there is some sort of that in there, because quite frankly, if you're just a freshly created character, right, then failure should be pretty much like if you're attempting something that is completely out of your league, then failure should be the most likely outcome. Now, that's not to say that if you're really, really clever and manage to, stealth your way around it, or, evade, or, be really, really careful, you shouldn't be able to get past that. But at the same time, it should be the reasonably expectable outcome to get fucked up.
Yeah, but still, I mean, maybe I just put emphasis. I will see it more in the chance than in the losing. In the end. I don't know. I mean, it's interconnected, so it's hard. I think it would be hard to make some dichotomy that would.
True. But I think we can all agree that challenge is necessary on some level to make reward actually feel rewarding. You know.
Yes. With
Well,
that I
that's
agree.
the basis of most games. You have.
It should be, but we're getting to the point where it isn't.
And then, yeah, that's the part that I hate the most. Because, like, as much as I suck at Dark Souls, like, I still like getting my ass beaten to me because it's just fun because it actually requires skill. And compared
And when
to
you
like
finally succeed, it feels all the greater.
Yeah.
I haven't played Dark Souls. I mainly play shmups when I play games.
You play what?
Shoot 'em
Dark
ups.
Souls,
Oh, okay.
And
Dark Souls is fun. It's kind of like a rock paper scissors kind of thing going on with it.
I think Dark Souls take a lot from the spirit of the arcade, meaning that he embraced the challenge as its core. From what I've seen, I can more allude it from the arcade game standpoint, not arcade as it's today, but arcade as arcade machines. That in arcade games, the challenge is the core. The game itself, it's like at most 30 minutes, half an hour, but it's not. But what makes it interesting is the progress through the challenges, and when you get to sort of break, that when you it can be frustrating, but it's more. But it's also push you forward because I will pass it just a little bit more. I will get my score just a little bit higher, in order and things like that. That would drive the game.
Right.
And today it's more focused on narrative.
Let's take the example of Project Zomboid, for example. You know, the entire game starts with the premise: this is how you died. Okay, so you're basically informed from the beginning that you're not going to make it, and the entire challenge is like, how long can you survive? You know, how long can you last? You know, against the, gradually worsening odds. And this is something that I absolutely adore into this thing, and I think they did a really good job at getting that across. I mean, I still to this day find it funny that I died more. I think to this date I have not died a single time from getting actually bitten by a zombie. I died from food poisoning. I died from catching a cold out in the rain. I died
Well,
from...
maybe you should stop eating at the zombie apocalypse Taco Bell if you don't want that food poisoning. I mean, they come specifically on the labels. If you want your anus to turn into a volcano, then eat this shit.
Yeah, but it was basically, it turned much more into a fight against the circumstances and your environment than it was actually about killing zombies, which is something that I thought was a really great design choice that they put in there.
Sadly, I never really died for putting dogs in the microwave.
Gentlemen, lady.
I remember watching a guy on YouTube who burnt down an entire apartment complex because he didn't turn off the microwave when he was cooking a pizza.
Oh, I think I can top that. What happened is I tried to set up a campfire, set up a tent, went to sleep, and then while I was sleeping, a patch of grass grew, which connected the campfire to my tent and roasted me alive.
Quality.
But yeah, I think now this brings up an interesting question. Which one of you has played Alone in the Dark?
I did.
Latest iteration.
Yes, and I regret it.
So did I. I did not last very long in Alone in the Dark.
Yeah, I assumed that you could at the point that I did, where where you defeat the thing that they're looting at for the entire half of the game, and then when you defeat it, 12 more pop up.
Oh no, you got further than me.
Oh fuck, that was.
I quit. Got out of the building. And you first got into a car, and I was like, right, I'm out.
Yeah, the cars. Okay, first off, the car sections in this thing were horrible.
It was all horrible. Bad combat.
Mate playing.
Well, keep in mind.
Tag team, and you had to do that part.
But you gotta understand the things a little bit in context. Did you play the previous Alone in the Dark games?
No,
I
'cause I'm
did
not
not, but
autistic.
I've heard good things about them.
Let me put it like that. It was, in a way, it was a spiritual successor in the sense that in the previous Alone in the Dark, they all had one thing in common. The story was kind of captivating in a way, but the controls were always fucking horrible. On the other hand, they did always try some really interesting design choices and elements, and quite frankly, what I originally saw when I saw the Alone in the Dark stuff, I thought that was really they had some genius ideas in there. It was just terribly executed. And I think one of the worst things they did was this added the ability to skip entire sections. That was bad. It was just a bad idea for a story-driven game, because in the end it was a story-driven game, right? The other part was, let's say the jacket mechanic with the inventory. That part I thought that was actually pretty cool, right? The combination of different techniques was also pretty cool, but the problem is you never actually got to use this stuff in the actual game, or it didn't make any sense for you to use them, because most of the time, shotgun to the face kind of approach worked a lot better, right? You didn't have any need to employ these things, and there was also a complete absence of. In the old Alone in the Dark games, there was a lot of puzzle action going on. Like, you had to figure shit out. Things weren't told to you outright, but you had to really, use your brain, to connect things. It felt more along the lines of, I don't know, Silent Hill or something like that in its original things. You were in a creepy environment. You had no idea what the fuck was happening, and then you have to gradually put things together. Whereas in the new Alone in the Dark, it was like almost it gave away most of the shit in the trailer, and the ending was shit too. I mean, seriously, I was not happy with how they did that.
I just
Yeah.
want to
And speaking
clarify.
of Silent Hill, who's happy that Kojima is slowly dying? 'Cause
Yeah.
they just
What do you mean
killed off
Kojima is slowly dying?
Well, they've cancelled Silent Hill. It's all
Yeah,
cancelled.
and don't you know, Kojima gets his power from fucking around with Metal Gear Solid. It's how he lives.
And that's slow. I believe the next game, of Metal Gear, they've said this is going to be the last one.
Yeah,
So I don't really know what they're going to do.
Well, to be honest,
than
my
what-
biggest issue is with the direction the company is taking. I mean, I personally think the loss of Kojima is not as big of a deal as the announcement that they made in regards to where they want to focus their attention next. So now they're going to go for the mobile market. Are you fucking shitting me?
Yeah, I
Hey,
want to see how long they last.
And
because,
especially
yeah,
with the
fuck
statement
quickly.
they're going to, make, like, they're going to start on selling instead of items. They're going to do this with microtransactions, selling game features. Oh my god, this is like the cancer that, this is like the worst thing that I could possibly imagine.
Do you think?
Yeah, and the second worst
here's a
thing is that they're
question.
making casino games, because I saw their presentation. Hey, it's just like, what are you doing? This is not how you do things. Like, you're making casino slot games like almost actual games. Like, why are you doing this?
Here's a question for you. Do you think on the mobile market they'll release a movie and then you pay extra to actually play the game? Because I'm feeling that's what's going to happen because of Metal Gear's previous reputation for having long ass fucking cutscenes.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was only like Metal Gear Solid 4. Like, you play any of the other ones, like, sure, they're a bit long, but it's not like fucking hour-long cutscenes. Like
Oh,
Metal
yeah.
Gear 4.
You know what?
Like,
There is
fuck
nothing
that
wrong with
octopus
that. I think that's a stylistic choice that they can take in regards to the cutscenes. However, when it comes to this microtransaction and game feature purchasing stuff, it's a little bit of a different beast we're talking about here, right? I mean, I've
I
seen
don't know what
some
you
of
said,
their
but I'm just telling you what's
examples,
wrong about that.
right? I've seen some of their examples, and it just makes me shudder. I mean, this is like cancer in terms of games.
What do you think is in my mouth right now, Dash? Like, just think.
Dick?
Exactly.
What the hell's going on?
No, I'm just, I'm looting some car. I live in Baltimore, actually. I'm a part of the Baltimore loot crew.
Oh, yeah.
I saw some rare Pepe memes the other day. And I got all these PS4 games. Do you want some?
No thanks.
You sure? I got
take,
no shit
I'll
on
take
you.
some red peppers if they're going.
Which kind of pepper you want, fam?
All of them. Variety. Give me the variety pack.
Alright.
Jesus. Really is chaos over there.
What are you doing, dude?
It's
Welcome
Dash.
to Baltimore.
Sorry.
It's coming from Dash. I have no idea what's going on over there, but
Oh, it's always it's usually noisy when Dash is in there.
Sorry.
But anyways, let's have a look at the chat.
Chat's fucking dead. I bet you Ben Garrison got to them.
Nah, remember we gotta reload now and then because it says sometimes hangs up because Google is a freaking piece of shit. Nope, they actually didn't say a word. Well, we also don't have too many viewers, so start pimp. I'm gonna pimp this out a little bit more. So
See,
yeah.
Now, if I was drunk enough and if I was an asshole enough with my fam crew that I'm apparently a part of because that's what you think I am, a part of those guys. Because I'm not completely lonely or anything. But you should have brought Manny Green on. I think we could have had an interesting discussion.
Dude, he was here from the beginning. You just missed it.
Oh, fuck. I was going to ask him why the Color Cabal hates Trap so much.
They don't.
Oh,
It's a misconception on your part.
I can tell you as
I don't know.
part of the Color
Guardian
Cabal.
has informed me of many things. Why would the Guardian ever lie to me?
I can tell you as part of the Color Cabal that you should totally trust BuzzFeed and everything they tell you. They never lie, ever. They're
Of course,
a reliable
that's why
source of news.
that's why good old Slav that I bully in Wargame, even though him and his friend kick my ass because NATO is completely overpowered. But yeah, no, he tells me that the Color Cabal is completely racist, especially that red guy. That I think he's a faggot named Kevin or something. I know he keeps on telling me that he wants to gas all the Australians.
Dude, you can't even keep your colors straight, you know. Come on, up your trolling game a little bit.
We can't.
Dude,
even
no,
keep our
I don't
colours
bother
straight.
with the Color Cabal. It's just too autistic. I'm too busy making fun of GGHQ. It's so fucking easy. You literally go on Twitter and you just take a screen cap of shit they're saying and just post it on there and like saying Gamergate isn't about harassment. But that's only because I'm just waiting for the day the board dies so I can steal it. And fucking
Stop being
make the
trans
process
black
cancerous.
phobic.
Hey, patience.
Hey,
Hey, Ferret.
fuck you too.
Fuck YouTube?
No, fuck,
No, fuck you.
too, Dash.
Oh.
Mhm.
Oh.
No,
Oh.
fuck you.
Yes,
I'm
sir,
Dante the Digital.
Well,
Anyways, well, if you insist on bringing up the topic, you know, I think I do take issue with this with the practice that a lot of people seem to be now under the impression like, oh, GG, somebody's GGing wrong, you know, let's immediately, you know, like shit on everything they say, you know. I mean, I'm gonna be honest here. We're seeing this problem all over the place. You know, there seems to be a bunch of people now that think, oh, I've done so much for GG. I need, you know, I demand that people, you know, give me, you know, the attention that I deserve. And then when they don't
You
get
mean
it,
like
they
exactly what Illy GG does, where
or
you made that
Drybones or
collage
Blade
and-
or pretty much everybody else.
yeah, but Drybones and Blades are faggots. Like, what do you expect?
Well,
But
I'm sorry, but that's not an
gonna kill
excuse.
me sometime.
You know, that's not
you
an
still call them
excuse.
out. Still call them out on the bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, everyone does, except I'm just biased towards it, and I like to make things worse.
And that's,
But that's-
and this is
that's what I do.
well, no, this is quite precisely no, but that's not an excuse. Making things worse. This is what I do. Well, you know what? Then you're a douchebag, and
Yeah,
you know,
I know.
you shouldn't be upset then when people call you out for being a douchebag.
Yeah, I know, and I even told you that I'm a fucking asshole.
You know who else does that?
The Lord Abbot. Praise the Lord Abbot. He has completely
No.
made Australia the
Yamashita.
best country in the nation.
Yamashita does that as well.
Well, you know, and
That they
Not
do.
something to be proud of.
pretty much, yeah.
Mm.
Jesus Christ, what is it with these noises?
I don't know.
It's
Shit's
probably
going
me
crazy.
because I'm on my really shitty microphone.
Anyways,
computer.
hey Tabby, hey Patient, we're here
Hey.
in the Gamergate Open House Rise of the Moderates.
Basically,
Having
the
moderates?
Rise of
yeah.
the Moderates, yes.
Well, I'm here, and yeah, I guess I
I
count.
don't know who you are, I'm afraid.
But the
Sorry.
question is, are you a minority?
Wait,
That's a real
You
question.
don't know who I am? Am I not internet famous yet? Shit.
No,
I
not
think
yet. You have to either do
I
something
will point out
autistic
I'm not
or
involved in any of it, so...
you have to be retarded enough to
Oh.
do something stupid,
Are you
like
are you
pay
neutral?
for ads on Twitter.
Are you neutral in
that's-
all of this?
no,
more-
I'm not involved in it anymore.
I don't
Oh,
think.
okay.
I think the notion
I
of
guess you would call me a quote-unquote ethical journalist.
Oh, well, welcome.
whatever that means.
It's like the dodo!
They're a dying species right now. We need more of you.
Well,
I
trust
know.
me, we're doing our best to make sure she will procreate.
I think that
What the fuck are you doing over there? Like, I'm just afraid that Shrek has got like her in some sort of pen with other ethical journalists, and they're like going, "Yeah, mate."
It's just
forcing
like,
them
I'll get the
together.
turkey baster.
Yeah,
I think the
I was thinking the exact same thing.
That might be
I
in
think
the
the
future,
notion of
not anytime soon.
the notion of the extremism in Gamergate, that you need to fight the evil SJW. If not, you are not part of Gamergate, and thing like that. That it's just one action and it's not one goal. It's come from the early e-celebs, or if you call them leader. If you may call them a leader, I don't think it's really portrayed the more pastors in a sense.
Well,
But-
it's easy to find out whether someone's part of Gamergate or not. You just ask them, do you identify with the Gamergate tag? If they say yes,
Yeah,
then
and
No, that's
congratulations.
no. That's
There's nothing
complete
stopping
misconception.
from saying I'm Gamergate.
No,
Here's-
what
Hold
doing-
on right there. You're making one big mistake. Do you identify with the tag? No, you don't have to identify with the tag. Because the thing is, it's not a
I don't
fucking identity. That's the difference. It's a platform.
Well, then,
Yeah, but
well,
like,
no,
if
as
you
in
say,
Gamergate,
"Oh, I'm
the
Gamergate,"
identity. You're presuming that Gamergate by now isn't its own culture. Gamergate by now produces
please
its
don't.
own media,
Please
has its own
don't. Please
websites,
don't.
makes its own music.
Oh,
It
God.
is its own culture.
Yes, but you don't
Kill me
need
now.
to identify with Gamergate in order to, basically work
Is it
towards its
really
goals.
culture?
but if
Isn't it basically Chan culture?
what
No.
If it was Chan culture, I'm pretty sure our Lord and Savior Ben Garrison would be here, telling us
Well,
how
I
we.
don't know. I'm not a channel, so...
Yeah, I
See,
think
that's
most of
why
us
when
here are.
the terror of Tel Aviv comes down, I will be spared, and everyone else won't be. But then again, who's to say? He's probably going to be backtracing my IP right now, trying to fuck me up. I know how he works.
Oh, that's
I've
okay.
seen
You're
it
behind
before.
7 proxies.
7 proxies won't help, mate. I'm swearing to God, I've seen Ben Garrison track down a fag from 10
Dude,
kilometers
you
away.
don't get it.
He just
skeletons.
smells
Dude,
it
your
down, he
jokes,
just hunts him.
your jokes are completely missing the target. Nobody here knows who that guy is you keep talking about.
Yeah, I don't know who
Yup.
Ben Garrison is.
And we don't
it
really
doesn't
care.
No.
As long
well,
as when I play back just to hear my own voice, because I'm that much of a narcissist, I
Fair
will
enough.
get the jokes, and I'll be sitting here going, fuck, am I this autistic?
Yes, you are.
yeah, I agree.
Anyways, no, back to the topic at hand. This brings is it a culture or is it not? I think the best way to I describe it is I don't think Gamergate itself is a culture or is even a community. I would say the best way to phrase it, I believe, is the communicate formed around the Gamergate controversy, which is a nice way to phrase it, except, if you're going to have to type that shit out on Twitter, then your 140 characters are gone in no time flat.
I don't know.
Hey!
Hello. And I
Everyone
still
save
would
me, they're
consider
bullying
it.
me.
I still would consider it a culture. It uses its own media. It has its own general beliefs, and people identify with it. So,
But they don't.
but people do.
Some
Yes.
do, but there is no universal goal that is Gamergate, even now.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that
no.
issue that I
But-
wanted to allude to.
I had a
Hang on a
feeling.
minute.
I had
Hang
a
on a
feeling
minute.
you were
Hang on
gonna
a
come
minute.
in
Hang
on
on a
this
minute.
one.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. He just said something. You said that Gamergate doesn't have a universal goal, therefore it's not a culture. Well, do all cultures have goals? I don't believe they do.
There is in another. When
They
you're
don't have
not-
universal values either.
when you're
As
not
you may have
the-
Do
noticed.
cultures have?
anthropo-
Do we not
in
have
an-
universal values? Is
Yes.
ethical journalism not a universal value?
But that's hold
But
on,
it's
hold on.
not.
That's hold on. That's the big problem here. You have a lot of people here who couldn't give a shit about ethical journalism. They're in here to, stick it up to the SJWs or to fight the culture war against the feminists. Or then there's other groups who just do it for shits and giggles or for the funny memes, right?
Not to mention that, sadly, it's not actually a common want. People don't actually give a shit about ethical or unethical journalism. The
Some do.
majority of them, in fact, don't care. Yeah, but the majority just don't care.
Which can be well illustrated by the fact that Milo is getting his dick sucked left and right.
Yeah.
I've seen worse.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
and he's seen everything. He's had to talk with the King of Pole. I've seen it
You
once.
think we have?
Please shoot me. Don't
When
remind
you-
me about King of Pole.
when you
Until
see
the day you love him.
Well,
I
the
will
question
remind
is,
you.
the question is, did you verify it?
Of course,
My
Ralph
biggest
had it
mistake
verified on his
was
site.
me and a friend boosting up King of Pole way back when. I will always regret that.
No, I'm talking about when he came back into the chat with Ralph, and he was like just being so fucking ass mad. Because you
Oh,
kept on calling him a
that's-
fucking retard. That was the greatest fucking day in the world.
Well, Christopher, welcome.
Well, he is an
New
idiot, so
person.
what else do you expect?
Well, we have a lot of those in GG. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
But at the
People
same
do stupid
time, I do think that we should be trying to focus a little bit more. And this
No,
whole
no. I got a different suggestion.
Uh-huh.
Find something that you're passionate about and do it. Rather than just try and waste your energy focusing or arguing about who should do what, find something that you want to do and do it.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's basically
There's
why I
actually a
stopped getting
video that's
involved in it,
incoming in a couple of
'cause
days.
I'm trying to do
ideally.
something.
Guys, don't talk over each other. Be nice.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, 3-second delay.
Yeah, no. If in your case, you're in Australia. You just get fucked by your internet connection.
Pretty much.
Not really. As long
And-
as you have two potatoes connected to the router, it seems to go slightly faster, but that's only if the ants don't get you. I mean, if the ants come around the campfire and they try and eat you, I mean, you're fucked.
What's your download speed?
1.5.
Megabits?
Yep.
Oh, yours is about as terrible as mine then.
Yep, welcome to Australia. It's about the same everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways.
But the real question is, do you get shrimps on a Barbie?
We don't do that here anymore. We had the Shrimp on the Barbie Outlaw cast.
But that's not kosher.
You goobers.
Of course we're goobers. What do you expect? This is
Well, we're all
basically-
goobers, including me.
But the topic of today's hangout is more or less rise of the moderates. In other words,
People
Yeah,
that
that's a
aren't
penguin.
complete and total extremist assholes.
bingo.
Yeah, I'd like more of that myself.
Well, then this is something that if we want to see that stuff on the rise, then we got to speak up and not let the extremist idiots dominate the conversation all the time.
Keep in mind,
That's
I've been
why I
speaking
think we should
throughout.
guess Gamergate HQ.
Despite all the people giving me shit, I still speak up.
And
Where's
I
How
do.
come you're running graveyard shift?
First off, I'm not running Graveyard Shift. Second of all, you forget that I was running the open house too for a very long while.
Yeah,
Yeah, what time is it there? Sorry, I keep thinking it's, yeah.
5 p.m. At least where I'm at. Yeah, but yeah, see, this is something that I think, you know, I think we moderates, so to speak, need to, you know, not shut up and let ourselves be, you know, basically drowned out by the idiots.
Yeah.
That's part of the issue.
I think the issue it's come from, for example, such messages of Internet Aristocrat when he left. That didn't, after he left, I have no idea why people follow him that much, but when he left, that it somewhat created the sense that we need to go to more extreme ways. And now that he returned, I mean, the seed is still there, but he active.
It's not as simple as that. It's more a case of people taking lots more abuse and have been for month and month and month, and they're trying to go for the easy out. And they think that going to extremes will simply speed up the process when it won't.
No, it'll slow it down.
Pretty
Precisely.
much.
And the other
I
part
think
is also, I
it's
think, you
doing
know,
the
we're
exact
seeing.
opposite.
Unfortunately, we're also seeing the other part of the side. We see a bunch of people who, you know, are, for them, we're not being radical enough, or no, we're not being extreme enough. So they're now, you know, so now
They're just
going,
agent provocateurs.
yeah, and then they're going like, okay, if shit is not going the way I want it, then I'm gonna fuck with everyone.
Don't even get me started on that shit. It's really beginning to piss me off.
And that's, you know, that's something that I personally take issue with. You know, it goes along the line with the same way that the whole Moo PR thing is being used, because, you know, that, you know, just
I
because
hate people trying to waste time saying PR. Just be civil. That's as simple as it should be. Be
yeah,
civil.
exactly. You know,
That's why I want to point this out. Be civil. Don't waste your time trying to say PR. The reason I say PR is useless in general is no matter what you do, the media is going to paint you in a negative light. It doesn't fucking matter. But what matters is what you do. Don't be an asshole. Be civil.
PR has nothing to do with the media. That's one thing a lot of people forget. PR is shit. It's fuck all to do with the media. PR is public relations. It's how you.
I'm aware of what that is.
So the media has.
I say it's useless. It's because no matter how good you're going to paint yourself as, in other words, by faking it and doing all these charity efforts, you're still going to be painted in the negative light, no matter what you do. So any efforts at PR is a waste of time. But what you can do is set up projects that actually will inform the public, rather than just simply trying to look good.
Yeah, well, I think the important difference here is one is about, you know, faking it to look good, and the other is just, you know, just because the media, you know, doesn't give us a fair shake does not give you license to be the biggest asshole possible.
Agreed.
No, it doesn't. But when I say public relations, what I'm saying is a lot of people, for example, are 9/11 conspiracy theorists, and they come off as crazy. They may have all the facts there, quote-unquote facts, but they come across as crazy because they have a certain demeanor about them, and they speak in a certain way.
Not because they are crazy.
Well, yeah, I would agree that they are.
know, Jet Fuel
They don't
can
believe
still
the
do
facts.
But a lot of the reason people don't
yeah,
listen
that's
to them
not
is because of
fair,
how
that
they
happens.
sound. And we need to avoid sounding. Well, that's why I ignore them a lot of the time. And we need to avoid sounding like that.
The main issue with conspiracy theory is that it's come from the outcome and then try to hypothesize what happened.
Actually, a conspiracy theory is a thought-terminating cliche designed to get you to avoid whatever that particular theory is.
I agree with that.
You can't let people know it's not time.
I agree with that.
That being said,
I
a lot
agree
of
with
them
that.
turn out to be wrong or mistaken.
Right. And here's the thing, conspiracy theory literally means that there's a theory that there's a conspiracy. Guess what? There are actually conspiracies sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just that the way it's used and the way
But
people
it's not-
usually use
it's only
it
not the ones
as
that
a
they
thought-terminating cliche.
The thing is, with Gamergate, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy. It's actually happened. We have evidence and proof of that.
And the thing is,
That's what I
people
think.
misunderstand.
By the way, there's an
Some
people
uncommon
are biased, but I wouldn't say
I'm sorry.
I can't.
One at a time.
I'm just saying
Thank you.
because you're all speaking over each other.
I don't really
Sorry.
think it would be a conspiracy because it just seems to be like just the current system they've had set up in place for a while now.
Well, you got to keep it. Well, here's an important distinction to make. Conspiracy
Like,
does not require a bunch of shadowy figures meeting together in a room and making a big plan. This is how we're going to dominate games media. Okay? It just means
Conspiracy
that.
is just friends helping friends. That's
Yeah.
it.
But
Yeah,
that's still a conspiracy.
Yeah,
That's all it
the
is.
Game
Friends
Journal
helping-
Pros was a conspiracy.
Yeah,
That's what it was.
Now, before we go on with Game Journal Pros, this is one thing I would like to stress about Game Journal Pros. Simply being in that group is not evil. Is
No.
it a good idea? No.
No.
The reason I say it is not a good idea is not due to the journalists being together in that group. It is due to them being in that group with PR people.
Yep.
Mm.
They should not have been mixing together.
And
Yep.
possibly
That being
publishers.
said, yeah.
Not
That
to
being
mention
said,
everyone seems to
They
drink
have
from the
fallen
same
into
ideological thought.
groupthink over time and have been building narratives, even in that particular bit where they've been sharing emails with each other. Say, for instance, their reaction to Zoe Quinn, how they were trying to set up a potential gift for her. They are obviously too close to her in order to give a reasonably accurate story.
Agreed.
Precisely.
Well, no, we've had multiple people. Well, wasn't it someone in the Game Journal Pros list that was the whistleblower on that?
Two
Being
of
part of
them.
the group. Yeah,
Two of them.
being
Not
part of
just
the
one.
group is not immediate condemnation. It's the actions within the group that's important.
Exactly, and people need to recognize the difference between simply being in the group and actually doing bad within that group.
The
That's
only
important.
thing is, as far as I'm aware, we do not have the full logs of that group. We have partial logs, as far as I'm aware.
We don't even have
Hmm.
close to partial. We
Well,
have
then-
fragments.
Well, then all the
I
people in
think
that
you have
group
enough to draw
treated-
conclusions, though.
There is enough to
To draw
prove
some-
that certain people have been acting in bad faith.
Yes, but
And
all the
that's
people
all
in
you
that
really
group
need.
should be under suspicion, not guilt. Not guilt, but until we have the full logs, we can't really ignore the fact that they were in there. They are definitely under suspicion, but not guilt.
That
I
actually,
would, I would put it as a minor mark at best. The reason
Yes.
being already stated due to them being in a group involving things like PR and whatnot.
Agreed.
Actually, my main issue about in Deep Freeze when they mentioned the Game Journal Pro that it's indiscriminate and the site itself is some sort of a public judge. I mean,
Yeah, Deep Freeze has a whole bunch of issues associated with it that,
does.
you know.
Yeah, like
it's
how
the
how
fact they are part of the group.
I didn't like that.
Well, for my biggest issue is the fact that, you know, being, you know, like it's almost like all of, like their standard for being ethical is their pro Gamergate.
Yeah, don't even
Yeah.
get me started
Well,
with that. Just,
What I like with
Don't even
Deep
get me
Freeze,
started on
It's a
Takarot,
thing
though.
that you subscribe to a certain ideology that seems
Hmm.
to be emerging.
what I like about Deep Freeze is at
me.
least it gives the information. We may not agree that it's valid or relevant information, but it gives it anyway, and we can
The
decide for
information-
ourselves.
I look at
Yeah,
some
same
of
with the Gamergate wiki, but you don't see people talking about that much.
I look at some of the information it gave, some of the connection he have, the relationship. I don't know how much can you really know the relationship from Twitter correspondence. It's some sort of relationship, but it's not real. Shaq disagree with me on that, but it's not. I don't see it as a bad per se from the beginning. Some of the correspondence seem more casual or not even personal in the merit. Something that they talked around the web, like I talked with someone in the Facebook chat.
But you were given that information, you looked at it, and you judged for yourself that it wasn't valid. So that's the website doing its job,
No,
as far
but-
as I'm aware.
But before I see the evidence, I see the conclusion, meaning it's
Yeah,
they
yeah,
already
the-
prosecuted before I really see the evidence. They already chose to me that.
what he's basically saying is that, you know, instead of just giving you the information and letting you decide for yourself, that's not what the site is doing. What the site is doing is making a judgment.
He judged them guilty before they not giving them any option to prove them innocent.
So maybe if they just reworded the information to make it seem more neutral, would that
The
help?
system itself. I think there is need to be a place to correspond with the person you are accusing. They need some. If you make such site, which I'm all into a site that is a public watchdog, I'm all into it. But you need to.
Who watches The Watchmen?
The problem with what you're
The
suggesting.
people at the clock shop, of course.
Well, look, let me tell you something. The problem with what you're suggesting that we have a way to contact the people or get their side of the story with regards to these accusations. The problem is these people are not talking to us. They're refusing to talk to us time and time again. Now, do you honestly think these people, these journalists on Deep Freeze, will be willing to talk to you when you bring up evidence connected to Deep Freeze, which is therefore connected to Gamergate? They will not listen to you. They will block you. They will shut you up. This is a final...
Hold on.
One sec.
Let's not fall into the same presumptions that, you know, our opposing side is using. Quite frankly, once again, the merely presenting of facts is one side, but when you're making statements, and this is the problem that I have with Deep Freeze, you know, this side, you know, these people are ethical, these people are unethical. You know, that's making a judgment. This is not this shouldn't be the purpose of the site, and especially I have issues with how they're presenting ethical alternatives, and these ethical alternatives can in some cases be sites who are just as guilty of this shit as other sites.
Yeah,
exactly. That are the
I think there is also I think that even if it wasn't a watchdog as Shrek did it, the fact that you are judging them as guilty in the site,
I'm not
judging them
as guilty. I'm saying that they're not open for a conversation.
No. We're addressing two different points here. One is the fact that on the site itself, some people are listed as ethicals, some people are listed as unethical. That is a judgment that should be not theirs to make.
And that's why I'm saying, would it be better? I'm asking, do you think it would be better, Dash, if they rephrased it, they changed the wording of it to erase the idea of ethical behavior?
One sec.
Hold on.
1 second. Let me answer.
Yeah,
guys. First Dash and Tabby.
Even if they rephrase how they say it, the notion itself, it's a judgment one. It put the journalist on the spot. It's put him as a somewhat of he did something unethical. And that's the meaning of the site.
Yeah,
even if you would just say it differently, it wouldn't remove from the overall meaning of the site, which you always view the site by, meaning unethical practices. And a more correct way would be that to allow at least a correspondence and be more in connection with existing organization if you do that, meaning that you are contacting the SPJ or SPJ and whatever public organization of journalists exist on ethical issue, and do it with them. I don't think that just doing it on your own could be in every case, in every paraphrasing or every system would be enough. It needs to have some correspondence with and basis in the existing organizations that count as the assertive organizations.
Okay, can I just chuck up a hypothetical example?
You can't, because now it's Tabby's turn.
Tab.
I was just thinking, wouldn't it be best to just get the user base of the site to vote?
Well,
that sounds like a great idea.
I disagree on the notion that, quite frankly, being ethical or not is not a majority decision.
No.
What it should be done, in my opinion, is to present the facts and leave it to people looking at the facts to decide one way or the other. They don't need to have their hands held and said, this person's ethical, sweetie. They should just be able to look at the facts and make that decision.
And let us not forget the original purpose when this idea was first brought up. It was literally talked about this site should be a blacklist that should ensure that none of these journalists could ever get a job again. I have issues.
And it's changed a lot.
That's a bit much.
I would agree with a few
Can I chuck up a hypothetical example? I just want to chuck up a hypothetical example for you guys.
Okay, Kelvin first.
Let's say you guys, you've got your grandmother's in hospital, okay? Your grandmother's in hospital, she's not doing too well, suddenly she dies out of nowhere, it comes out of the blue, you guys have no idea what's happened, and you suddenly think your doctor has not done his job properly. All of a sudden you have an investigation committee coming up to you saying the doctors aren't talking to us, they're not talking to us, they're blocking us, they're not answering our phone calls, we can't investigate them. What do you do? This is what's happening right now. The journalists are not doing their job, and we are having to do it for them.
And that you don't need to do the job for them.
You are going to fuck up.
They're doing their job.
Well, no,
they're just not doing it.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned this because I've been in exactly the situation you describe.
Okay. So what happened?
Literally, the issue happened to me with doctors exactly as you put it forward.
Okay, so what did you do in that situation, and see if we can take that experience and apply it to what's going on here?
Well, it's quite frankly, in this, once again, I didn't go out there and immediately claim this guy has committed malpractice.
No, you just say that there's something suspicious going on. Maybe we should look into it, which is what I would say with all of these journalists on Deep Freeze.
And
something suspicious going on.
And
we need to look into it.
Yeah, and that's fine and well, but that is not how the information is being presented, and that's the part that I take issue with.
Yes, hence I said we should rephrase it, we should reword it, take out the ethical unethical, stop the advertisement from the ethical alternatives on Deep Freeze,
yes,
and then a lot of these problems will be gone.
And here's another thing that I personally take very much issue with. I can't see, first off, to begin with, I refuse and cannot support Deep Freeze in any way, shape, or form. Why? Because I work for a competing outlet. And encouraging boycott of a competing outlet or competing journalist is in itself unethical as far as I'm concerned.
Yes. Yeah, that's an understatement.
Right? Yet at the same time, and I'm not going to name any names, but we have a lot of people, right? A lot of writers who've been pimping Deep Freeze who themselves have outlets, sometimes even outlets who are directly listed in the ethical alternatives, which I take issue with.
Yeah, that's unethical. That is something that should not be happening. Hence, I'm saying get rid of the advertisements off there. They don't need to be there.
Get rid of all of them.
They should not be. If you want to advertise something on Deep Freeze for ad revenue, fine. Don't have it be a journalist outlet. Have it be, I don't know, Nike or something.
Have it be Dragon Dildos. They need more money.
Sure, yeah. Drugs
I'm
and
not
dildos.
saying that
Advertise
because
to them.
I'm representative of Bad Dragon Incorporated. But I'm just saying, if you ever in the store for a large equine cock, there's only one place to go, and that's
Actually, hold on. I disagree.
No, we don't talk about the alternate sites. We don't talk about those sites.
No, we will talk about Zeta Creations and the many other fine manufacturers of cock out there.
There's one dildo.
Listen, there's only one place to get fresh cock, and it takes about 9 months to gestate, and then it takes about 18 years to be fully erect.
Yeah, but you'll quite often get subpar quality from that.
Yeah, exactly. Why go for subpar quality when you can go for the full quality of a Bad Dragon dildo? They're all made in America and support a local company.
Back on topic. Tabby.
Why is he shilling for Bad Dragon?
I don't know.
Because I am Bad Dragon.
He's a shameless shill.
Well,
of course.
He likes the cock.
It's your company.
Well, he loves the cock. What else?
It's my company, and I also work for Gawker and Kotaku, as I'm a professional shill. I've been confirmed.
Yeah,
he actually also works for Fox News and MSNBC.
No, I don't work for MSNBC. I only work for Fox, but that's only because I have to make sure Hannity has his regular supply of interns to send into riots and such.
Yeah, we get it. Anyways, but back on the topic of hand. Yeah, this is one of the issues that I have with just one of the many issues that I have with the whole deep freeze thing. It's the basic idea alone, the whole thought that it started with, I think, was flawed, and therefore the entire execution ended up being flawed. But that's just my personal perception, of course. Okay, you guys, this is the point where one of you, not all of you, start talking.
Okay.
I like pancakes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no,
I
deep freeze
like
just
to
seems
go for patience.
just from what you tell me. But that's only because I'm biased.
Evil Death Nightmare, to get into the Hangout, there's a link in the description of this YouTube video where you can click and just join us live on air. And of course, John, you're also welcome.
Oh, you
no.
silly son.
Alright, guys,
John,
John, there is plenty for you to disagree with in here. I know you can't resist it.
John, please.
Sidran
the
keeps
thing
trying to
to me.
say something. I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, please, Sidran, by all means. Your turn.
Okay. There's a video incoming
And
that
here's why.
should come along sometime this week. If any of you have watched Sargon's Death of the Gamer Identity, you might like to watch it whenever it comes out.
You do
It's
realize
a-
you're being relatively vague here, because when you say there's a video coming out, that really
Yes.
does narrow it down.
Are you going to tell us what channel it's on at least, so we can
Yes.
actually watch it? Or...
Come on! Why are y'all interrupting me while I was going on about it?
Because we're dicks.
That's
Deal
what we
with it.
do.
You suck. Alright, now to be
No.
serious, it's Seattle for Truth. That goober.
Seattle for Truth.
He's coming out with it. It should be out sometime this week. It will go into more detail over the Death of the Gamer Identity. And it has to do with Microsoft's antics involving the creation of propaganda mills in their efforts to simply push narratives.
That sounds kind of creepy. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, that does sound
Sounds
creepy.
conspiracy theory.
Is the basis of that series is really shaky, in my opinion. He really missed
The evidence has not been released yet.
Honestly, hold on, guys. Before you guys dismiss this stuff outright as a conspiracy theory,
No,
let's-
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't,
let's
I don't
look at
dismiss it. I don't dismiss it at all.
right. Let's
just
look
say
at the
that-
facts.
I just say that the basis of the series from previous parts he did seems shaky to me and not as clear. The way he read the studies are not as can be really from what I read, not really presenting them as well. It's not the
Could
whole
do better.
idea.
I agree. That's why, in addition to the video, there will also be a data dump of all the citations involved. If other people can present it better, I would appreciate it.
Fair enough.
But even so, I think he have a far more reach in that sense. So I don't know how can it be reached to him. But okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
The only issue I really have is making it 3 hours fucking long. It's like, come on, please break it up.
Yeah. Don't you just hate it when someone makes a video that's like 3 or 4 hours long, Shrek? Doesn't that suck, Shrek?
No.
Well, that depends. You know, I'm more the guy that likes videos that are 70, 80 hours long.
But anyways,
agree with
at least
Shrek.
there's
I
going to
like
be a
the white
decent amount
noise.
of good data in there. So
Yeah.
But it always depends on your purpose at hand. If you're going to present information, right, direct information, then having a certain, concise format is helpful to digesting those.
Get out, John. Get out, John. We
I'd
don't
have
want
to
your kind
agree.
here.
Hello, John.
Rating.
We don't want
here's
your
why.
kind here. And now
Hello.
for more. Hello.
Oi.
Can I just say I never liked the "and here's why" meme that's been going on in the back circles?
I've been busy with other stuff. I must have missed it.
Nah,
You
it was
missed everything, Cyprian.
it was formerly a an in joke in the Loot Gamer chat crew. Full disclosure, I am a consultant for Loot Gamer, so there's that.
Fair enough.
Fucking shill. I knew it all along. I never trust a panda.
Take a
So,
brown
those are
pill,
fun
John.
that
Take a
actually
brown
go-
pill.
Hashtag shill panda.
How does the Panda
Panda
actually
Gate!
By the way,
The Panda
YouTubers that I
Gate.
haven't met yet. Even though I know like half of you already.
Don't know
I
me.
believe Sidrian has like logs of us all just of all like our data.
He has logs of all of us jacking off a horse together. Remember that time?
Sounds awesome.
We don't talk about that, Glenn. I mean, that was
Hey, for the record, those were two
We
horses
don't know if it's-
simultaneously.
Wait, whoa. Is that why you? Is that why you
Yeah,
made me horse costume? Is this why?
Kick.
No,
And
no.
just
Why do
for
you
the
think?
record,
why do you think
considering
you got
that-
the whole talk?
And considering that I was, professionally employed creating virtual horsecock at that point in time, it was completely for professional reasons.
For professional reasons, but that's why me and Shrek, we have a very poor understanding of each other's work, because he runs that site and I have to run baddragon.com.
No,
So,
dude.
How bad is my
raging
microphone on
competitor.
a scale of 1 to 10?
You're fucking shit, because we all know that the new meme is a wet guy on K.
What?
Hey,
Hello, Evil Death Nightmare. Welcome to the Hangout.
what's up, man? What's going on?
We were just having a little chat here. Rise of the Moderates, so
What
to
is-
speak.
What is your first name?
Sick.
Evil Death Nightmare.
Yeah, that's my
Well,
name. That's my
Well,
full name.
obviously, Nightmare would be his last name, Evil would be his first name, and Death would be his middle name.
Duh.
Yeah.
I thought it was like Evilled was the first, then EF was the middle, then Nightmare was the end.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Anyway.
Let's talk about rapiers. I just want to talk about rapiers, to be honest. That's what I'm here for.
About what?
Rapiers.
Rapiers.
The thin sword that you used to stab people.
Oh.
Rapiers.
I thought you said rape is.
Reapers.
Well, first you gotta understand that the actual rapiers used back in the days are not at all the rapiers that are currently used in modern day fencing. They tend to be a lot
That's
heavier.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit and compare them to other medieval weapons.
Well, I'm cool with that,
I
considering
could do that for hours. But
Yeah, me
what's
too.
the topic of this stream?
Admittedly, that's a bit above my head.
It was meant to be the moderates, but we seem to have gone very, very far from that topic.
Well, no. I mean,
What about
This is related. This is
Since I've
related.
joined.
This is definitely related.
There we go.
This is what we're all here for.
No,
This is
because
what-
in all
came here to do.
seriousness, right? I do think that we should be. I think it is time for the moderates to rise, so to speak, and basically, we should be the ones that are, going in or like getting our voices out there. We should be the ones,
It's time for the betas to rise and burn everything down.
Who says I'm a beta?
I am.
I will for you.
Your man is better
If anything, I'm an omega. I'm not beta.
Your man is better
I'm
collection.
so far down the rabbit hole that it's not even funny.
Well, nice meme, dude.
That's just,
Smoke.
it's just sad.
May I ask,
Wait, you
are you
sound like you're from
actually?
Melbourne.
You wouldn't be to happen to be the developer of the game of the same name, would you?
Nope.
Wait, what game?
Evil Death Nightmare.
Wait, there's a game called Evil Death Nightmare?
Yes.
For real?
Yes.
Oh shit, I'm gonna look that up.
Actually, actually, I think we while we had a game development stream a while ago, we actually had the creator in here, and he provided us with a alpha copy of the game. It actually didn't look too bad. I mean, it seemed, at least for the development time at that point in time, to be really nicely progressed. That's why I was asking.
Oh, okay.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Thank you
It
for
looks cool.
interviewing Peter.
Peter Coffin?
We tried, the thing
What?
is, he,
No, not
he,
Peter Coffin, jeez.
he did not,
Hey, his
we
wife
couldn't
is
get
very
every
attractive.
question in, Unfortunately, there were some questions that, were not answered,
That's
but we
cool.
tried to do the best of it.
Do you believe in the gaps of the god?
That's fine by me. In the end, that particular issue finally got fixed, and I have a copy on Steam now. Finally.
Awesome. Yeah,
I
we
don't know
still
what
went
the
to
other
Hotline
code's going
Miami
to be
too.
for, because I have a physical code now too, and I'm not sure if it even works or not. I'm not sure if it
You
gave me like
said, yes, I am the
copies
developer
accidentally.
of Evil Death Nightmare, you
Is
dinky.
anyone else drinking?
I would be, but I've got university in 4 hours.
Will Avian have... Yeah, dude, for sure.
I have not drunk in years.
If there's
guys.
a
How are you
distress stream,
Australian?
I'll like model on that
I've
now.
never been drunk, so.
How are you
I-
fucking alive, Adrian?
You should
In
try it
all fairness,
once.
I have not been sober in the past 15 years or so.
I like Shrek Bane because of that.
It helps.
Where is Shrek Bane? Is he here?
No,
I'm
he's
here,
not.
dude. This is me.
I
I'm
killed
Shrek
him.
Bane.
No, he's
can't
not. That's
work with
Johnny
Shrek
King
when
Network.
he's sober.
Remember where the original OG people were? And
Oh,
where's
sorry.
Robin?
Okay, guys, don't talk over each other. Sorry. Evil, what were you asking?
Where's Robin? The OG game.
Oh, Robin. Well, he usually hangs around. I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't joined the hangout, but it's possible he might be busy right now. He does the open house on Fridays.
Isn't he busy with
Oh.
carbon-based radio? Hold on, I'm
Yeah.
gonna take a shot.
Yeah,
Well,
how's carbon-based radio going?
But
Please, Mr.
basically,
Jones,
after
sure.
everybody gave him the shaft, I don't think, and specifically after, well, let's just say falling out with some of the people involved, considering the fact that the episodes that were funded, basically already came out. I honestly don't think there's going to be too much more coming out in that sense.
How's the t-shirts?
What?
How's the
I believe he
t-shirt
wants to-
sales? Are the t-shirt sales up?
What t-shirt sales? What are you talking about?
We've really got to get Dr. Layman.
There were
in here.
never any t-shirt sales for carbon-based gaming. What are you talking about?
No, just
There's
like
none.
I thought he had a project where he was selling
It was
t-shirts.
the review made. It was the review
Oh, that's
lab.
the other guy? Alright, I get so confused.
That was settled already. Mercedes gave refunds for
Alright,
anyone who
that's
asked.
awesome.
Yeah, that was actually settled. He has his own issues beyond that, but that
Oh, yeah.
at least was settled.
Alright, that's good, that's good.
And quite frankly, I attribute any kind of difficulties partially to those issues, and well, partially also
Also,
to
fuck Neardan for his doxing.
Yep, and
Hey, he didn't do nothing
Yeah.
wrong. He's a good boy.
Nah, he
Well,
did.
that's-
Community.
get the fuck out of here.
If I had my druthers, I would have been able to have perma-banned him then. But I got overruled, so.
Well, I mean, you should have given me admin, and I would have saved you all.
It wouldn't have made a difference.
You are the
know that.
last person who should have admin anywhere.
I got overruled by Cyberzerker. So, yeah. Remember?
Yeah.
I remember when that happened.
Can we just
I
talk about
remember when
medieval sports,
Cyber
please?
ethics inside of me.
But I will say, it did kind of please me when Nidran turned into a public lolcow after this whole bullshit.
I liked how he tried to go after me despite me helping him out. It's like, okay.
Yeah,
Neargen surprised me because I actually talked with him before he went off, and he seemed pretty reasonable, but I don't know what got into him.
He just got burned out with all his failed projects. That's all I think it is.
Well,
He's not a terrible person or anything. He's just fucking up. That's all.
Well, one of the issues, and once again, it comes down to people who put in a lot of effort, but they do that with the expectation of, gratitude or, some kind of reward for it. Here's the basic thing: if you want to do shit, do shit. Don't expect, to be, applauded for it. Don't expect any of that shit. If it happens,
Or even
fine.
liked. You're
Yeah.
gonna be hated.
Yeah. If you're gonna do it, just do it for its own sake. If you're gonna
do
do
it because
something,
you want to.
yeah, if you're gonna do something for somebody's approval, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
That's basically my attitude towards this shit.
Pretty
What
much.
if you do it
Fucking
for your own approval?
Yep. Or because you
Like,
want more.
the people
Can I do
helping me
that?
with the game I'm working on were out of the kindness of their hearts because they just wanted to, and so we're making this game together. There's no necessarily a reward. It'd be nice if people realize how skilled everyone is, but we're just doing it to do it.
When's it coming out?
We're hoping to have the goal is to make a prototype that is its own fully playable game, and we estimate we can have that done in about 6 months. And if people really like it, there's a bunch of features we could probably toss on it. We'll see.
I will say, I found from what I've seen, you know, of some of the artwork, I do like the combination of absolute cuteness and completely, you know, like visceral dismemberment shit.
Well, it is a game about defeating monsters, looting their body parts, and then attaching them onto your body to upgrade it.
Oh
Can you detach a human cock from them and then add it onto yours?
I think that would have to be a user mod.
You have to wait for the mods to come out for that.
And we'll see.
Oh, that's gonna take for fucking ever.
Then we can review it.
There will be some humans that you can kill, of course, just to have human body parts to mix in.
Alright, let me have a look at the chat quickly. Let's not forget these guys are part of this too.
No, they're not.
I really hate that guy in the chat called Ozfag. He seems like a fucking asshole. I mean, he keeps on talking about how he wants to have this John Kelly ethics inside of him while fidgeting red pills his mouth. I mean, what kind of fucking retard says that?
Yeah, I think he should be banned for life.
Yeah, I
But
also
the
think
point
he
is
should
just do
off him.
things because you want to do it. Don't do things because you're looking to get famous. It's nice if you get famous, but do it.
Do it for you. Don't try and worry about what the next man thinks. Do it
Exactly.
for you.
Me personally, I do things because I want things to improve, and I see things very terrible right now.
And you want more things to disagree with.
Not necessarily. I don't think that arguing forever is going to be a goal of mine at all.
And this is another thing that I think we got to keep in mind. You know, we kind of do want this to come to a successful conclusion at some point. And I think some people are just, you know, like, basically have resigned themselves. This is going to go forever, and this is why we're going to play it. But I don't disagree with that notion. You know, there has to be an end goal.
Well, at least you're halfway there. I mean, for the most part, Gamergate has achieved quite a bit in the short term of the beginning, but now it just seems to be either slowly dying or really, really achieving its goals slowly.
What being achieved, namely the FTC regulation.
Well, I would agree if you was talking about the hashtag, maybe, and even just maybe.
No, like the overall movement of what Gamergate has achieved, like with a lot of the journalist sites.
Dude, what have we achieved? We haven't achieved jack shit in a way. You know, sure, we got some people to put up some ethics policies, but really, is that really it?
It's a start.
No, it's not. You know, these things.
Well,
these are
you had the finances of a couple of sites.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You know, okay, that is definitely an achievement. But if we're being honest here, you know, this is something that I take issue with. Like, for example, The Escapist, right? After they released their ethics policy and, you know, threw in some weak-ass apology, that was it. You know? Where are the actual consequences to the actions, you know? An ethics policy is meaningless if it's just a piece of paper. You know what I'm saying?
I think
the reason it's meaningless is because there's no actual set rules for that sort of thing.
And that's part of the problem.
There is a deeper issue in the fact that there is still the connection between the news media and publishers. It's still in the area of the problem, in a way. You still have a press kit that come to the news media to review, and they are more as an hype piece in a way. The media still being viewed as some stretch.
An arm of the PR machine.
Yes, it's not really changed. The system itself, that's my core issue with a lot of people that say that we achieve our goal.
Well,
even if
may I weigh in on that?
May or not, but people who say that we ultimately did reach our goals, Sargon said it in David Pacman interview, but with the fact that there is regulation, doesn't mean it's in practice, and you need that's why I think things like deep freeze need to be more established within existing authoritative establishments as well.
Okay.
Because it is needed.
Now let me
It is
wait.
needed.
Right? I personally think our goal is somewhere completely different to what you guys may consider the goal. Okay? Personally, it's this. It doesn't matter what kind of policies these sites post. It doesn't matter if we defeat Gawker and burn it to the ground. It doesn't matter if we, make UBM PLC stock price drop to nothing. In the end, what our goal should be, and this is going to sound ridiculously stupid, but raise awareness of this shit that is going on. Because let's look at ourselves, okay? The people involved in GG, they're going to see this shit, and they're going to be able to recognize it for what it is in the future. That's what we should be working on. Getting people to the point where they can recognize this bullshit by themselves when they see it. Make people aware of the problems. You know what I'm trying to say?
I take a more enforcement as well, I guess. But I can see what you say. That a part
I actually
of
think
it.
that's an anti-Semitic statement.
What?
Well, what I'd like to see is I don't think enough. I don't think certain people currently in power right now should be. I don't think that, like, for instance, why does Nathan Grayson still have a job? As an example, like, if you look at, like, Deep Freeze, he has like 11 ethical violations. That number may be skewed depending on.
I look at most of them. It's really question, is that the issue that you don't have authoritative figures that support the cause? I have no idea how valid the cause is.
Dash, let me finish my point first.
They judged him before you really could measure what he really did.
Dash, if you don't mind, I'd like to finish my point before you go on to another one.
Sorry.
What I was saying is, like, you have people like Nathan Grayson, Ben Kuchera, Stephen Tittel. They all still have their jobs. I don't think they should have their jobs anymore because they really messed up in a bad way. And unless they take stringent efforts to really reform their practices, and they haven't, I don't believe they deserve their jobs still. I think that they should be run out of the industry. They should not retain journalism credentials. That's my opinion. I mean, there's still people who we were protesting against Consumer Revolt who have come on, who have been unscathed. I mean, there's exceptions like Leigh Alexandra. She's lost her job at Polygon, not Polygon, sorry, Gamma Sutra. Now she's working with Offworld, which best to luck to her, working for a website where she can just be as biased as she wants to be, and it'll have all the credibility as a website that is as openly and verbatimly biased as it is. But then you have these other, but then you still have these main websites that are still recognized as establishment in the gaming industry. That to me is still a problem, and I don't think it's going to be corrected soon. But it should be corrected. Like either these websites should be contained and they should have a scarlet letter attached to them, or they should be reformed. And that was the initial goals we set forth, and I don't believe those goals have been met.
The question is, how do you judge? I think when you interpret specific action of these people, it's not that clear that they need to be out of the industry or be some sort of field. That way, I don't think enforcement can be. I'm not to know how much in the legal system there is a past regulation and past.
Well, Dash, if I can answer that, I think the consequences should be through the market should basically go and pull support from websites that are definitely corrupt.
And how do you get to know? But here's the thing, these are a couple of guys. In the grand scheme of things, whether or not they get fired doesn't really change too much. But when we,
you seen the new gameplay trailer for Hatred?
I think there is need to be more enforcement in that regard, but I don't think enforcement should be that they are automatically fired because we found 11 evidence in a deep freeze, so-called evidence.
I'm not calling for the government to come in and get these people fired necessarily unless they actually did something that is actually illegal. Some of these people have done things that are illegal, which the government should definitely be looking into, but in cases where they're not illegal, solely unethical by standards of their profession, that should be a case of where, well, there's no reason for you guys to have any credibility. Their credibility should be zero.
Yes, but once again, guys, let me just weigh in here. Once again, these things, whether they should or not, that's all fine and dandy. But in the end, in the grand scheme of things, that isn't going to affect, the media as a whole as much. However, if we see our duty in educating people into turning people into more critical consumers of media, that is our winning condition. Because then those people are going to look at the bullshit when they see it and they're going to call it out. And that is what our end goal should be, in my personal opinion.
Real quick, you guys, I gotta head out and I want to do some before I leave. So
Shill away.
Yeah, I run the Tea and Press podcast. If you want to hear more from my inane ramblings, check that out. And if any of you people listening or you people on the stream want to come on as guests, just let me know. It's run every Saturday at 7 UK time. Yeah, I'm done. Peace.
What do you
Sorry,
mean,
what?
you should get me on when I'm
You people,
drunk?
you kinds of people, you scum, you underbreds.
I guarantee you, it's at least as gay as this one.
If not more.
If not degenerate.
Yeah. Just tweet at me at the man in the maroon if you want on. Peace out.
Yes.
You goobers.
Oh, glad he's gone.
Yeah, what a bag.
There's still 2 Australians left. I'm just waiting until the other one leaves.
We should just kick all of the other members and just have Australians on the chat. That's it.
I think
100% pure.
Guys, let's not all talk over each other, please.
Alright, just let the Australians.
Yeah, let the Australians talk. Yeah, exactly.
Fucking Australians.
Alright, crashing this stream with no survivors. Let's do it.
Let's kill everyone.
Wait, are you guys here to tell us about your Lord and Savior Azus? Is that what's going on? Is this Mormons? Are you like Azus type Mormons?
No, we're here to
Yes.
tell you about our Lord and Savior Shrekbane, who doesn't like to play fun games like The Witcher 3.
What?
I have no idea what's going on.
Like you'd want to play Witcher 3 or something because it looks shit.
No, that wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Someone fucking said it.
Wasn't me, no. What I did say, however, is that I don't care about the recent controversy in regards to Green Man Gaming and GOG.
What
Me
about
personally,
Green Man Gaming? What did they do now?
I don't know. There was supposedly something going on with GOG stating that the keys for Witcher 3 that Green Man Gaming was handing out were illegitimate.
Oh boy. That could be a mess if true.
Yep.
They've had a little bit of trouble with that, although they're usually pretty good about that.
So, but they, as far as I hear, they are very good at giving refunds, and people that have requested refunds are getting them, which makes them already infinitely better than Steam.
Yeah. I mean, if they weren't trying to refund, I would be really pissed off at them.
No, but they, as a matter of fact, people were receiving their refunds within an hour. I think that's a pretty, honest, good statement right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, you got to be reasonable. Outrage is fine, but you got to be reasonable about your shit. Personally,
Yeah. There's got to be an actionable goal for them to achieve in order for you to at least be satisfied. If there is no actionable goal that they can even try to achieve, and you are just mindlessly screaming at them, then why do you expect them to listen to you?
Exactly. I mean, otherwise it's going to turn into the same shit as, put female characters in Assassin's Creed. You put a female character in Assassin's Creed, you bastard!
Well, it seems to work for them, so it must work for others. Public outrage seems to be something almost what's in manufacturing nowadays.
Duh. I mean, that's kind of obvious at this point.
Yeah, but now it's gotten to the point where it's just kind of scary to a point. Because if you're smart enough, you can twist these people to make you do anything you want to a certain point.
I suppose. Hold on a second.
What I think we need to do is we need to find more initiatives to actually work on. Like when we did the Operation Disrespectful Nod, what was so groundbreaking about, well, not groundbreaking, it was really just a reusal of old tactics, but from previous generations. But what made that very different from other things that have gone on the internet was it's not something that's typically done. It was a course of political action that had results by just simply informing the advertisers about what was going on. They looked into it and they're like, "Hey, you got a point there. These brands are not
guess
good."
who's in the chat right now? It's Benjamin Barber, aka Endomorphosis.
I was not going to bring him up on air, but
No,
It's too late now, right?
I think it's hilarious. Hey, Ben.
No, you're serious.
Wait, is this that Ben guy that you guys are always talking about?
Oh my God!
It is
Well,
that
you
guy,
see,
the guy
Ben
who
didn't
decided
pull
to
out.
try and,
Oh, that douchebag. Right. Go down and fire, you faggot.
Well,
No.
no.
Tell us-
Quite frankly, if he wants to come in here, he can. But the funny thing is, I doubt he will because he knows well enough that we're going to call him out on his shit. Now, I'm going to be putting it quite frankly, Ben. You have pissed away any kind of sympathy in here when you threaten to sue people over not paying your fucking rent, and your entire house of lies came collapsing in on itself. You know, here's the thing. When you try to give away games that have been donated by thousands of gamers just to serve your own personal agenda, and then get pissed off when the people are actually in charge of that shit aren't going along with your nonsense, then you have no reason to act butthurt about it. So, yeah, dude. Your credibility is down in the shitter. And any place where you try to peddle your bullshit and we see it, we're going to call you out on it for it. So, just as a little heads up to you.
Wow, you just got fucking owned. Jesus.
Yeah, no, because, you know, I noticed, I heard that he was running around in streams peddling his idiocy, right? And, you know, just, you know, trying to, you know, keep up his pretenses here. But the sad matter of the fact is the guy got a personal, you know, war going on and is, you know, basically trying to use Gamergate as his personal army in his own, you know, the war thing.
Yeah,
which I find hilarious.
What was the deal with him dating a woman from TechRaptor or something, I heard?
What? Completely none way with it. That's
I think that's
rumor.
something else entirely.
I think you're confusing shit.
Okay. It wasn't me that confused
That was
shit. It was someone else who
he's the
told me
one with
about it.
the
But,
ads that he claims seeing.
Dude, I don't need to
therapist
invite
with.
you. If you actually bother to pay attention, the link is in the bottom of the Hangout. Now, actually, I don't even know if we have enough room in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's room.
we have room
Yeah.
for one more, but I really do not feel like talking with Benjamin Barber.
Well, neither do I.
Come on, be a big guy. Oh,
Colin,
God damn it,
Yeah.
Colin!
You're going to have to hop out again. Benjamin Barber wants to come into the Hangout, and we're going to give him a shot at doing so.
why?
So, quite frankly, if I'm going to talk shit about somebody, I need to give them the opportunity to offend themselves.
Right of reply.
True enough. All right, but I recommend that someone play.
Actually, let's see if we can get old school in here too.
I
Well,
can.
I don't mind talking to him if y'all want to do that, but I'd be.
If you're going to be
quite
inviting
counter it.
Benjamin in, it's going to be a case of where there's one guy versus 9 other people. Now, as much as we
I
may
prefer
not,
I'm
not
not gonna
to
say
be an
a damn
asshole in
thing.
that way.
yeah,
Quite frankly, the difference, is, anyways, is between me and him, right?
right. All right.
I
Since
don't
Ben,
really know the
guy,
the point is, we need a neutral moderator. I can't moderate because I'm pretty sure Benjamin will have something to say against me. I would prefer someone who has no stake in this moderate.
I can't
vote
moderate.
Evil Death.
I already talked shit about the Gamergate mods and whatnot, and I modded on both Gamergate and GG. It wouldn't be fair.
Okay, then Patient, could you
I
moderate?
always try.
What do you want me to do?
Wait, Osfag just volunteered. Osfag, can you moderate this?
I'll try
Alright.
for like the 10 minutes I will be awake.
Okay, just make sure everyone has gets their point through, and make sure one person speaks at a time. If like 2 people speak up at the same time, make sure each.
I know how to do this. I'm only
Alright.
slightly retarded.
All right. Well, Ben, you have the right of reply, so go for it.
This will be interesting.
Ben, you have the floor.
Pro tip that requires you to unmute yourself.
You seem to be a robot, mate.
Wow, he even looks like a fag.
Your microphone is
Just have
so
a please be quiet.
Testing.
Nope, you're still a robot.
Testing.
You're
Yeah,
coming
no,
in, but you're coming in as a robot.
Yeah, pretty much. And now it's dead air, so I'm...
Dead air, dead air.
I think he's in the process of switching microphones, so let's give him some time. In the meantime, let's we can continue our discussion until he figures this sort of.
No, he's switching operating systems.
Oh, okay. Well,
that is an odd problem to have, all things considered.
I don't know. I can get it to work
Yeah, I
with
think
Linux.
he's
It's fine.
misdiagnosed the problem, but who gives a shit?
Anyways, as we were saying, basically this is the whole problem. Is, I do think that in general, people get way too butthurt about how much they're doing, and as a result of that, we've seen this. I call it burnout syndrome. When people start to neglect their personal lives and the shit that they have to get done in real life and really throw themselves fully into it, and then of course they get upset because they're not seeing, them get the recognition that they feel is due to them. And this is quite frankly why I'm saying from the beginning, do shit because you feel like it should be done. Don't do shit expecting anything in return, because chances are you aren't going to get it. If you get it, great. If you don't get it, well, just deal with it. GG isn't here to be your personal audience. We're here to get a job done.
Right. I'm in it for anti-corruption. I don't like seeing corruption happen, and I don't like seeing people basically doing terrible things to get ahead.
He will come back. Give it a moment.
Run off with his tail between his legs.
No.
No.
The day
He
that
looked at the
Gamergate
chat. He's switching over to
beyond the
Windows.
parameters of the internet, and you suddenly begin having meetups. I think that would be the day that I finally commit suicide.
What do you mean? We are having
started
meetups.
having
There's
meetups.
nothing wrong with
All
that.
right, I'm gonna go find my niece then.
Yeah, the only issue I really have with the meetups is they're calling them Gamergate meetups. They should just be called meetups.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
I
even,
hate that.
frankly, even that is
Here's
my
an
thing.
idea: just have Gamers Day Out.
Well,
I would actually prefer that over a Gamergate meetup. But if they're going to call them that, I don't see a problem with people attending them. I just wish the name was different. That's just me
what
personally.
I have a little bit of an issue with, which is what I've been seeing, is that now people seem to think, oh, we need to have some celebrity there to make it worthwhile. Oh, we need to invite Milo. We need to invite Christina.
That's the precise reason I hate that branding bullshit. Because it encourages that line of thinking.
Well,
First,
thankfully, I kind of doubt he was going to move his ass to Germany.
yeah.
Well, you never know. Germany could begin to rise again, and we all could become Germany.
Who was it? I
I'm
was
not saying that
pay
they're going to become
$50
the
to
EU.
punch Nero in the face.
Why would they want to punch Milo in the face?
Was it you, John? I think it was you, wasn't it? I said if you ever meet him, I'll give you $50 if you punch him in the face.
No,
Or
that wasn't
someone
me.
else?
No,
I
they're...
wish I could remember who it was.
Yeah.
Might
No,
have
they're...
been Raz. Maybe it was
All right.
Raz.
I'm back.
I could use
Yeah,
the
I'm
money
sorry,
though.
but-
I won't lie.
I want to see what he says.
Well, if you can take photo evidence of you punching Nero in the face, I'll give you $50.
Hypothetically. Hypothetically, of course. We are in
All right, okay, I'm going to try to organize a real boxing match
No,
there.
not hypothetically.
Alright,
I seriously
well,
mean this.
Guys, can
This
we
is a
let
real
the
fucking offer.
Benjamin? Oh god, there's two
I
of them.
don't owe anyone.
Okay, dude. One client only, please. Being in here twice
I'm
isn't really
quite
working.
scared.
I don't know.
If he
anyone
echoes.
shit.
Benjamin, you once again have the floor.
See, this wouldn't happen if you didn't use a filthy Linux.
See, this is why I said I don't
Dirty
think he
Linux.
diagnosed the problem properly.
No, he said something. He's just quiet.
Ben, can you
agree?
Okay,
now
you're
we're
Yeah,
getting
it's
much
somewhere.
clear.
All right, now
No,
shut up and let him explain.
The state of Linux drivers really sucks, by the way.
Okay, Benjamin, here are
Yes,
the ground
well,
rules. Osfag is a neutral party, so he will be moderating.
Who's
He has no stake in this.
Okay, well,
The
And,
faggot that looks like a wolf.
And even though we have some disagreements, I don't like it when there's a stream and there's one guy arguing against everyone else, because that's not good for any parties involved, especially not the people listening. So we'll try to keep this as one person at a time as possible, and Osfag will be responsible for moderating it. So
At least for the time being, before I fall asleep.
right.
So
okay,
I'll let.
so I'll start with, I guess, a question to. I'll start with a question to Matthias. So who exactly did I ask to pay for my rent?
You actually threatened to sue me for not paying your rent.
No, what did I say I was going to sue you over? Because I don't recall ever asking anyone to ever pay for my rent.
Let me ask you exactly
Nor
what
Hey,
did you sue
one
me
at a
over?
time, guys. One at a time.
How could I possibly ever, in the court of law, ask a judge to sue someone for not paying for my rent? Why would you have ever been obligated to pay for my rent?
Well, considering you never delivered any service that you demanded payment for, the only real thing that you possibly could have had going was that. But aside from that, it's not like this would be the first time you tried to sue over completely ridiculous things.
So the service that I didn't provide for, are you referring to some things that you paid on PayPal that the process didn't go through, and the money was sitting for 2 weeks in limbo?
And what exact service did you provide for that?
Well, normally you wait for the payment to be confirmed before you ship the product, which is usually how eBay and PayPal work. And typically, right? And so you paid, but you didn't confirm your bank account. No money was ever deposited, and you expected product. So
which product precisely did I expect from you?
I made an invoice of items that you could buy, and then you made a PayPal transaction. The PayPal transaction went stale because there was no funds provided to PayPal for which to pay me.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but did we not agree on the fact in a hangout where there were other people that can bear witness to this, were present, that you were going to be selling that product to somebody else, since quite obviously the processing couldn't be handled in time and you were in urgent need of that money, yes or no?
I didn't sell it to anyone else. I made an offer, but because you know what?
What was agreed on, though?
Well, what was agreed on was that there was going to be payment provided for a product, and what was also agreed was that, if I remember correctly, that you wanted to be on some nonprofit and have me help out for doing some coding because you guys were swamped.
First off,
right?
Did I at every point in time sign any document in which I agreed to be on said board of said nonprofit, yes or no?
There was actually Skype transactions which I saved, which said that you intended to be a part of the nonprofit. You advertised that all of the game codes would be going to nonprofits.
No, actually,
I feel like I'm watching Judge Judy.
I should rephrase. It should be going to charity. Charity is what they were supposed to be going towards.
Then let me answer that statement. Actually, you are incorrect in your assessment, because I actually went back through the older streams and made sure that I got my ducks in a row there. We were speculating on what was going to happen with this thing. We actually never made a direct statement that they were going to charity. I said we are currently debating on how we are going to handle things, and one of the options being discussed was to give it to charity. Now you, who was merely basically involved in this project as a volunteer on the coding side, took it upon yourself to claim credit for the entire operation, and not just that, you actually took it upon yourself to offer codes which were gifted to us without consulting with any of us.
And give them to what?
And give them to MagFest.
To charity.
Well, which was
Which
not at no point in time within your rights or within your power to do so. You basically thought that just because I was potentially going to be a part of your board of your nonprofit, that gave you the authority to claim this entire thing as your own, when all that you were involved in was in fact just part of the coding. You did not, at no point in time, gather any of these game donations. You didn't, at no point in time, involve yourself in any other shape or form as instead of a coder. And quite frankly, the code that you delivered failed to work properly.
I think it was not that it failed to work properly. It was that we were getting junk codes, which could not be compensated for with any amount of programming, and ultimately the entire model. The entire model was broken. The entire model was non-functional. So are they going to say?
No, weirdly enough, the entire model continued to operate successfully even after you left, until then, shortly afterwards, these wrong codes started piling in. But even in disregarding all that, none of these things gave you at any point an authority to offer these codes to anyone, least of all to somebody to fit your personal agenda just because you wanted to debate Arthur Chu, which I might just say is an idiotic idea again, which you shouldn't be debating anybody.
So let me understand correctly. You went on the stream saying that there was these game codes for charity, which I have saved.
No, I did not say those games codes were for charity. I said that we were debating on what we were going to be doing. It was hold on, no.
I'm just gonna go grab it. I'm gonna go grab the stuff. So.
That we were debating, we had not made a final decision, and we had come to the decision universally as the admins of the operation, which you were not a part of. You were merely a coder, right? That we could not be doing this since the codes were given to us under a different pretense. Namely, the codes were given to us under the understanding that they were going to be handed out to random gamers who had been nominated, not to anybody, any charity in specific. Now, regardless of what, hold on.
Let Ben speak about the allegations he threw.
How long was the project stale for? And if it wasn't being given to a charity, and like you said, your business registration in Germany wasn't able to deal with or tolerate the sort of structure that you had set up for this organization.
Actually,
were you instead filing taxes on those game codes, or what organization was receiving those game codes? Were they filing taxes? What's happening to the assets? Where's the accounting for the assets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? What's the actual legal organization of the entity receiving these assets?
You know, the beauty of this is, we are not a charity. We at no point in time pretended to be a charity.
Fantastic. So are you doing tax evasion then? Because someone's receiving assets, someone's handling assets. Those assets are in-kind contributions or in-kind income. And so if it's not for charity, it's supposed to be on someone's taxes.
If I can point out, Ben, how does this in any way relate to what you decided to do with the codes in any way whatsoever?
Okay. More to the point. The project was stale because the model was broken. I offered to give it to charity, like it was supposed to be given to charity.
How did you? Hold on.
Ben,
like it was supposed to be given to charity for the holiday season.
I would really like it if you answered what Kelly asked, because that kind of seems to be.
What authority did you have to offer these codes to anybody?
The agreement that I came into you both with was that these were going to be given away for the holiday season. That was said over and over and over again that we were going to give away all these codes for the holiday season.
No, that was something you decided.
I have all the videos.
Yeah, so do I. They're on record.
Yeah, I know, exactly. And I also have all the Skype logs. I also have all the Google Plus logs. I have every single log. I could have gone and been a giant, massive dick and just dumped it all, but I didn't. I left you guys alone. I could have. I just left you guys alone. I just left you guys alone because obviously you guys are amateur. You can't handle your shit.
Let me ask you, does the definition of leaving you alone include going on live streams behind our back and bitching about shit? Because that doesn't seem like leaving us alone. Or making legal threats on Twitter that you never ever decided to follow up on because you know that my lawyers would eat you alive.
You're in Germany, dude.
Yes,
US courts have no.
Yes, I'm in Germany, but Fortunately, my lawyers are in New York City, and they can get your ass.
For what?
For anything that you may want to throw at me.
That you took assets that were not assigned to any...
No, I didn't took any...
Shrek, let Ben talk for a bit.
So what I'm understanding correctly is that your complaint is that I gave assets which were ostensibly supposed to be given away to charity, and I gave them away to charity. After what it says in the Articles of Incorporation of a nonprofit, that when something dissolves, that they'd be given to charity. Now you're saying that there was no charity involved, and so instead, that since there's no charity, they're part of your private property or part of whose property exactly?
Okay.
And as far as I am aware, when you make a computer program, the person or organization that writes the computer program owns the intellectual property. Now, well, I guess in theory, since it didn't really go to...
That's incorrect. Generally, it's whoever the company is. It's the company that the code is being written for retains the rights to. You're an idiot.
Okay, so then where's the company that the code was written for? Who was it written for, or what company was it written for?
Okay,
and therefore, who legally? And then therefore, who legally owns the assets?
Let me address these issues one by one. Okay, you're basically implying that because you wrote the code that this stuff was donated through, you therefore automatically retain all rights to anything that was given to Operation Game It Forward. Do I understand this correctly?
No, I said there should have been a non-profit board, and that the non-profit board would be the one that owns it. But you're saying there's no non-profit board, there's no charity.
No, this was never.
And the assets belong to nobody.
Hold on. First off, it was well. Okay, fine.
I'll let you speak afterwards.
Sorry?
Ben, you have the floor for now.
Oh, well, as in just keeping in terms with accounting, right? The assets had to belong to someone, something, somewhere, right? So if they didn't belong to the nonprofit, they didn't belong to a charity, whom did they belong for? The person that they belonged for, did they file taxes, or did they file the accounting for those assets properly? How are those assets being accounted for?
Shrek, your response?
Okay, first off, there was never an understanding that Operation Game It Forward had to do anything with a non-profit, because we clearly stated multiple times in multiple streams that we were not going to, go for the non-profits, simply because for something along these lines it seemed far too complicated. But if you're really willing to do so, quite frankly, that's an easy way to deal with it too, because we actually have people in the United States who are more than happy to, claim this kind of stuff, if you want to go that route. But in the end, what it boils down to is you got butthurt that we weren't going to be going along with your plan of giving these things away. And the thing is, you didn't even give them away. You demanded a condition, namely that Arthur Chu debate you at MagFest. So you weren't basically trying to give this to charity. You were trying to use this as leverage to further your own personal agenda.
So what
was my personal agenda?
No. Ben gets to talk, then John, and then Tabitha.
Okay, so
that's a lie.
Oh, that was all I had to say. He's more retarded than Ben. Just.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, it wasn't meant for charity. It wasn't meant to be for a non-profit. And your complaint was that I offered to give it to Child's Play, which was a name that we threw around lots of times, if Arthur Chu would allow Gamergaters like myself to have a debate on harassment at the con.
Yes, and the first reason why this
and so how does
let Ben finish?
Okay.
Okay, and so ostensibly, I would say that nobody wants a panel of just anti-GG talking about harassment in the industry, right? Like that's pretty fair. And when you say it's pretty fair that we got harassed with these fake codes or other things, right? For simply doing a charitable product. We did a charity. We couldn't do it because it kept getting spammed by anti-GG. And
first off, no, we actually have no direct evidence.
All right, I'm gonna step in and so ask a few questions.
Okay, that's fine.
It seems to be a bit sad.
Okay, there's a couple questions I need to ask here. The first question is, do game codes? Is there a precedent for game codes counting as monetizable, taxable assets that need to be taxed, and what is the legal precedent for this assertion? This is for...
Well, I would think so, considering they're always being sold online via websites and like eBay and stuff. I would think that that would be considered.
Actually,
it's definitely good
I
for service.
want to hear. Hey, I want to hear Ben have his words about this.
Oh. Well, I mean, there's been some lawsuits in the past about someone who went and deleted someone's Second Life and whether or not those virtual assets are real tangible assets, and I don't remember every bit of case law off the top of my head, but as far as I'm aware, yes, digital assets do have some utility and have some value, just like Bitcoin, for instance, and the IRS and other organizations, or for instance, like PAX can't accept anonymous
pinpoint
Bitcoin.
the question? Can I
Look at
pinpoint
EVE
the question?
Online. That huge battleship that's worth something like what, $7,000 or something in real fucking money?
Well, in the case of EVE Online, I believe that's Monopoly money, sort of. I'm not 100%
Yeah,
sure.
no, but I'm saying the actual value in real life of the ship is like $7,000 or $8,000. It's fucking ludicrous.
Yeah, like for the FEC,
Alright,
the Federal Elections
let's get
Commission,
back to
they
the
ask for
question.
digital products to be assigned at market value for the digital product, and that was, I guess, for the Bitcoin like advisory opinion for the Federal Elections Commission. So, you know, digital products can have value.
Yes.
Whatever.
The question is,
All right,
do
now,
Hold on. May I
let
answer?
Trick talk.
May I answer this? Because it's funny, being somebody who is intrinsically familiar with Second Life, and especially the case law at hand, I can easily throw all these things out of the bus. Because quite frankly, number one, the TT terms of service for both Steam and the GOG codes prevent resale of any sort of it. The only thing is allowed is gifting. Secondly, we are technically never really in possession of these games, as we are not redeeming any of them. As a matter of fact, all we are is an intermediary gifting service that allows individuals to gift other individuals with game codes. Therefore,
Right, so you're a
we are not
database of...
Therefore, we are not actively, you know, taking possession of these codes. As a matter of fact, we are merely a facilitator to facilitate gifting to anonymous people. Therefore, your entire statements in regards to possession of the codes, tax codes, and so forth are invalid because they are of transient nature and do not and will not remain in the possession of the project. Therefore, the laws you claim are tactically completely inapplicable because by the terms of service of all the services involved, we are not legally even allowed to be, you know, in any way, form, or shape, or form monetize these assets.
But that violates the doctrine of first sale, which is a Supreme Court decision that said that once a person purchases a product, that they're legally able to sell or purchase that product, no matter how
You tried telling that to Steam. This is, however, these things were not purchased as a product. These things were purchased as gift codes. There is a small difference here, my friend.
Yes, but what I'm saying is
Also,
that their value, regardlessly,
Hold
is
on, let
Their
Ben respond
value
and then-
here is irrelevant.
Trek, shut up. Let Ben respond, and then we're going to move on.
So regardless, they have a market value, and they can be resold regardless of whatever click-wrap terms of service because of the U.S. Supreme Court doctrine of first sale, which got basically reiterated when this Thai guy tried to sell textbooks from Thailand to the United States. And so in the U.S., we do recognize that digital assets have value, and even if it was just a matter of a database that had these codes, that the database itself had value. If it's 1 cent of value, it has some value.
Benjamin, can I challenge?
All right, now, okay, that's completely off topic, so let John have a question again.
Okay,
right, but we don't know definitively if these are. If we don't know definitively if there's a legal bearing here based on tax law or whatever, because
Look it
it's
up.
so.
You've got the greatest tool at your fingertips.
Tabitha
It'll
John
take
was
you
talking.
20 minutes.
I actually took the liberty of running this past my lawyers.
Hold on,
because-
let John finish unless he's finished
Sure.
saying his piece.
Right. I don't know if I believe Tabitha was saying that we should just do some Google search or something like that. I don't think this is so cut and dry as just doing a Google search and finding the exact applicable laws here, because there are a number of factors that go into this that make me question whether or not this can be an IRS, whether or not even the IRS would even care to look into it. For one thing, this isn't just an American thing. That we're talking about an international scale here, in which
which is why I said it would take you about 20 minutes rather than 10.
Hypothetically, a lot of times when looking up legal stuff, it's not
No,
as clear.
you could do it. You probably just don't want to scour through the legalese bullshit, which is understandable because it is very quite dense and difficult to get through sometimes. Lord knows I've done several articles where I've had to brave that world, and it's definitely not fun.
Right. I can agree that there may be an answer here to these questions, but I'm not sure if there is one. There may not be a legal precedent for it on this particular operation. Particularly, one, it's not clear who actually owns these keys, or whether or not it's just an intermediary, like Shrek says, or someone actually owns them. Two, the international scale, as I previously mentioned. Three,
I would
whether
think
or not...
technically Valve still owns them until they've been used.
Let John finish. I want to see if Ben has anything to say on the matter.
Three, the third point being, we don't even know whether or not these laws on virtual goods apply to game keys necessarily, because people can subscribe market value to anything. It doesn't mean that under the law it has the market value that people attribute that it does have. So these three questions, combined with there's probably some other ones I'm missing here, are all things that would have to be considered before someone can definitively say whether or not Benjamin's argument is right or wrong. And given that I don't even think he quite knows the answer to all these, I don't think it can be assumed that he is correct.
All right.
Yeah, actually,
I'm gonna let. Hold on. I'm gonna let Ben say anything if he has to the matter. Otherwise, we might move it on to a different.
I mean, we can delve into pedantry all we want. I don't think that the core disagreements between us are really going to be resolved by pedantry, or
well, that's
even
why
legalese.
I wouldn't call law pedantic, but okay.
I said that our issues with each other, our beef, is not going to be resolved by legal pedantry. While legal pedantry could certainly bring in like a mediator or something, but more to the point, quite frankly, I am disappointed in GG because GG didn't really do enough to get into the public spotlight to show that these people are hypocrites. And
okay, what's that got to do with this conversation?
My attempt was to make sure that these codes went to charity, just like we all thought they should. They should go to kids at Child's Play, sick, whatever. Or for the holidays, they should be sent to charity. We all thought that's what I thought we were going to be doing. I didn't feel like supporting a software project on a broken model with all these spamming.
You keep bringing this up, a broken model. What do you mean by a broken model? No, okay, I'm sick of hearing this rhetoric over and over. What's this quote-unquote broken model that you?
If somebody submits a game key, for some of the providers, you could not tell whether or not the game key was valid until you actually went to redeem it.
May I address this?
Sure. Did something change? I was underneath the impression
yes, after you left, actually we figured out how to actually validate these keys. So your statement, therefore, is nil. We figured out a way to do it with, I believe, Good Old Games, with Humble Bundle, as well as, I believe, even with Steam, although afterwards, and quite a while afterwards, the specific API that allowed the checking of those keys had been abandoned by Steam itself. But during the time when this occurred, it was actually possible, as we figured out later. However, that is basically completely beside the point, because here are a couple of statements that are made that I wish to challenge. Number one, the statement that this was a Gamergate thing. The person who originally came up with the idea even specifically stated that they don't want this to be just a Gamergate thing. They want this to be a good thing for everybody. I concurred with this. Second, you made the statement that we all agree.
Available to anyone.
Right. The second part is that you claim that we all agreed that the second part is that we all said we all agreed that this should go to charity. This statement is false. We said if we cannot make, I made repeatedly the statement, I would like to make this into a permanent institution. If this proves to be completely impossible, then we will consider donating them to a charity like Child's Play. At no point in time did you, who was not an admin of the operation, nor the person who had the idea, nor one of the central organizers, have any kind of liberty to offer them to anybody at anyone's behalf. You took that upon yourself, and you not just did that, you added a condition to it.
Shrek, I'll let Ben respond to the gauntlet you've thrown.
I did not actually give them to anyone. I made the offer, and you guys went on your own accord and then shut down and stole the intellectual property which I developed, the computer
No, we did
code
not.
and
We
database.
we ceased to use it and have since deleted it off of our use entirely. So we actually didn't steal it. You still
At the time that I was taken off of the account which I created and the code that I created and the database which was generated from the code that I created, yes, you did in fact requisition something that didn't fully belong to you without contacting me or asking me first. And you should have just
previously stated.
And you could have avoided. And
he was your client.
He
He asked you to do it for him. Therefore, he owns the rights, not you, which you seem to get.
I have a Skype. I have a Skype transact. I have a Skype trans. Who's talking? I'm not sure whose names are who.
It's 2:30 in the morning.
I only know John and Matthias. I don't know the other voices. So, who's Tabitha?
The guy that's telling you to speak while you still can.
Okay.
Before I go a woo woo.
Okay. Anyways, I got lost. What were we talking about again?
What gave you the authority to do this?
We were talking about why you thought giving away the Steam keys
I made the offer
with Arthur Chu.
Yeah, I made the offer to Arthur Chu after Matthias dumped some IRC logs from the con, and we were all talking to them.
Give that man a legitimate platform. What the fuck is wrong with you?
There are many things wrong with cons. But I think the main question is here, because I'm getting tired and I really want to see this get to the point. Why do you think, like, with what Shrekbane and what John and what everyone else has been saying, what gave you the right to say that the Steam keys and the database that stored these Steam keys was property of yours, and why you should be compensated for it?
Oh, I don't want compensation, by the way. So let's just be clear. I never asked for compensation. I never asked for compensation for the game keys. I asked for compensation for computer hardware, which never got paid for. So that's what I asked for payment for. The game code.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, why do you think for
in terms of the game keys,
it seemed like just a Google-based database?
Yeah, it's just a Google spreadsheet, right? A Google database, and I was having Skype chats with Matthias, and Matthias was talking about joining the nonprofit, and we were trying to organize a board, and I was brought on board, and I always only program open source, only program for charity. If I'm not programming for charity, I'm not programming for open source, I expect to get paid, because it's not a non-profit. When it's a not non-for-profit organization, I expect money. It's capitalism. If you're going to operate in capitalism, you have to play by the same rules.
Okay, so this seems
that I
to
was
be
clearly
in
stating
one
it was
large
for
circle.
volunteers. And volunteer implies that you were donating your time. I did at no point put a request out to ask for developers to do a job. I asked for volunteers. And as a volunteer, you waive your right to any of the results.
There's no such thing
in... volunteer writer for TapRaptor. I'm currently a volunteer writer for Loot Gamer. See how the word volunteer means you don't get paid?
Alright, so we've got the...
Actually,
I
in
think
terms of U.S. labor law, there are no such things as unpaid volunteers. In U.S. labor law, there's no such thing as unpaid labor unless you're nonprofit. That's it. That's the law.
No, but it is when you respond to something that says volunteer.
Alright, let the moderator do its moderating, please.
Alright. So, I think, because now we seem to be getting into a very big circle, and it really doesn't seem to be going anywhere. We figured out that so far, what Ben is wanting is that he wants to get paid for volunteer work,
No, I'm not asking for getting people for volunteer work. I volunteer for nonprofits and for charities.
Ben, from what it sounds like and everything that it sounds like, and from being there towards seeing this happen, from what it seems like you are asking for compensation for a Google spreadsheet that you created very quickly, and when Shrek asked for your time and volunteer work. And I
never asked for any money for any labor. I asked for them to be given to charity, which is the whole point. That's it. When have I ever asked?
Just been mixing.
When have I asked for payment for computer
just gone back
hardware?
on what you were saying previously, then.
Can I ask a pertinent question then?
Yeah, let John go because I'm tired. And,
I think the pertinent question is because Benjamin himself admitted that we can go into legal pedantry a lot, but that won't really get us anywhere. I think the pertinent question is with this particular disagreement between you and Shrek is what gave you the right to decide, and I don't want to hear any law cited in this because, again, that would be legal pedantry. What gave you the right to decide what would happen with the Game It Forward keys that were donated to the Game It Forward group?
Without actually consulting with any of us.
Let me finish.
Hold on. Let John finish and then let Ben respond.
What gave you the right to decide the fate of those keys, even if it was only an offer, to repurpose them for something else other than the intended purpose of giving those keys individually to someone who specifically requested a key be given to another person of their choosing?
It was A, that the project was dead and was not being used. No one had touched the project for several months. B, was that I really wanted them to be given to people and they weren't being given to people. C, was that I did all the programming that made the entire project possible because everyone else was overwhelmed with the massive amount of hand typing data entry that would have been required otherwise. And D was that no one seemed to care about the codes and they were just languishing, so they might as well end up being used.
Okay, I call bullshit simply because of the fact that after he left, somebody else took over, and guess what? That was Bruce Campbell, and he actually kept working with us, and so the keys were still being passed out. So you're lying. Just
after. You said after.
Quiet, I'm answering now. So the fact that you seem to think that after you left everything went to a halt just proves that you were not keeping yourself informed. As a matter of fact, we were going on afterwards. We actually had an Operation Game It Forward stream not too long ago, where we had to go back to manual. But the thing is, just because you're not aware of it does not mean it's not existing and does not give you the right to give it to anybody. None of these things is a justification. You were not an admin of the project. You were not a head of the project. You were a volunteer.
Except for my name was broadcasted in the streams as being a part of the project, and it was broadcasted that you were going to join a nonprofit.
No,
part doesn't mean admin.
Part does not mean leadership.
Go find Skype logs. That's all it's going to resolve. Skype logs and Google Plus logs. What?
Shut up. Because I'm fucking tired and I want to go to bed. So I'm gonna let you get the last word in of what we all came on to hear for, is why you are such a bitch in this entire conversation. You keep on circling back and forth and trying to change the topic, as well as going back on what you said. So, in one clear, concise words, why do you think anything? Why do you think giving away these keys, pretty much taking these keys that were never yours in the first place, just so you could go speak on a Manifest panel? Just tell us that before I go to bed.
Okay, so anyone should be able to go to speak at a panel. That's fine. I offered these keys in charity because, quite frankly, they were destined for charity. When I joined the project underneath the understanding that this was going to be a charitable project, and the only person who ran a charity, was me. Matthias said that his company structure was not legally able to handle that those game keys, and that we would have to elect a board eventually, and we never got to the point of even electing a board because of all the drama. And I washed my hands of the situation and let you guys continue to do your things, but I felt that if those keys weren't being given away. They were sitting in that spreadsheet. That it was disingenuous, and the people who gave them to us didn't want them sitting there. They wanted them to be given away. So I said, hey, let's just give them away to Child's Play, so that these sick and young kids can have these game codes.
Okay, but that didn't give you the right.
Actually, you know what makes no sense? Just a minute. You know what makes no sense in that?
What?
How the fuck is that going to get you to MagFest?
Because my former roommate actually is one of the organizers of MagFest. His name
what the
is
fuck?
Soros.
Okay.
That doesn't help.
Shut
Even
up.
if he's an organizer in MagFest, how does that help?
Guys,
His name
shut up.
is Jesusaurus.
I'm tired and I want to go to bed. Okay, so Ben, I think for the most part we figured out why you're such a fucking retard. Because you fucking are one. So I'm gonna let Thidrin answer his question, and I'm gonna go to bed. And I hope all of you buy Bad Dragon dildos. Ben, you're a retard. Shrek, please stop being mean. John, you're a racist. Panda, and that's about it.
Okay.
Thidrin, go. I'm tired. Good night.
Alright, good night.
Peace out.
Anyways, Benjamin.
What's up?
That still doesn't make sense. How is using other people's shit in the manner that you're planning on using it, like giving them all away, going to help you get to MagFest?
I didn't say it would help me get to MagFest. I would have to go there and pay for my own way. I have a friend who quite literally is one of the organizers, and the panel was on harassment. And our
Why
project
didn't
was
you
harassed.
state that in the post you made in Kotaku in Action, which I am going to bring up now and link in the chat for everyone to see?
Do you want to find the IRC logs instead? I mean, I was talking in the IRC chat, talking to them about how our project got shut down.
No. Don't shift the goalposts. How is it? Why didn't you state any of this in the thread you made on Kotaku in Action? Because people that you appealed to give away these keys were the ones that you owe that explanation to, not any of us, not anyone in IRC, not any best friends you secretly have. P.S. He's full of shit. He makes up friends with people all the time that you claim to have.
Well, his name is John Harker. His handle is Jesusaurus. He was my roommate for 2 years in Portland, Oregon. He's one of the organizers of MagFest. You can go look it up on Facebook if you really feel like it, John. Just like you.
Actually, okay. Well, let's bring up something that. How about you tell us all the friendships?
So you're going to shift the goalpost now, not talk about that. Talk about my friendships.
No, you shifted the goalposts.
No. I want to focus on this particular bit. How are someone else's game codes that you do not own going to help you?
I don't think you've established that I haven't owned. I don't think you established that I haven't owned them. Actually, I don't think we've established who owns them.
Actually, we can establish that because, technically speaking, I can easily.
You don't own them because Shrek had them before you came onto the project.
Yep.
No, those codes were not entered until.
Yeah, actually,
those codes were entered into the.
Incorrect. The codes were already in a spreadsheet. Not all of them, but a good amount of these codes were already in a spreadsheet before you even joined the project. The project was ongoing before you joined it. Therefore, it stands to reason that no, in fact, they do not belong to you, and no, in fact, you do not have ownership of them, because that project existed before you came along. So you cannot claim this project as yours.
And you know what the conversation was between me and you, Matthias? Was that your company structure could not handle these game codes, and that I had a nonprofit.
Hold on. No,
I had a nonprofit.
His company doesn't own them.
Stop.
And that I had a nonprofit, and that we would elect a board, right?
No,
that was
we discussed the possibility. We did not agree on anything. This is where you're making the mistake.
But I would have never
Wait,
worked.
stop a
on
moment. I want
project.
to stop this. Benjamin, do you actually have proof of you two coming to an agreement where you would have the board and whatnot? If so, provide the proof.
I have like 100 some odd pages of all the Skype dumps from everyone I talked to.
I don't want these Skype dumps. I
Plus.
want the specific points.
No, call his bluff. Show it.
Sorry?
To the board.
Okay, I couldn't hear you because someone else talked. Can you repeat the sentence again?
What I want is the specific proof of him agreeing with you to form the board.
Hold on, not just not agreeing to form the board, but also that you would only be part of this if I joined your board.
There we go. That would be good
Well-
enough proof to refute.
Okay.
It would be good enough proof to refute his claims that he is making. That's what he's asking you.
Okay. So if you want me to go grab the files, I'll.
No, I want you
search
to
my hard
provide
drive.
the exact point. I want you to copy
Yes,
the exact
I know.
passage.
I have a server with like a bunch of all of these archives that I keep because Lord knows they don't fit on my laptop anymore, and so I will go grab them for you. Is that fine?
Go ahead.
Fine.
Okay.
Give me the archives. I'll scour through them.
And let me warn you, though, that I also kept every single log from back then. And should we see some manipulation, that would severely weaken your position.
Well, then we only have 2 copies, and if both copies are
No,
different,
because
then
other
we have to
people
have
were
a third
present
copy.
there. And
Actually, I want to go back to Thidrin's question. How is donating keys going to help you get to MagFest? Answer that question and don't shift the goalpost. You have to answer that
Because we were talking about harassment. The conversation that was happening at MagFest was about harassment.
And did you explain that in the post?
I did not explain that to the post. I explained that to the MagFest organizers. That
You didn't
in fact-
explain that in the post either, Benjamin. I'll read the post verbatim, and I don't
Okay.
want anyone interrupting. Arthur
I'll
Chu decided to change the topic of his panel to Gamergate. I have asked a friend who organizes MagFest, and as a result, I have asked to have a balance. Benjamin, your typing's terrible. I have asked to have a balance in the panel. I am wondering who is willing to go to MagFest and in the process shill for charity. And then you link to MagFest. I am willing to donate the 750 remaining game codes from at Up Game It Forward, and I have contemplated asking a musician I know to attend as well. Send email to panels@magfest.org to show your support for either A balanced panel, or B, cancel the panel, C, replace the panel with a disabled gamers panel, and then you link to several of your tweets. Now, my questions here are, 1, Thidrin's questions. How is donating keys going to get you to MagFest? 2, why do you put your proposition with the implication of putting conditions on you getting to MagFest? 3, how do we know in any way from reading that post that any of these connections are legit? And don't say, well, I have a friend. No. Tell me how someone is supposed to know that based on what you typed out there. And 4, go ahead, Tabitha. I'll let you.
I was just gonna say, why does he want to go tonight?
And finally, what gives you the right to connect this thing to Gamergate when I can have here all the people that were originally involved in this, and every single one of them will state that we decided to not attach this to Gamergate.
What's the name of this? What's the name of this stream?
This stream is a GamerSpeed, yes, but
where were all of the game codes?
No.
Actually, no. Let me answer this one. Actually, every single Up Game It Forward stream did not use the Gamergate thing. So, we actually titled the Up Game It Forward streams as Up Game It Forward stream, not as Gamergate streams. You did not do your due diligence and you did not do your research properly, my friend.
I have an interesting
we gave them to anyone who wanted them, quite frankly. But all of the actual raising of the codes were done on a Gamergate.
This is also incorrect because we had donations from people who were not involved in Gamergate, as I can personally confirm. So
where did the codes come from? Just random donations?
A lot of people that I know from my personal circle have donated a large amount. We had people donating over 100 keys. Running with Scissors donated
it was people
keys.
from Gamergate and people who weren't as well.
Correct.
Everyone.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Which is part of the reason why we said we couldn't do this in a Gamergate fashion, because quite frankly that would cheapen the whole thing, as its intended purpose was not to run propaganda for Gamergate. Its intended purpose was just to give games away to people, which is what makes the whole
to be seen as a PR shell for GG. I see.
right, and which makes the whole basically trying to give it away with conditions of anything pro GG seem even more disingenuous.
I mean, when you search on Twitter do a search on Twitter for Op Game It Forward and hashtag Gamergate. I mean,
to counter your argument, there have been several people in Gamergate who used the Op Game It Forward system to donate to people who are both on the anti side and people who are neutral, and people who are completely uninvolved.
I myself was given Frozen Synapse Prime, and
I mean,
wasn't
here it says is
Gamergate.
that the Boom says, just so you know, we run a lot of charities and post them on the Gamergate Me charity. We run the charity Op Game It Forward, hashtag Secret Santa Otter.
I'm not Gamergate, and I was given a code by Up Game It Forward as well. I was given Frozen Synapse Prime.
Benjamin,
So
how was what you just
it's
said in
everyone.
any right?
That's from
and Benjamin.
that's from the Boom, right? He
Oh,
was in.
right. Okay, so first off, you bring up someone who has no way involved with this, and second,
He was never listed on any of the official pages. Therefore, he has no involvement with the project.
yes, and also that little operation that was completely separate and removed from Op Game It Forward entirely, so it has no bearing and is a complete non sequitur.
In the end, what happened was this. Okay, you joined a project, right? You thought the project wasn't going anywhere, so you took it upon yourself to take things that did not belong to you, namely the keys, and offer them for something that you thought was a good purpose for it. And that is the entire problem here. You did at no point in time did you communicate with any of us about this. If you were really genuine in what you were saying, then you could have easily at any point in time contacted any of us and said, "Hey guys, just as a heads up, I'm thinking of offering these keys to MagFest." Did you do that? No. You took it upon yourself.
I talked to
behind our back.
Matthias. I talked to you about this beforehand because you're the one who leaked all of the IRC logs in the first place for MagFest. So.
And did I not tell you that I did not agree with it?
Okay, look, Robin Gerthing, November 21st, hashtag Gamergate Open House, hashtag Op Game It Forward game giveaway.
Yes, your point being?
So was he not one of the organizers?
I know, he's not one of the organizers, my friend. I was a guest on his stream.
Oh, but there's actually, but as a matter of fact, it links to one of his YouTube videos where he's actually running the charity.
No,
this is a really
He was
pedantic
never running
point whether or
anything.
not.
I know, it's pedantic, but look, yes,
You're
in
also
general,
trying to point
in
out
general,
that
you have it
anyone
right.
who uses the
project stalled.
hashtag.
Yourself look like an even bigger asshole here.
No, I mean, look, you're right. Honestly, the project
Not
stalled.
everyone who uses
No one
the
was doing
hashtag
shit.
is
The
actually
games were not being
involved.
given away. Look, the project stalled. The games weren't being given away. I took it upon myself.
Wrong,
to
the games
try to
were
have
being
them
given away,
charity.
just not with your interaction. After you left, we got somebody else to take over, and we continued. That's the whole
Regardless,
thing.
regardless,
But I was not the only person
they-
who was required to keep it continuing. The only reason why you continued it was because you had an axe to grind. You really haven't done shit with the whole project.
Oh, really?
regardless,
It's weird because there
had-
exists a website for it right now, which we're currently
Regardless,
actively developing.
They had the codes before they brought you on, therefore they're not yours, and you didn't have the right to take those codes and do whatever you wanted.
Are we going to
with
get
them.
into legal pedantry again? I mean, I could go
That's
over.
not
No,
legal
I'm-
pedantry.
No, I'm pointing
Am I
out
gonna
that they had the codes before you were even
They
on the
had
project,
some.
so
They
you
had
should
some
accept
codes.
that
Hey,
But it says
Hey.
all over here. It says charity. It says, and there's no charity. Where do they belong to then?
I think
They're not
that
for
you're
charity.
trying
And
to
don't
Benjamin,
even,
shut up
don't
for a
even
second.
get me started that you don't
Tabitha,
actually
you too,
know
shut up for a
what
second.
the word volunteer actually means.
Right, Tabitha, shut up for a second. Vedran, what were you saying?
all I was saying is, am I gonna have to start stepping in to moderate and replace Osfac? Because y'all keep talking all over each other.
I think we do need a moderator. You're the most neutral one here.
That kind of sucks.
It does.
Alright. In the case, let me sit up and pay more attention then. Go ahead. Alright,
I do,
start off.
but I'm biased because I'm friends with Mag.
My bias, but I've already stated, but I'll try not to let it get to me too much. Alright, Benjamin, are you going back to the legal pedantry, or what?
Well,
what's
you
your
guys
argument here?
you guys diverged to the legal pedantry of who owns what. I can go back to the legal
No, I
pedantry of
didn't.
who owns what. Ultimately what it comes down to is that the project was stale. No one was doing anything with it. The game codes are sitting there. I was underneath the impression they were supposed to be given away for the holidays, and I didn't feel like doing any more technical work on what I thought was a broken model that we couldn't salvage. And so I tried to
Which
give
you
all the
keep
game
saying,
codes
but
to
not
charity.
really clarified.
I was trying to give all of them to charity, while at the same time giving a nod to GG and calling out Arthur Chu's bullshit.
Okay,
You
so
still haven't
what it boils down
clarified
is
your
you thought,
statement.
you
still
never
haven't-
bothered to contact any of us. You had an idea in your head that you didn't bother
No,
to
I talked to
confirm
you.
with
I talked to you,
anybody.
Matthias.
Don't start
I talked to you,
talking
Matthias.
over each other.
Matthias, you were the one who showed me the IRC logs from MagFest. I talked to you about it.
And you still haven't clarified what you mean by quote-unquote a broken model. I asked you to elaborate, and you dodged that question.
What I told previously, and what I said by broken model, was that we were getting spammed fake keys, right? And so, in order to know that a key is valid, or
were
you
they
have
actually
to go
proven to
actually
be
redeem the
fake?
key.
You ready?
Yes.
Let me.
And
Hold on.
how
Let
many?
me, Tabby, let me answer a couple of these things.
Stop.
Okay?
Let him do it.
Because I'm the one who is most intrinsically familiar with what happened. Okay, first part is, just because you couldn't figure out how to fix it doesn't make it a broken model. It just means you're not a good enough programmer to fix it. Point one, you were operating under the self-delusion that if you can't handle it, nobody can. Second off, I can actually, I can actually not only.
I never said nobody can.
Don't talk
Hold
over.
on. The next point is, even if all that had been true, you did not get the agreement or permission of the organizers to do this step, especially in condition with adding conditions to them being given away. Number two. Number three, and up and foremost, I can actually bring you multiple witnesses that can attest that shortly before you actually decided to do this, we were doing another giveaway of Game It Forward on a stream that you were not a member of, or probably not even aware of. Therefore, by definition, your claim that these things weren't going anywhere was merely based on your own assumption and was never actually based on actual research or talking to the people involved. Therefore, it is a null and void claim. And has actually no bearing, because all this boils down to is I thought. Well, guess what? What you're thinking has absolutely no bearing.
Let's just go with what you actually said, okay?
Okay, can you refute the point that he made?
Which one do you want me to start with?
Whichever one you'd like to start with. Just make sure you number them.
Okay, so instead of all saying I thought, and I use that because I don't want to impugn on someone or get them defensive, okay? The communication that happened immediately when the project was beginning was that there was Matthias was being run ragged, not getting any sleep, right, and was in a terrible state of affairs because he wasn't able to keep up with the massive amount of codes and requests. It's not possible for any human to handle the amount that Shrek was doing, and I applaud him for that, and he was doing great. Our conversations between me and Matthias involved getting this in a charity because he runs some LLC, or I don't know what they call it in Germany, like they have some other word for it, abbreviation. But long story short, the financial structure or legal structure of his business in Germany was not legally able to hold on to these assets, and we were going to have them as a charity. We're going to have a nonprofit board election, right? I didn't presume to want to make these unilaterally. I didn't give them away to anyone. I communicated with Matthias about MagFest and about Arthur Chu because he was the one that actually copied all the IRC logs and we distributed them in Kotaku in Action. I understand that other people, other than Matthias, were upset, but me and Matthias have other things that we're upset over each other about, for instance, like the non-payment for computer hardware, other things like that. And when it comes right down to it, if me and Matthias show our Skype logs and they're different, he claims that that's proof that I'm lying, not proof that he's lying, even though that mathematically doesn't hold up. There's only 2 copies. So ultimately, it's more of, and you guys are accusing me of...
Both of them could be
Wait, I've got to stop here.
You guys are accusing me of...
No, just a moment.
Okay.
What does this have to do with refuting the points he has just made?
Okay, well, I could go into legal pedantry.
Nothing.
No, don't do legal pedantry. This is why I asked you
the subject.
Abby, let the moderator speak, please.
What points specifically are you refuting? That's why I asked you to number them. And 2, what does going back to this have to do with actually refuting the points already made?
Okay, so now I'd like to ask you, what points would you like me to address?
Any points that you want, which I have said before.
Can you name any of the points? Because you want me to number them, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Shrek had numbered the points.
Okay,
do you remember what he said? If not, I can request Shrek to rattle off a summary.
Okay, so it's essentially what we'll probably have to do because.
All right. Summary. Number one, I posit that your statement that nothing was happening with the keys is false, as we were in fact giving them away on stream shortly before this happened, just without Benjamin's involvement. Number two is this statement that that basically nothing was happening is refuted by the fact that we actually had other coders come in and take over Benjamin's role and further developed the software simply because Benjamin was not available. Therefore, the fact that, I wasn't doing anything with it, and therefore I thought it wasn't going anywhere, is a claim that is refuted. Finally, but damn it, now I'm trying to remember this last one.
The person that took it over, I was just wondering, did they make a comment about the work that had gone into it previously, whether it was decent, whether it was shoddy, or anything like that?
Hold on. That is neither here nor there. The quality of the work does not is not relevant. However, let it be said that Benjamin here, as he claims, he has claimed that we've basically stolen this from him. But in fact of the matter is, he still is the owner of an exact copy of the code in his own Google Drive folder that is on his personal account and not on the Upgaming It Forward account. The only thing that he was cut off access from was the Upgaming It Forward account's direct, current, state-of-the-art list of game keys. That was the only thing he was cut off, right?
Well, that doesn't matter anyway because
finally,
he volunteered to do the job for you.
Okay, so point one. What was point one again? Point one was
that that his statement that these keys were not going anywhere is factually false and provably false.
Okay,
and I can bring here a dozen to 20 witnesses which will confirm that.
Okay, so where is the video where they were being given away?
As I said, quite frankly, I'm not even sure on which stream it was, but if I give me enough time, I can find out. But what's going to be fucking easier is I can bring 20 to 30 witnesses, which all will confirm that you're full of shit.
Well, I can't disprove something that's unprovable, so I'm going to skip that.
Well, you go with mathematical proof, but proof beyond reasonable doubt is 30 witnesses telling you you're full of shit.
Well,
okay. So point two. Do you have anything to say to point two?
Which one was point two again?
That's apparently you saying that it was a broken model and that they were doing nothing with it, so it justified you in going to try and use the codes for MagFest, if I remember correctly. Am I saying it right?
You mean, yeah, giving them to charity. Okay, so what is my reputation to the point? I actually did propose giving them to charity. I didn't actually give them to charity. I was clearly those were taken away from me. And if you're asking what right I would have had to do that, it was the fact that these people were welching on basically their obligation and that it was supposed to be ran underneath a non-profit charity. And when organizations dissolve, their assets are supposed to be given to another charity. That's the law. That's how all nonprofits
Did you end up
organized.
getting a written agreement?
No one has any written agreements. So what does that matter? No one has any written agreements anyway. No one has any written agreements.
Greatly. If you have
listen. No one has any written agreements.
Hey, don't interrupt the moderator.
This is dead serious. If you have no written agreements, you have no case.
Yeah.
Well, then what case does he have?
It's as simple as that.
Then what case does he have to shut off access to an account that I created?
Because he owns it,
Isn't that a violation?
You volunteered to do it.
Isn't that a violation of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act? Right? I mean, honestly, we could go into this pedantry all day long. The fact of the matter is,
you do realize that you're just making yourself more of an asshole to everybody watching the stream.
Listen, asshole, look up the meaning of the word volunteer.
Yes, and you can only volunteer for a nonprofit or for a charity.
In your country, maybe.
You can.
Yes, in my country, which is the country I live in. Why would I volunteer for a profit-making exercise?
Okay, first off, what profit are we making?
Well, apparently none. But why would I also volunteer for a place that has no organization and doesn't, if there's no nonprofit, anyone can just take the game keys and run.
Then let me.
Like you did. I didn't. I didn't take off of them. You did. You took them.
Stop. because we're not going to get anywhere with this one.
Isn't the whole point of ethics?
No,
isn't the
hold
whole
on,
point-
hold on. Were
isn't the
we
whole-
or were we not handing out these keys to people with its intended purpose after you left the project? Yes or no?
After the point
After
of the
you left the
are you trying to
No, I'm asking. No, answer the fucking question for a change. Did we or did we not hand these keys out to people after you left?
I can
what does
verify
what you
that the
decided
answer.
to do after the fact have anything to do with what happened
No,
previous to the fact?
answer the fucking question. Did we or did we
Okay.
not hand these
Matthias,
keys out
Matthias,
for their
Matthias.
intended purpose?
Stop, you
Matthias.
two. Damn it.
Matthias.
If you keep yelling,
Matthias.
we're getting nowhere.
Matthias, loaded question. You could ask me, when did I stop beating my wife? That's a loaded question. It has nothing to do with what happened beforehand. What happened afterwards is completely separate than what happened before, right?
I
What do
can
they have?
verify.
Benjamin.
No connection.
Benjamin.
What?
Stop.
I can verify that it was still going after he'd left because I got the code from my game.
After, yes.
After.
What does his conduct after have anything to do with my conduct before?
Now let's try this again.
No, he was just pointing out that
Well,
just
didn't
because
you-
you
hold
weren't
on.
aware of it, it was still going. It doesn't mean it wasn't still
reason I'm
going.
Hold on, did you or did you not claim that I took the keys and ran, whereas when I was in fact continuing to hand out the keys as what was agreed and was stated towards the people donating the keys?
Okay, so you or someone else changed the password, right?
After you,
Yeah.
without authorization, took it upon yourselves to offer what was not yours to people.
And was it
Right,
yours?
So Matthias took
was-
back what.
Whose
That
keys
is
were
no
they?
justification for what you did, Benjamin.
Whose keys were they? Tell me whose keys
Matthias.
The donators' keys. And
were they?
they're
The donators'
still-
keys.
Yeah, they still
So-
are.
so-
I no
So
point.
if they donated them, doesn't that mean they no longer belong to them? And if they donated them, then who do they donate them to?
First off, they didn't.
Not
They
yet.
donated them to the people receiving it. We are
And
just
how did-
the
and
inter-
how-
We are just the. Let me answer the fucking question for a change.
Please
Yeah.
stop, Benjamin. Answer
First-
to Shrek.
Okay. First off, these keys are still, as far as I'm concerned, the property of the donator until they actually end up with the person who they are donated to, namely the random person who is nominated. Second of all, okay, since you keep bringing this up, I'm going to go full Monty on this. All right, your non-profit Nerd Party was supposed to be for free speech and God knows what. Now, after you noticed that we had this thing running, you were the ones asking, "Hey, can we put this? We can put this under the non-profit." It was not that this non-profit was intended for it, and the suggestion to put it under the non-profit also came after you began working on the project. It was a suggestion, something we deliberated, and there are countless streams in which we made the explicit, and I specifically repeatedly made the statement, just like Old School did, that while we were pondering at some point to put this under a non-profit, it was in fact a fact of the matter never under a non-profit. Some of these times when I made this statement, you were present in the stream. Therefore, you cannot at no point in time claim that we misled you in saying that it was going to be a non-profit, because at that point in time when we said we were pondering to do it, you should have interrupted and said, "Hey, wait a second, you promised me you were going to do it. You didn't do that. None of these streams. Therefore, you are being disingenuous in your assertion, and this is provable."
I think
Was
what's
this on a live
provable is
stream,
that
and can anyone else
Stop.
verify?
Stop.
I think what is disingenuous is the notion that so for instance, I want my game key back. Where's my game key?
Game key is yours.
No, so where is it?
Which game key is yours? What game did you donate?
Let's just say I donated.
No. Let's just say.
No, hypothetical.
We're talking about your disingenuity. So
Did you
where is
actually donate any?
where's so where is my
Which key did you donate?
finally can I talk, or are you gonna keep?
Yeah, you just was just
Stop.
about to say.
So
Shrek, stop.
okay, so for instance, how are any of these people? These people are not giving their keys directly to these other people, right? They're not actually handing the keys, and they can't actually go get the keys back that they gave back. So how are you claiming that there's actual ownership? That they still
can't
own
get them
these
back.
keys, which they have ostensibly
back.
donated
They
to
are unclaimed
someone
keys.
somewhere.
Yeah,
at the
they
same
can.
time,
They already have the key. It's just
They
that
already-
it hasn't been used yet.
Yes, and they have
Stupid.
quote, donated it,
You're
right?
an idiot. They've got.
Okay, don't
they've still
talk, Shrek.
Okay, may I answer this?
When you
No,
give
no,
when you
no,
give
no,
something
no,
to someone,
Hold on.
Right.
May I answer his question? Okay. Quite simply,
Hey.
you don't need to get your key back because you already have the key.
So all you need to do would be delete it from the database so it never gets used and done.
However,
That's all
since
they
you
want.
cannot even tell me what the key is, because you obviously haven't donated one,
He's full of shit.
you're full of shit.
In summation, please stop going with bloody hypotheticals, Benjamin.
well, I don't even have to go into hypotheticals. We could just go into tax law. But again, we talked about how we don't want to be pedantic. So, which do you want? Do you want the law, or do you want me to?
I want you to finally.
You've been going straight to circular reasoning again. Come on, you can do better than this.
These are assets, and the assets were given to an organization, like it says on Twitter. I'm
The
looking here,
organization is
charity.
Game It Forward, not your nerd party.
Yes. So then, where is Op Game It Forward registered?
This would matter if they were actually making money or profiting off of it.
Yeah.
Demonstrates how they are profiting or making money off of it.
It doesn't matter how you make money or not make money.
No.
When you
You're the
change
one
it-
that's wanting to bring out law and legalities.
Okay, it
How
doesn't
are they-
it does not matter whether or not you charge money for things. Like a charity doesn't charge money, but they still are a legal entity. Does not matter whether or not they charge any money.
Actually, charities quite often charge money, but that's for little
Well,
things
that's a
like
different fundraisers.
stickers and stuff, and that's because
not
it
in it
goes
for
to
profit.
charity.
Yeah, well, charities are not meant for profit, right? And the
No,
entire
but they
whole
do
thing
still
of this whole
charge,
ethics,
so
the
what
whole,
you
whole
said
thing of
was
ethics in journalism was that we were so tired of these people asking for free money or asking for free shit and then absconding with the free shit. Right? That's like what everyone was pissed off about. So you can imagine
From what
how
I can tell, you did the same thing.
by giving it to Child's Play. Isn't
By
that what you?
you're not giving
by,
it to Child's Play.
by offering to give it to Child's Play.
You offered to but you didn't just offer it. You offered it based on conditions.
So were they made aware of this? Could we talk to Child's Play and verify whether you're a liar or not?
Well, Child's Play was given. Okay, so MagFest gives everything that it earns to Child's Play, and Child's Play didn't want to have anything to do with us when we tried to give our keys to Child's Play, and so
Actually,
a
incorrect.
nice intermediary.
Incorrect.
Sorry?
Incorrect. Completely incorrect. We never talked to Child's Play. What actually was happening was that Child's Play once made a refused donations directly from Gamergate. However, and this is something you to this point have failed to understand, this was not a Gamergate project.
It has Gamergate on it. When you look at Game It Forward and you look at Gamergate, there's a video with Charity, Gamergate, charity giveaway stream, Game It Forward,
Game
Gamergate.
It Forward was a guest on a Gamergate stream. That does not make it, a Gamergate up.
They were trying to reach out to as many people as they could, Gamergate included.
Because by your logic, if I had
Yes,
to put it on
Robin only hosted this,
Wait, let me
thing that
stop
says-
a minute. Let me stop a minute. What is your view on what Gamergate is again? Are you viewing it as a community or something, Benjamin?
Well, Gamergate
Yes,
is kind of a community, I guess. I mean,
That might
I'm-
explain some of the confusion here. Because to me, Gamergate's an event, it's a platform of discussion, it's a scandal. It's not a community. That's why whenever certain people end up participating in Gamergate or simply discuss it, it makes them technically Gamergate, but it also doesn't mean that they belong to a singular group. Because by that same logic, anyone that has participated in that hashtag is also Gamergate. That includes Ghazi Idiots, that includes Tabitha, that includes me.
that's not. No, okay. So, for instance, you would say that atheism is like there's an atheist community, right? You would say that's probably valid. There's an atheist community, and atheism
That
could
itself
be.
is rather...
And atheism is also an ideology, and atheism is also a hashtag. So you could be equally right when you say that.
Okay, is Gamergate an ideology?
Sorry?
Is Gamergate an ideology?
Gamergate is the ideology there should be ethics in video games.
Wrong.
What is it? I thought it was all about ethics in games journalism.
It's not. That's an oppositional meme that idiots bought.
Well, isn't that what John Kelly was purporting Was that
That's
be
what
about
some
ethics
people
and-
did, but that's me being dead serious. Gamergate never was, never will be, and never is about simply ethics and games journalism. It was an oppositional meme. There are things that people are interested in, as far as Gamergate's concerned.
Yeah.
Some of them ended up eventually joining in because of ethics and games journalism. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's what it's about.
I mean, I was in here back when it was like burgers and fries, so forgive me for not believing that Gamergate is not a community, because it seems to act a lot like a community.
There's a bunch of small communities.
There are communities. Don't get it wrong. But Gamergate itself is not a community. It would be like saying feminism is a community, rather than a bunch of communities that are really ready and willing to tear each other's throats out due to varying differentiations of ideology that they have.
Which is what's happening in GT right now.
There you go.
Yeah. A good phrase for this sort of phenomenon is a collection of communities, kind of like how Tumblr isn't all just Tumblrinas making Tumblr posts. It's actually a collection of communities that have a lot of crossover, but are not quite insular.
It's a
But you could see how
shit ton of porn.
But you could very well see how a person who cares about people making off with charity money and charity things, or charities being misused, would take offense. Right, like you both have taken offense, and I have also taken offense to the possibility that someone would misuse that trust or those codes. Right.
I don't care. As long as the charity gets money.
Stop.
Guys, no shouting.
Can we all agree on that's a fair assessment? We all care about ethics, right? And we all don't like people who misuse charities.
I just really came in to say that I've been on a stream where someone literally threw up and it was less of a mess than this. I don't know how the streams get like this. This is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. It's petty. And Gaby has a hashtag. Gaby has a hashtag. It's a banner. It's a symbol. It's a way of organizing. What it represents is important. The ideas it represents is important. But Gamergate itself isn't worth two shits. Really, it's a name. It's a tag. It's something we all gathered under. It's something that was coined by Adam Baldwin, for Christ's sake. It's not this sacred thing people make it out to be. And if there does come a point where this community or all these people who seem to like to bicker with each other collapse, the ideas will still be there. And the ideas will still be important. And there needs to still be people there who are willing to support the ideas. And I think that what people are doing is, frankly, it's not Gamergate. I don't know. It's just people can staple anything to Gamergate. They can say it's this, they say it's that, they say it's Joss Whedon, they say it's Protein World, they say it's all these things. But on the other hand, there's some very serious issues that people seem to just not be engaging with anymore. They seem to have devolved into this state of bickering and just interpersonal bullshit that doesn't do anything. And what I'm saying is, you don't have to engage with it. You don't have to get involved with the interpersonal minutiae. You can dip in and out, make content, do the big ideas. Like what Total basically said. If you deprive something of oxygen, like trolls, if you deprive drama of oxygen, it will disappear.
No, it won't.
Well, that's
human nature.
But let's get back on the topic at hand. In the end, I can make a very easy, simple statement. I can get now the biggest donators ever to contribute to Upgame It Forward, who have donated the majority of the keys, because those were the people that donated somewhere in between 100 and 300 keys individually, right? And each of them will gladly make a statement that they did not give these keys to you, that they did not give the keys to Nerd Party, that they did not give the keys to be handed out at MagFest. And that alone will make your entire statement invalid.
There you go.
Ask him if they gave it to charity.
And I can do that
means
too.
dick. What matters is they are the current owners of it until those keys are given out to them. Nope, don't interrupt me on this one.
Okay.
What matters here is they are still the owners of those bloody keys, because they can simply get the bloody things deleted. And if they want to decide to give them to someone else, they have every right to. If they say you do not own them, guess what? You do not own it. That's what matters here. It doesn't matter who owns it, merely that you do not own it. And that is why your statement is invalid.
Yeah.
Well, then who does own it then?
It doesn't matter.
person
What
that
matters
has
is
it.
you did not own it at the time that you went and decided to try and use them.
Well, according to intellectual
I don't
property
think, I
law,
don't
you're
think you
actually
understand
wrong.
how this works, Ben.
Like if I make a website,
code.
look.
Several
look.
people
No,
can
we're
possess
not
a code.
talking about the website here. We're not talking about the website.
I'm
What
talking
we're
about intellectual property
are those
law.
codes.
Yeah, if you want to talk
Several
about the codes,
people
if you
can
want to talk about
possess
intellectual
the
property law,
code.
if you want to talk about intellectual property law, I would own
I'm
that
not
data.
talking about IP law. You're trying to move the
You
goalposts.
wouldn't own shit. You,
In
you
that
don't
case,
even
then you
own,
would be
you don't
guilty of
even own
fraud.
the coding you did
So
for
did
Shrek.
you wait? So here's a question. So
What
you're
I'm
saying that they own the
stating
codes. So then
specifically,
do I own the
those
database?
people can
What?
choose who to give those codes to. If they say you are not the owner of those codes, guess what? You are not the owner of those
And
codes.
how do we establish their ownership of the codes?
Simply because of logs and emails and
donated
Skype conversations where they've donated the majority of those keys.
Okay, and then so if we minus those, right? Then what's left? Is everyone going to also be able to retrieve their keys?
Everybody
The
is
ones-
able to
they
retrieve their
want
keys
to.
because they
have
already
them.
own them.
If the key
Okay.
is
Are you
not...
don't-
great.
Do you not
So great.
understand how keys work?
So
It
this is
only
great.
would
They
matter.
don't
Now,
understand
here's
okay,
wait,
hold
stop.
They
Hold
still
on, hold
have
on.
the key,
Stop
you idiot.
on all of you. This is where his argument could potentially have merit. See, the unclaimed keys, his argument has zero merit. Where he could potentially have merit is if they were already claimed. Any ones that are already claimed. That is it. Any of the
Okay.
ones that are unclaimed, it's utter bupkis. He's wasting time.
Okay, so then let's look at a different abstraction. Since neither of us own the keys, right, and the owners own the keys, then who owned the database that the keys resided in?
First
Shrek
off,
does.
since that specific list already existed before you joined, and you
No,
merely added.
did that specific list, or was that my list that you took?
Regardless, you were...
No,
hold on. Actually, easily
I can sort this
solvable.
out in about 5
Okay,
seconds.
go on.
Fact of the matter is, you volunteered to do it for him. That's the end of the story. You don't own it because you volunteered.
I didn't volunteer to do it for him. I volunteered to do it for a charity event, which
Well, then hold on. Then why did you not at
also
any point in time where we publicly said on stream that we were debating whether or not to give it to a charity, in which you were partially present, interject to any of this? You did not. Therefore, it stands that you're lying.
and so
So
and
from
so
what
does
I
that
can-
and
from
so is
what I
that
can
one
tell,
YouTube
it
video
seems
the
that Ben-
entirety of all of our
Ben
interactions?
didn't actually
Why are we
understand
going
the
in circles
conversation
over the
that you
same
guys
points?
had.
Sorry?
We've
Most
already
people are
gone in
talking.
circles at least 3 times on this.
Okay, so we've already gone in circles 3 times on this, and you guys are not ever going to agree that a person who is a programmer owns their code and owns the product of their code.
It doesn't if you
and
volunteered
that's-
for it, buddy.
Sorry?
Doesn't if you
Here's
want
the
to.
thing. You have to get the agreement of him stating that you own it, or that he is agreeing to pay
He doesn't
you
own it.
for it.
He doesn't own it. He doesn't own it, right? He
He
doesn't own the
doesn't
keys.
own it.
He doesn't own the
You
keys.
don't
he doesn't
own
own
it.
the code. He doesn't own the
And
database.
He owns the database.
No, he doesn't own the
more
database.
so
I own the
than-
database. I programmed it. Like he said, I have the original code.
Hold on.
I'm the
Can
one-
I point something out here? Can I
Alright,
point
let's
something
have a
out?
look at this. The word
Guys.
volunteer. A person who
Hey,
freely offers
Tabby!
to take...
Stop.
If the moderator says stop, that means you too.
Stop. Here's the thing. Yes, you own the coding of your database, right? But the thing
Yeah.
is, unless you and him have a written agreement about how it is going to be spelled out, you have no standing.
Actually, I do, because the person
The only
who codes it
standing
is...
you may have
No,
is to
listen.
take your ball and go home.
It's called copyright, right? Copyright is automatically
Mhm.
assigned. In the absence of any agreement, copyright
Hold on.
automatically exists.
Easily,
But the
easily
thing
solved.
is, you
Guys,
are-
shut up. Let the
Stop.
person who actually deals with this talk for a second, okay? The fact is, we are no longer using your database. We have
Yes.
not used it in ages. We have now moved the keys over to a different database, and therefore they are no longer they're the product. So the database, you know what? You can easily have it because we don't care.
Oh.
But the thing is,
Yeah.
the keys on that database are still not yours.
Oh, so what you're saying is that
Regardless.
I can keep the database, so I can now start up my own op payment for it and give away my own keys, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, because
Well,
you don't own it.
Belong to anyone? And the
Well,
database.
hold on. Your own keys, definitely. But the thing is, even the keys in that database do not belong to you. What belongs to you is the structure of the database. What belongs to you is the formatting of the database. But what does not belong to you is the actual keys on the database.
And
That
they
would
don't
imply-
belong to you either.
Hold on. That would
doesn't
then
even
imply.
belong to him.
Hold on.
But the thing, stop.
That would imply that the people who write the telephone book own all the data.
The company that owns the structure of the book, right? So
Okay.
they can very well
My
give
understanding is
phone
he did
numbers
this
out to people.
gratis.
They can give those phone numbers out to
Not
people.
without their consent, no.
Did he or did he not program this database gratis?
He did. And at
Right,
no point,
and
and
then-
hold on, and at no point in time was his collaboration made conditional on the joining of the Nerd Party. However, at one point it said, "Hey guys, I'm helping you out. Would you mind helping me out since I need some people to join this thing?" Which we have on record.
So guess what, Ben?
And I
If
have
you
it on
would've
record that you said that you couldn't hold the assets in your company because of the fact that it was in Germany in a different structure. And
But
so
Or,
here's
no,
the thing,
no.
stop.
Hold on.
We've already gone through this 3 times, though.
We've already beaten this horse dead. I mean,
I know.
honestly.
I'm going to
No,
point
because
this
hold on,
point.
he's
Do
making a
you
false
have
statement.
a written agreement yet that he agreed to pay you in any form or shape or form, or an agreement of setting this up?
Does he have any agreement that conveys to him a
you
right?
have any agreement?
No. Burdens on proof.
Listen. Does he have any agreement that conveys upon him the right
I'm going to try this once more. Do
Yeah,
you
the burden of proof is
have
on you.
proof
Do you
of
have
that
proof
agreement?
Stop saying
you
that. The
have
burden
proof
of
of an
proof is
agreement
on
that
you,
conveys
not
to
him.
you the rights of the intellectual property? Because intellectual property
You're
is owned by its
ignoring my
creator.
points.
The burden of
point
proof isn't
invalid.
on
It
him,
has
it's on
to
you.
stop beating your wife, and it would
It's
be
not
a point.
about beating your wife or any of that nonsense. What
hold-
it's about is, did you get an agreement to
Did he
be
get an agreement?
compensated for your time?
Did he get
Stop-
an agreement that
stop
assigned him
counter-
my copyright?
Stop trying to counteract something with something that doesn't make sense. The burden of proof
It makes
is on
sense
you.
on this one,
He doesn't
but
have to
he's
prove
avoiding my question there. Did you or did you not get an agreement?
Did he get an agreement?
Oh my god.
You're not. You're refusing to
Ben,
answer the
can you
question.
answer a question that is directly
fucking
asked at you?
dickhead.
Yes or no?
This is actually important.
The question is invalid. There is no.
Why is
the-
it
No, it's
It's
not.
not
The
allowed.
fact
Did
of the
you or
matter
did
is
you
the
not?
burden of
It's a
proof
simple
is on
question.
you.
Copyright is owned by its creator. If
Yes,
you,
but you're
not
not the
dumbass.
creator. Hold on, you're not the creator of the keys. That would be Valve.
Wait,
Wait a
no,
minute.
don't distract him from
Wait a
this
minute.
question.
Whoa, wait
This
a minute.
is an important
Copyright
question.
is not owned
Did you
by
or
the
did
creator.
you not get an agreement with him over this?
I
Oh,
did not
fuck
ask him for any pay, and there was no pay given. That's
Right. So then he owns it. You have no
No,
leg
no,
to
that-
stand on.
just because-
Shut the
no.
fuck up and move
No,
on.
just because I didn't pay him or he didn't pay me does not automatically convey him rights. I can make all
You
sorts
agreed-
of imagers.
you
I can
agreed
make
to
all sorts
do
of
it.
imagers.
Okay, I'll settle this very simple. Ben, if
You
you're
agreed to
genuinely
do it for
convinced
free.
of Ben, if you're genuinely convinced of this, please go ahead and sue, because my lawyers are the only lawyers in the world who have actually managed to beat Disney on a copyright claim. They're going to tear you apart on your bullshit arguments.
You have consistently. The burden of proof isn't on him, it's on you. The fact of the matter is, you don't own it. You know why? Because you volunteered to do it. Regardless of why you volunteered, the fact of the matter is you volunteered.
I volunteered
And,
to do
and
it.
hold on,
Look.
and if we're going into legalese, quite frankly,
Yeah.
you did not create the code that created these keys. At any point in time, that belongs to Valve, GOG, or whoever was the originator of those
Yes.
codes. Therefore,
Yes.
you at no point in time have any legal possession of those codes in terms of intellectual property law.
But what
Except
you
for
know,
the fact that I
thing
created,
that-
except
stop,
for that I created
There's one
Optima
thing I
Forward
will
accounts.
agree with Bet on in this. He is the owner of the database that he had coded, from
no,
which
he's
he is
not.
host.
He was commissioned to do it. He volunteered.
I
It
was not
belongs to
commissioned by
whatever
anyone.
country or-
No, he is
company
the owner of his
organization
database, but that gives him bupkis. He is it would be the equivalent of owning a phone book without any pages.
Exactly.
Also, any Destiny fags in here, House of Wolves is
It does
live.
not belong to you. The thing you own would be the actual, basically, if I, okay, sure, you know what? I'm going to delete every single key off of the spreadsheet, hand you back your spreadsheet, and then you have it back. See, this is what you're not getting. You are not the owner of the codes, and you have no legal standing in doing anything with them.
Neither do you. That's the whole thing. Is neither of you.
Actually, I do. I have the consent of the people who donated. You do not. You are considered the laughing stock in this. I'm going to quote here from the chat. Even if you had a legal standing in this, you're still acting like a huge cunt.
He doesn't have legal standing, though. He volunteered. End of story.
And people do work for free. It doesn't mean that it conveys them copyright or any sort of thing like that.
And you know what? I don't have the copyright to your database, and I didn't need to have it because we dumped that piece of shit as soon as you left.
Okay, did you formulate a contract that said that you maintain the rights to it? Because if you didn't...
I think we've beaten this dead horse enough. This is round 4 of this particular point.
Yeah, I know.
And hold on, and let me ask you a question. Do you also own the code then that was later on written by Bruce Campbell, who decided to nix all of your code and write it fresh from scratch?
No, I don't. And the whole reason why you...
Oh, so that means then that all of the current code that was actually being used before before we stopped using this was actually not by you, but by somebody else. So you actually have absolutely no legal standing.
But then again, I'm not talking...
Hold on, because we shifted out your code before you even decided to do the MagFest thing.
What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, we replaced your code before you pulled the MagFest bullshit. So therefore, again, you have no standing there.
You did not replace the code before MagFest.
Yes, we did.
All right, let's stop this. We've already gone through this at least 4 separate times.
I concur.
Yeah, I know.
Please, we've got enough. If you want, we've done.
Yes, I think that the audience...
The audience is getting bored as fuck.
When you log in... Look, when you log into account and you change the password and you steal the code and you steal the database, it's a crime. Yeah.
Last try. Stop. Final statements on both of them, and then we'll move on. We'll do something else. We'll start with Tabitha, because I know I've been shutting you up a lot. I'll start with you.
Okay. The fact of the matter is, Ben, you didn't agree in contract that you keep the rights to it, did you?
You don't have to. That's not a requirement.
No, but there is no actual legal precedent that you are guaranteed it in court. Most likely, I would imagine that they would side with Shrek purely on the basis that he had it long before you came into the picture. You were...
How long was long before?
You took it upon yourself to deliver those codes or whatever, because you felt that what was being done with them was unethical. That was your personal opinion. Other people clearly don't agree with you. But the fact of the matter is that you volunteered. Whether you volunteered for charity or whatnot, doesn't matter. You volunteered. You shouldn't expect to be paid any compensation whatsoever, and no court
I didn't ask for any compensation.
You have no legal precedent here at all.
Who asked for compensation?
You actually did when you came onto the stream and you're talking about how you were unpaid for their services.
For PayPal on computer hardware, for 3D cameras.
No,
hold on, which for the record, you continue to offer to other people, and actually...
I have tons of 3D cameras.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but did we not? Were you not in a very tight spot at that point in time and needed to get the money as soon as possible? After we figured out that due to the limitations of PayPal, this was not possible, you then went on and looked for other ways, and we both and I basically told you, look, this doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon. So please, you have to find somebody else. And you agreed to this, and you started offering the same things to other people, who then, as I remember, I think somebody actually took you up on it or not. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. But at that point in time, where you realized that the money wasn't going to make it to you on time, you basically canceled this in a verbal agreement.
How long does it take for a transfer to go through, Shrek?
It is irrelevant how long it takes for transfer to go through because as
it's a legitimate question. No, it's a legitimate question.
Because as I told you at that point in time, right, PayPal was not going to accept my bank account in time for you to make this for your payment of rent, which is what you specified as the reason for doing this.
After 2 weeks of not having any money, yes, I decided to go sell it somewhere else. It doesn't take 2 weeks for the bank account to get.
And I told you, no,
verified.
actually, it actually took much longer because, quite frankly, it took about what 3 months or so until that thing was resolved. And aside from the fact that's irrelevant, because as soon as I told you, dude, it doesn't look like this is going to work, and you said, okay, I have to find something else.
Okay.
That is a verbal cancellation of the contract.
I was not asking for free money.
Why are
honestly.
we continuing with this argument?
I just wanted to make the point that the money I was asking for.
Adrian, I think your mistake was allowing people to have a final say. I don't think there is any say on
There
this.
is no more final say.
I want to have a final say, and I want to explain. Okay, look, I was not
There isn't much
asking
of
for
an
free money.
explanation here.
I'm not
Let's
asking
just
for
move
free
on.
money. All I asked for was to sell hardware. That's the only reason why I asked for money, right? Was for hardware, not for any of this, not for anything from GG, right? And the fact of the matter is, when you log into an account that you do not own and you change the password and when you take the code and when you take the database, it's theft. That's all there is.
Hold on. So actually, I disagree there on this following basis. The account was named Game It Forward. It was not named.
And who came up with Game It Forward?
Me, not you. Actually, specifically, Old School did, who I believe has taken ample opportunity to call you out on your bullshit before.
Yeah. Okay. So he did, and then who made these accounts? I did, right?
So you were basically impersonating, is what you're saying.
No, we were all in the same room. We were all chatting.
So you're claiming that you made these accounts on our behalf, which then means that you just performed a function as a volunteer.
So it wasn't you though, right? It was not you that owns all these codes. It was supposed to be a charity, right?
No. You can keep your charity bullshit because
it says in Twitter. You can see in Twitter the fucking word charity giveaway is all over.
Actually,
I'm
no. Actually, no.
So let me understand.
No, shut.
Let Shrek finish.
Let me say something. I think
He's
that
lying.
both the
He's lying on
arguments.
no statement by the official of
Everyone
Game
stop.
Forward
You gotta chill out.
mentions the word charity.
It says all over the place charity. So you're
Well, you
asking
know what?
people to give.
Other people call it a charity.
someone
That is irrelevant. We never said it was a charity. We said that we are considering to at some point make it a charity.
I would have never been a part of any of this had it not been a charity.
Well,
And
guess what? Then you probably failed to check because you never
Shrek,
made
just take a
any
look at the
statement.
chat for a second. Shrek, take a look at the chat for a second.
Okay, hold on.
Tell me what the court of public
What he
opinion
said.
is deciding at the moment, based upon both positions' arguments.
I can only surmise you didn't actually listen to what Matthias said, because you're a fucking moron.
Alright, that's enough. We've got nothing else to really milk out of this particular argument.
It's just drama. That's all it is.
At this point, it's just
No,
drama
it's been
because
entertaining
you have
seeing
no
how stupid
case.
someone really
Honestly, in my
You
opinion,
really have no case.
Yeah, I
mean,
really
should
don't
should
think.
Should I cite the laws? I mean, do you want me to cite the laws again?
You
Should I
can
go
cite
grab
the
the-
laws all you want.
Ben,
You have no
if
case.
you have a
You can't show
case-
damages.
No, should I go grab the? Should I go grab
if you
the
have a
computer
case-
fraud
I'm
and
dead
abuse?
serious. You have no case. The reason why I'm
Should I
stating
go
that,
grab the computer fraud and abuse
I'm
act?
not
Should I go
trying to be
grab
mean
copyright
to
act?
you.
Should I
What
go
I'm
grab
saying
the-
is,
What?
where are you going to be able to show the damages?
I don't care about any damages. That's the whole point. I don't give a shit about damages. I've moved on. I'm doing other shit. But the fact of the matter is, you guys are all butthurt over the fact that I tried to give away game codes to charity.
No, we're
That's
about
what you're upset about.
If you had just given the keys to
Hey,
charity, we would have
Can we
agreed.
just move on from this?
No,
Yeah.
actually, no. I want to address this. Please let me address this. Here's the
Alright,
sad fact of it, man.
this should be the last.
Had you
Enough
just
of this.
Yes. Had you just offered the keys to charity with no strings attached, we would have said okay and moved on. But the fact of the matter is, you didn't. You offered these keys with strings attached, strings that specifically were stated to give you a discussion panel, which we were never consulted on. The organizers of this were never consulted on this. Therefore, quite obviously, you acted in bad faith by not contacting us at any point in time beforehand about
I
it.
contacted you, Matthias.
You
I
said
talked to
you
because
you
you're
said
the
you
one-
wanted to have a discussion panel at MagFest. You never said I'm going to offer these game keys to MagFest with the condition attached.
So wait. If you were donating the keys to MagFest on the proviso that you got a pass or whatever, doesn't that mean theoretically you weren't actually donating them to charity at all because you were getting something out of it?
Well, MagFest itself is a charity, and I myself wanted to
MagFest
have
is not a charity; it's for profit.
All
Yeah.
proceeds from MagFest go to
Is
Child's Play.
irrelevant? MagFest itself is not a charity. And if you want, I can actually get one of the organizers from MagFest into this fucking chat and to tell you off. It might take a while because I'm not sure if they're awake right now, but that would be a possibility. Because I know these guys.
It says
not just some
on the website. It says we hold many fundraising activities every year, and 100% of all proceeds from our activities go to benefit Child's Play.
Excuse me, Benjamin, but that doesn't make them a charity.
That really doesn't.
When it says 100% of the proceeds,
No,
and
that does
it goes
not
to
mean it's a charity. That means that they give the earnings they make, they give the profits they make to charity.
They've chosen to do them.
Mm-hmm.
They've chosen to do that. They're not required.
But it's all fucking irrelevant. The point is, you attached a condition that you arbitrarily decided on to it, which automatically completely nixes the whole. I was just gonna give it to charity like we agreed on. You know what? Even if we had really agreed on that, I guarantee you we had not agreed on giving them to charity with some kind of strings attached. That makes you the fucking asshole in this case, in case you haven't figured it out. You may know the legal definition of charity, but you don't know anything about actual charity, dude.
Oh, is that why I just teach at schools all the time and go help the homeless because I don't know anything about charity?
Bullshit. You don't have time to.
We have no proof of that, and you could just be pulling that out of your ass.
Also,
I
I
don't
know,
know, man.
I know based on the amount of time that you spend on all these stuff through the past, I don't know how many months that you've been in correspondence with us, that you spend awake, and you obviously sound tired. That means you didn't get any sleep last night. That you do not have any time to be teaching any kids. So you made that up right from the get-go. There's just no possible way, based on the amount of time that you spent with us, that you could possibly be teaching kids. And if
Do I
any
always-
school
are
were
you-
willing to teach
is
you
the
kids, quite
is the
frankly, I'd be
is the
skeptical of that
contention-
school.
Is the contention that I always teach kids every single day, all day long?
Keep in mind, this is coming from the guy who got kicked out of his school for filming for filming a class against the will of the school.
What?
Come on, let's just talk about something else. We've had enough. Come on.
I
I
agree.
know they're getting tired. This is boring as
I
fuck.
just can't believe how much of an idiot this guy is.
I know,
He's a-
right?
We've already
fucking
gone over this
imbecile.
5 times now. Let's go to a different subject, and if he can't talk about anything else,
I say we welcome the new guests.
Yeah, let's welcome the new guests. Hello,
And-
who do we have here? We have Ryan and we have Positive. I
Hey,
like
what's
this
up?
positive name.
I try. I
I remember that
probably
avatar too. You used to be on the old open house shows.
Hi guys.
Hey,
Oh, ow. That was...
little laugh. That's cool. All right, that's better. Oh my goodness. Oh, I didn't know you could mute people. See ya.
Yes, you can.
I'm an idiot. I would have been muting him ages ago. I thought it was only the host that could. Okay, well,
No.
lesson learned.
You need to level up, Citron.
I admit it. All right, but seriously, what do y'all want to talk about?
Whatever comes to mind, really. Just accept
We can
this.
talk about-
This topic has been
about
basically beaten into submission.
Ethics in games journalism?
We could talk about
We can talk about how House of Wolves has gone live. If
what
anyone
is
cares.
House of Wars?
Have you guys
Um,
talked about Ellen Powell lately?
That has nothing to do with ethics in games journalism. Move on.
I was just joking.
Kick.
Well, we've been talking about a lot of things that don't specifically have to do with ethics in games journalism, so I would actually like to be updated on the Ellen Powell story. What is the deal with that? Because I haven't been paying attention to it.
She lost the case miserably.
That was a while
was
ago,
it?
though, right?
Wait,
Was
who
it-
did?
Ellen Powell, she's the temporary CEO of Reddit. And the interesting part wasn't her case. even the reporting, but Reddit's reaction to it and trying to censor the discussion of that particular bit in certain subreddits.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. She's the one who blocked a lot of Gamergate posts on Reddit. Posts that talked about Gamergate.
I think she's also the one that's responsible for some of the more recent changes on what's harassment and whatnot, as far as Reddit's concerned.
So she still has a job there?
As far as I know.
I would expect her
Well,
to be
if you
fired.
can, ask her why the fuck I got shadow banned for responding to a comment in a Lewd Gamer thread. Because Reddit's a piece of shit.
Yeah, it is. For that matter, isn't Aaron shadow banned now too?
Yes.
For whatever reason.
I don't know who that
I
is.
believe that is
He's,
confirmed. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. He's that guy that wrote the Zoe post, in case you're wondering. That guy.
Oh, right, Aaron Gioni. No, yeah.
Yeah. That's a kind of a weird timing for him to be shadow banned. It's like, you'd think he would have been shadow banned before Gamergate itself started.
Well, he's trying to organize a fundraiser for his legal fund. That's probably why.
I believe that fundraiser was successful, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check the.
They're currently going for the stretch goal.
Nice.
What is the stretch goal?
I'm not even sure what the stretch goal is. I didn't really look into that. I only cared about-
15,000.
Yeah.
I would, I want to see a stretch goal like him posing in like a banana hammock or something totally ridiculous and dehumanizing.
Kick. Poor bastard.
Yeah, so I can confirm Ellen Pao is still the CEO, Reddit interim CEO.
One more reason not to use Reddit.
Yeah. Good luck finding an alternative.
I still find it very shocking that Reddit.
Yes, I wonder what the internet did before Reddit came around.
Yeah.
You forget I'm an old fag. I was here when people were still using fucking acoustic couplers.
Yeah, fair enough.
Usenet.
Oh,
good old Usenet.
FidoNet. Anybody remember FidoNet?
You remember Gopher?
Barely. Keep in mind, back in the day, I focused more on gaming than I do now.
I actually used to run a BBS on remote access.
Yes. I loved playing BBS games, though. Trade Wars. Good times.
Lemonade stand.
Kick. I favored Lord of the Red Dragon in Trade Wars.
Did you guys know that Alex O'Hanahan was being contracted by, what's the name of that security company? Not Halliburton. HB Gary or something?
No.
He's like working for the defense industry.
Oh, that's good to
And
know.
apparently that got censored.
Someone should probably set up something like Undeletes, except off of Reddit so it won't be deleted. A little humor.
Well, Gamergate Fan is actually backing up Kotaku in action and basically putting it into an empty database of the open source version of Reddit.
That's cool.
I still find it shocking that Reddit would do this. I mean, I thought they were all about free speech and stuff.
No,
you know
they
what?
used to be.
Yeah,
They
just
They
like
used to be, but
4chan.
now the guy that ran it's died. It's been perverted massively.
They supported Occupy Wall Street. Remember that?
Oh, and you know what's funny about Occupy Wall Street?
What?
About how it ended up getting funded by Adbusters back in the day, whenever it first started. And what makes it funnier is how they're on the opposite side of it on this particular controversy. I think it's cute.
That is interesting, Adbusters' involvement with Occupy Wall Street. You generally don't hear about it. From what I gather, it started with some kind of media campaign they launched. And what was their specific goal in having Occupy Wall Street? Like, why did they want to see that thing go forward?
They were pissed off about the bailouts of banks, and they were trying to set up a protest of the 1%, which is why they were saying we are the 99% and shit like that.
Well, I think that's the fundamental problem.
That was the initial bit of it, at least, before the freaking hipsters joined in.
It became just a pure anti-capitalism movement, I think.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
it
the
was
issue with
at the start. It was like anti-corruption. That was it. It just
Yeah,
turned
originally.
into a complete anti-capitalist movement.
It got co-opted like a motherfucker.
Well, I'm disappointed in Occupy for the same reason why I'm disappointed in GG, in that they failed to get their main mission accomplished.
Which one is that?
Oh, I mean, I'm just saying that both groups became giant cesspits of drama and failed to get their main goals accomplished.
But
There's
what's
no
the main goal?
It was never
Well,
going to
Occupy Wall
happen
Street.
anyway.
Well, in Occupy Wall Street, it was to remove the corporate power in politics, or I guess depending on who you're talking to, Occupy, it could have been saving the bees from neonicotinoids.
Okay, and in Gamergate?
It became about watching what everyone on Twitter was doing, instead of going after the people violating the rules, ethics policies, and.
So you're thinking that it's about ethics in games journalism too, right?
No, I think that it's a culture war, but Gamergate failed to nail anyone to the wall.
That's not true. Like Alexander is no longer working for Gamasutra. As an example, I know one of the Gamers Are Dead writers actually lost her job as a result. Gawker is dead. They're going to be gone by this year because you go to their website right now, they have almost no ads whatsoever. Even with the paid promotional deals, it's not looking good for them at all having no ads on their website. They're bleeding financially, especially with the other lawsuits getting on top of them, including the Hulk Hogan lawsuit, the Gawker Interns lawsuit, and the insurance fraud they committed. So they're pretty much dead.
They
Well,
also
that's-
have
they
a
killed
big
themselves.
office lease, a $75 million lease over 15 years, which they are currently stuck in.
Plus, Gamergate's not actually dead. It's not done.
Yeah.
So saying it having achieved its goals.
Also, as far as Gawker goes, as far as they did to themselves, I don't fully agree with that. I think that they did some things which definitely did hurt themselves, but we were the ones who drove those stakes in. So I'm going to fundamentally disagree with you when you say that, Gawker only did it to themselves.
I mean,
And
everyone
I
knew that
will say
Gawker was a
bullshit.
position.
I'm going to call bullshit because of one op Kosher Cola.
Oh yeah, did you hear about that, Benjamin?
What is it?
Coca-Cola.
Kosher Cola.
I'll let Thidgen explain.
In summation, those idiots ended up ruining a Coca-Cola ad campaign by making the bots on the bots on Super Bowl Sunday quote Mein Kampf, and they wrote about it.
Not to mention,
It gets better. Then, whenever they were called out for their shenanigans, they accused Coca-Cola of being white nationalists. So, okay. The op came into play whenever it was found out they were looking for venture capitalists, since they're fucking bleeding money. So, they're trying to woo one particular one who had donated to Jewish charities. Op Kosher Cola was to let that particular person know just what they did recently, and therefore, they were anti-Semitic, and they might not want to donate to them, or even invest with them, or support them in any way. And he didn't. That was Op Kosher Cola.
Yep.
Well, on
That
the flip
alone-
side of things, it seems like I know that Gawker pretty much fucked themselves, which is how I perceive it. But in general, I don't feel like we'll ever get rid of corruption in journalism as long as there's a profit motive that makes it profitable. I don't think that we really
get rid of
got.
it because the fact
You're
is the majority
basically
of people
attacking
don't
the
want
branches
ethical
of the
journalism.
tree without actually getting to the roots.
The majority of people
You're
don't
missing
want
major
ethical
bits of it. I'm going to explain a little bit of why.
Thidgen, before you do, can Tabitha have something to say, because I think she spoke before you.
apologize.
Yeah.
Tabitha, you go first.
I was just going to say, unfortunately, the sad reality is that controversy sells, and people don't actually want. They say that they want ethical journalism because they don't want to be aware that the media is lying to them, but they don't want ethical journalism because to them, ethical journalism is boring. So they want the sensationalized crap that makes their lives interesting. However, they don't want to be aware of the corruption or made to face the fact that they're supporting a corrupt institution. And that's the heart of the problem. People don't actually really want ethical journalism.
Some don't, some do. But will they
the
financially
majority
support
don't
it?
seem to, and that's the problem.
The majority don't even think it is corrupt because they aren't aware of just how bad it is. The reason being,
some are ignorant. Some just don't want to know. Like they
the reason Gamergate is still handy is to shine a light on it and to give people the choice. You cannot choose to say, I do not support you if you do not know that the option doesn't exist.
Mm.
That's why Gamergate is still handy today.
Well, I've generally found that the majority of people are like, who cares? Like,
it doesn't matter if 99% don't care, because I've said this before. Don't worry about what the next man thinks. Worry about what you're going to do.
Well, I mean, people are going to listen to whatever they want to hear oftentimes, and so I do kind of agree. I think the only way, and when you say there's corruption in journalism, it's existed since Rome, and you have to ask to what end. And so ultimately, you have to make it so that they can't reach their ends, and so their unethical
simple.
journalism is
History
not ethical, or
favors
not
the
profitable.
victors.
Then,
History
of
has
course,
always
there's
favored the victors.
pretty much, and it's not even remotely over yet. Now, here's the next step, which people seem to be failing to realize. If you really want to deal with that corruption in journalism, you're going to have to understand the ecosystem involved. One of the bigger things that they've been doing over time is they've been taking from academics flawed studies and giving biased accounts on what they're even reporting. Okay? So that's one half of the equation. The other half of the equation is they do a bunch of bullshit reporting and biased narratives, as you may have noticed, and academics are pulling from that biased narrative in order to fund their own studies, get government grants, and do their own flawed studies. They go back and forth in a case of Lysenkoism, because they don't give a damn about actually being scientific about it. They're only pushing narratives. Until you are able to break the cycle of circular citations, you will not progress too much further.
It's not in the scientific field itself that it never was a case. There was always citation from the back, from past record, and try to create new enforcement. The Enlightenment, it is you can say it as a political movement to say how big they are. They are the Enlightenment, the enlightened people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not something. It's part of the research. It's not. I don't think there was time. It was separated.
What are you trying to say?
I try to say that it's part of the research itself. It's not something that you can cut off, because the research is still done by humans in the end. It's not done by machines. Human can't be 100% objective. And you have internal politics. If you go into academia, you will see a lot of internal politics and things that you would see in a novella in a lot of cases.
Not to mention the rampant growth thing.
But no, it's because it's done by humans.
True.
What you're saying is that it would be a non-human.
What I'm saying is there is a case of really nasty bits of circular citations going on, which are pushing narratives more and more, and it's turning further away from objective truth and more towards propaganda over time.
The fact that Karl Popper is accepted as the notion, you could say it's a circular citation. Does it mean circular citation? Does it mean it's not evolving? Does it mean that it doesn't reflect more on internal politics in some cases, meaning that there is a push against some of the establishment within scientific studies? It could mean a lot of things in that case. What you're saying,
referring specifically, and I have defined this, as academics that are drawing upon biased journalism for their flawed studies, and the same journalism drawing upon those flawed studies that was drawn upon the biased media's portrayal of events in a circular citation to push narratives rather than even bother to try to get at the truth on either form.
What do you mean by a circular citation? Are you saying, you know, they're citing someone that they know
They're
as
citing
like a credible source, and then they're citing someone they know as a credible source, and so on and
There's
so forth?
that too, but I was referring specifically to the academic and journalist relationship.
There's a nice little document that was produced by this group. I can't remember the name, but they basically tried to merge the roles of academic, activists, and journalists all into one. And then they do this whole big circle jerk where they all study each other's studies and then don't actually do any real empirical observations. Just go off of logical positivism to say that if these two things follow, then this must be the consequence.
It's part of every study. If I say that if I generalize a law, I make
I'll
a generalization.
contextualize. Have you been watching the academics' papers on Gamergate?
I read a lot. I read a lot of cases. I also read a lot in cases of philosophy of science and
Yeah, no, I
like that.
stopped being able to stomach that.
No, I want to
shit
contextualize this. Have you
I
been
understand
keeping
what
an
you're
eye on
saying.
the academics'
I look
papers
at
on Gamergate? You know that they are citing newspapers that are biased portrayals of Gamergate, right?
They are still accepted as
Always.
accepted source, as a legitimate source. Sociologist in
What
sociology.
That's one half of it.
But it's part of the field. The field itself studies the social order. The social order can be perceived from the media it's consumed, from the news, from games, from everything. That's not an issue. The issue is how it's interpreted. Some do it biasly, some do it try to keep a distance. I don't think you can generalize it on the whole field.
I'm not saying all academics. I'm not saying all journalists. What I'm saying is there are specific academics that end up engaging in circular citations with hack journalists in order to get an edge in funding.
Let's take it more generally. Are you aware that roughly 2/3 of all psychological papers in the major journals cannot be replicated? And that's supposed to be the mainstream science. And that's simply because these people are not scientists.
In terms of science itself, it's not clear. It needs to be more clear in that context. Is it the road that we study? What do you mean by science here? It's not clear.
Okay, as in the whole idea of rational falsification and empiricism as Popper put forth. And,
okay, Ben.
Yeah.
Can I just respond to what you're saying about psychological papers? The whole point, the reason they're not replicatable is because the whole point of psychology right now is because it's such a young science. It's not a pure science, but it's so young that the only way to find out what's true is to throw a bunch of shit at the wall and see what sticks. So you put out a paper, someone else tries to verify it, someone else tries to replicate it, and then you see if it works or not. That's why most of it isn't going to be verifiable, isn't going to be replicatable.
It's also by the subject themselves. I don't think
it's an art at this point. It can potentially grow into a science.
I don't think psychology in itself can be replicated as it touches humans, and humans develop differently. So
well,
you don't study nature.
Experience.
So Dash, it's studying trends. It's not. You can never nail down saying all humans are like this, all people are like this. But you could say most people are like this, or most people that have this particular.
You can study processes. You can generalize processes. I don't think you can really generalize processes in psychology to such depths like in natural science, like I forgot.
No, I understand what you're saying. That's why it's never going to be a pure science like physics or biology.
It can't be. And the rule of falsification.
I have a couple of points I want to make in response to what Dash is saying, but I do want Tabitha to speak first because she was trying to get a word in.
All I was going to say is the reason it can't be replicated is because psychology is purely subjective from the subject's perspective. You know, everyone has different experience, and if you're asking them about their experiences, you're damn right it's going to be subjective rather than objective.
Well, most of the psychology experiments are not in terms of like psychotherapy, but are more of like behavioral studies. So like if they say that, for instance, you know, women are taller and stronger than men, you know, you can say that's not going to be true for every individual person.
That's not exactly relevant. That's
yeah, but we're talking about trends. I mean, anyways, we're not talking about individual people or individual cases. We're talking about long trends that should be replicatable because it's over a big data set.
Mm-hmm. All right, the couple points I wanted to make was a clarification between the difference between a soft science and a hard science, which is a very important distinction to make. A hard science is based on hard data, based upon test results and observable evidence that we can actually collect, and, well, not observable evidence.
They're the ones that go rigorously into the scientific method. They are replicatable.
Right, and it's predicated based on scientific testing that you can actually do. Now, a soft science is one where you can't necessarily do those tests except in aggregate. It has to be done over statistical data and over studies over periods of time. Now, that's the first point I want to make, because that's a very clear distinction that needs to be made when discussing sciences. Psychology is a science, but it's a soft science. It's not a hard science like physics or biology. And the second point I wanted to make was I think Dash is conflating the concept of true objectivity, which is impossible, with the strivance to be as objective as possible, because you can take...
I don't compare between the two.
All right, well, maybe I'm incorrect. Go ahead and explain.
True objectivity, and when I refer to objectivity in what you call hard science, but it's more a natural science that refers to natural phenomena, you have a phenomenon in front of you. It is one source that you allude to. In what you call soft science here, by your definition, you don't have just one source. Not every group acts the same. Not the main source you are trying to study, it's inherently not the same. It's not objectivity from the researcher. It's objectivity from the point of what being studied. If you study humans, not every human acts the same, and it have a lot of conditions by social order, by time, by eating disorder, eating habits and things like that.
So your point is that the result. So your point is the results of soft sciences such as psychology will only give you a generality, not a clear across-the-board basis for all subjects in the field of being studied. Correct?
The subject of the study itself, it's different. So what it tests. I don't think you can. I know from history a lot more, but in history I don't have one. I have some reality, but this reality have a lot of accounts, meaning that by this I can't really have one truth. There is multiple views on this reality, and I don't live in such reality. I mean, I can't verify it.
I don't
exactly.
see how the morality of bestiality is relevant at all in this conversation.
What the fuck?
I know, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Reality?
He said reality, not bestiality, I think.
Reality.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, reality. Oh, I apologize. That must have been due to a language barrier. I heard bestiality.
You were
thinking of this reality, not bestiality.
Yeah, I think you got to get your mind out of the gutter, John.
No. Okay.
Hey, patient.
Hello again.
Yeah.
Are we finally back to something else?
Yeah, we're currently talking about the circular citations involving academics and journalism.
Right, but Dash, could you repeat that point because I did mishear it? Go ahead.
When I know from history. That's why and some anthropology but I didn't read a lot in anthropology fields. But from what I know, when it comes to subject of human, there is a more place to interpretation, more place for multiple view or multiple conditions and multiple looks. in that sense. You don't. The fact that my history teacher wrote this example, which is correct. The fact that the pen fall, it's not. It is something that happened. Why it fall? How it? Why it fall by the human action? Did it happen because she was angry or because she was sad? Because why did the interpretation itself? It's open. It's never be clear. It's a human. It would be a human action.
Okay, well, what you're talking about specifically here is history, and to
It-
my understanding of historians, it is not their job to understand the intentions of the people acting, because the only way you can understand someone's intention is if they actually explicitly state it. So historians don't try to cast good historians.
No, you can, and you can. The point of history is to understand what led, what the process that led toward some reality, towards some changes in society, for example.
Oh, I think I'm getting what you're saying. Okay. What I'm saying here is these people are trying to revise history in their favor.
No, it's not revised. It's that out the understanding.
No. I know what you're saying, but
You
what
guys are
I
just
was
discussing
saying,
two different things.
Before you went on,
Revised would be untrue interpretation. Would be a biased interpretation that, for example,
that's
if
what they're
someone-
doing.
No, it's what being done in history from all the time, but it's not revising the history.
So can I try and explain this so
Understanding.
that you both understand what's going on? Okay, so I'm pretty sure what Dash is saying is that it's always going to be subjective. There's always going to be bias. So what you're describing isn't anything but
The
I'm
fact
pretty sure that's what.
That's what he's saying.
I know.
The
That's his
factor-
point that he's making.
The factor is a reality that Philip II went to in a voyage in the sea. I can look at Philip II itself, and I can look on the sea. It doesn't mean I revise history. I change my point of view on the sea itself, on the natural process that happened in the sea that affected his travel.
All right, I'll give you a different example then. Take a look at what happened during the Baltimore riots.
It's a contemporary history, but proceed. Meaning
Okay.
that
They were trying to initially report it to be nothing but a peaceful protest. They were pushing a particular narrative. The thing was, they had peaceful protesters, but they also had rioters. They also had failed to do the necessary fact-checking, and some of the papers involved were trying to make the news and sensationalize, rather than actually report it accurately.
that an issue with contemporary history.
Yes.
Meaning that you don't have the scope of time to see why something happened. You don't have enough length from the
Enough professional distance, right?
Something like that. But when in contemporary history, it's more open to such problems, but it's also much open to interpretation because of that. And
yes.
And in the end, you do reach some goal. All these studies that you say are just a process, but after a while, there would be historians that would come and say and combine them and try to create a new view from it, a new view that's more adequate for what happened. You need you need some length to make it something more agreeable or understandable in that sense. Something more based.
I understand your points. You're talking history, though, but I'm talking journalism here.
Okay, journalism.
So here's the thing:
And
is that no one.
What I was
No,
saying was,
it was
academics are citing journalism and contemporary events in order to make their own narratives and papers. And those same journalism, the same hack journalists are citing academics in order to promote their own agendas.
Okay, Tidrin, you've said that several times. So what would be your solution to that problem?
It's not
the solution
is to get rid of the academics.
Not accepting that.
No, the solution would be to recognize that it's even there. Most people don't seem to recognize that they've been feeding off each other. raising
Well,
awareness that it even exists would be a good first step.
And as a historian, I must go to the primary sources, meaning sources from the time. If I wouldn't go to the sources from the time, how can I evaluate at the time? Just reading secondary sources that is not adequate enough. What you say it's not adequate for when study history today by who is called, I forgot who put it, but that's one of the key rules in the research. Go to the sources. The fact that they are citing news reports just means they're citing them, doesn't mean how they interpreted them.
No.
I think it's Avatar.
Someone has a GSM phone.
Thanks.
I fixed it.
I think that a good way of doing this is to go after the people who are not conducting ethical research at the universities. And I mean, there are people that have tenure, and the people that have tenure can't be easily fired unless they conduct gross misconduct. But you can still make life difficult for them or ruin their reputation for coming up with fake or bunk science. And that's been what the people in the GMO and vaccination crowds have been doing with the anti-vaccination, anti-GMO people.
Yes, I don't necessarily. I don't know if it's due to unethical research conduct in that sense. Not by the journalists, it might be in some degree, meaning that they are presenting some sensational view. If I would call it ethical or unethical, it's still not clear about that as well.
I mean, you usually can't make a journalism organization fire their employees, but usually when students are at a university, there's a code of conduct and a research board and these sort of things, and if they're violating student conduct or violating their research board's rules for research, then you very well can, and you probably should.
You're assuming that the research board itself isn't corrupt.
Assume that it is corrupt in this particular
Because
case.
the only reason any of this is happening is because the administration of the organizations, these academic organizations, is just as corrupt as the people doing the research. And I mean corrupt in an ideological sense, like they are blinded by their ideology and think that it's okay to put an ideological spin on research when it should be based on fact and reality.
Well, I can use an example if you would like, a real-life example. So at University of Oregon, there was a woman who was using an internet survey given to students with no listing of the methodology to justify the need for her to be placed in a position where she's like the rape czar at the university. And the Institutional Research Board said that this was extremely biased and they weren't going to accept this paper, and they were pushing back against her until the point that there got to be a gigantic protest at their door. And then she went to go see President Obama at the White House, and then all of a sudden her research was approved, and she became the rape czar of University of Oregon. So it's not as if everyone's corrupt. It's just that.
No, I'm not saying everyone's corrupt, but I'm saying that it's gotten to the point where it's widespread enough that just saying, okay, let the board do something about it isn't necessarily going to accomplish anything, because there's enough
And that woman
corruption
went on
in
to
there
become
that it's not just
Patricia
going to solve
Hernandez.
itself.
It's roughly the equivalent of going to... Damn it, stop. It's the equivalent of going over the person's head to try to speak to their boss. And it's fine if the boss is actually okay. It's not okay, though, if the boss himself doesn't give a fuck.
So, what's the topic for the day?
Current topic.
Corruption, that's what it is.
Well,
corruption.
Oh shit, hi
The
Ryan.
first thing I would do, really, is I would start looking into those particular connections. I would see who is citing what.
You need a freeze for academics.
Yep.
You guys already know my opinion about what to do with corruption, especially in companies. Companies just shut them down and blow the fucking owners to 7 corners of the world. But in academia, I'd say just making
people aware of it would be a step up. You don't need to shut them down.
I personally am 100% for making corruption on any level of what's the word?
Academia?
Not even academia. Every facet every business and every organization that is hired by the state. For corruption in those instances, it should be equally treated as high treason, in my opinion. Because, I mean...
I think it should be more severely punished than it is now. I don't know about high treason, but... Yeah.
I would
sure.
go with high
Harsher
treason
punishment,
because
but
it's a
treason,
deterrent
Jesus.
method. Say what you want about China, but the businessmen in China, not even the business, the bureaucrats in China, they don't even fucking dream about taking any money to the hand and you scratch my back, I scratch yours.
Joking?
That's
no, I'm not
because,
joking.
That's
You get
because the
executed
government
for
has been in power for how many years? They're corrupt as fuck.
Yeah,
There
China is
aren't-
so fucking
There
corrupt. I've
aren't
been to
any other
China.
parties. There is one party, and that's the government party, and that's it. You don't get a choice, unlike in countries like myself or yours. It's just whoever's in power is in power. They have been for decades, and it's not going to change anytime soon.
I would say the only place that was like the way you describe is Singapore, not China. China is full of corruption. In Singapore, they throw you in jail for chewing gum.
Oh yes, because that's so much better.
It's not better. It's just
So we go from one extreme
Singapore
to the
just
other.
has some extreme rules that this society has agreed to live with for the most part.
Yeah, unfortunately, the problem with the idea Simon proposes is a very liberal idea. Maybe it's
excuse me.
I consider myself to be a
Liberal
pretty
as
liberal
in
person, and even I think that was
liberal
overkill.
I mean liberal as in using big government to solve a problem. A lot of big government to solve a problem.
So
That's the context I'm using it in.
No, that's not an idea of big government. That's the idea of,
uppercase level, not lowercase.
of controlled government, not big government. What's the even fucking notion of big government, small government? The government's job is to run the country. You can't slice it in any other way. Big government, small government, they're still gonna fucking run the country.
Actually, it was never supposed to be to run the country. It was
in both positive and negative means only kind of.
Okay, the argument though is that if you're gonna make it high treason, if you're gonna make corruption high treason, then you need an investigative office. You need people to investigate corruption. You need people to prosecute corruption. So it does involve increasing the size of government in that sense.
And who makes the judgments
Well,
on that? Like, that's
you put an office like that into practice without making the government bigger. You're literally making a whole new institution inside the government.
Right, but this is my problem with this.
How would you govern that?
Right. This is just the argument of who watches the Watchmen. I mean, you can't be 100% sure of anything when it comes to not controlling it.
Well, Simon, I'd have a counter argument to this.
No. The point I'm making is that you're then giving someone power, whoever you appoint or whatever, you're giving them the power to decide what is and what isn't corruption.
Make corruption trials.
That is a very dangerous precedent.
Make the corruption trials open to the public and don't do it like in a sense of a
Corruption
jury.
trials open to the public. You can't do that. That will tamper with evidence. That will.
Yeah, but we already have definitions of corruption, though. It's not like we'd be making up new definitions.
Definition of corruption.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, if I can propose a counter argument to what Simon's proposing. And first, I'm going to define terms here. When I say liberal and conservative, I mean in this context, liberal as in a lot of government and conservative as in a little bit of government. Just to make sure that the terms.
So uppercase versus lowercase.
Wow.
Correct.
I mean, wow. That's. I just kind of
oversimplified,
fucked up when you think about it, because when you say, at least that's how I was presented it when I was a kid. The right is the one that's in favor of, government control, and the left is more in favor of.
Let's not get into this. Can we just use John's
Are
definition?
left-wing extremists, communists, anarchists, people who generally don't fucking like the government one bit. When you, I'm talking here like, theoretic fucking definitions, because I perfectly realize that there's no more left or right. There's just those private interests and other private interests.
All right. Well, in that case, let me use the terms.
Paper definition here.
John, just pick different terms. It'll make things simpler.
Big government versus smaller government.
Perfect.
I don't think everyone agrees on the terms. A big government solution is what Simon's proposing, where basically we put the power of handling corruption into the government and thereby taking power away from the corporations. Now, it seems like
you were to make the trials public and that sort of thing, like that.
Tabitha, let me finish first.
Sorry.
All right. The problem is if you give too much power to the government, like on the scale that Simon proposes, you have a single point of failure. And when you have a single point of failure like that and the government becomes corrupt, they can do essentially whatever they want, as opposed to having smaller government in which you have different entities being able to...
Okay, simple solution. Make the institute that's in charge of trialing, compiling, and whatnot, and basically handling corruption, make it a rotation system.
I mean, there's already laws that deal with this already.
When you use the rotation system, as in constant, bi-yearly or yearly rotations of government officials inside that institution, you essentially prevent them from taking up roots, starting to make friends, creating contacts. If you rotate out
that sounds like a good system for incompetence.
Can I read Wikipedia one paragraph?
Oh yeah, Wikipedia.
The article. So the Racketeering and Corrupt Organizations Act is the United States federal law that provides criminal penalties in a civil cause of action for acts performed as a part of ongoing criminal organizations, and the RICO Act focuses specifically on racketeering and allows the leaders of a syndicate to be tried for crimes which they ordered others to do or assisted them with doing, posing a perceived loophole that has allowed someone who told a man, for example, to murder to be exempt from the trial because he didn't actually commit the crime personally. And I think this is ultimately, the RICO Act is kind of what you guys are referring to. I wouldn't say high treason, because that's different, but I definitely see that.
We're not talking about the RICO Act, Benjamin. This would be where you could charge an individual academic, for example, for corruption. I think what we're talking about.
Comparing it to the RICO Act.
Yeah, it's comparable to the RICO, but it's not the RICO Act. It's
right.
Not like you can charge these people under the RICO Act.
Well,
that's kind of slightly missing the point, because this is taking up civil, as in definition of law, you're taking civil actions, your criminal actions.
Fine, but allowing the trials to be public is a bad idea.
That in a nutshell is not enough of a deterrent.
I want to hear what Tabitha was trying to say.
What's the highest penalty in America for corruption? Like the most highest fucking penalty that rationally, of course. I mean, not on paper, the kind of penalty that it's still there on paper, but literally nobody's getting that penalty.
So according to the law here, it says that RICO is any person who committed at least 2 acts of racketeering activity, and they can be charged for 10 years for each charge.
Racketeering, okay, I'm talking about
corruption, right? Corruption. Racketeering is
corruption. Oh, right.
It's a form of corruption, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but racketeering just kind of seems like, for some reason in my head it pops up like, joyriding or something. I don't know why, don't ask me.
Oh, well, the definition is...
But yeah, I know what racketeering is. It's just...
The definition is literally making a problem that you yourself are benefiting from.
Stopping.
Yeah, it's a racket. Yeah. For 2 charges of racketeering. Okay, but that's racketeering.
No, they have to do it twice. They have to do racketeering twice, and then they can get RICO. And RICO is up to 10 years and $25,000.
That's fucking pathetic. We're talking about people who are scamming away millions of dollars. And do you really think that's
in addition
twice? Do you know how much money somebody can fucking steal via racketeering in the government or in high lobby positions?
I mean, it says also, in addition, the racketeer must forfeit all ill-gotten gains or any interest in any business.
Which gains are illegal or not legal? If he has fucking bank accounts in China or Sweden.
Well, that's why the feds usually handle RICO cases instead of civil actions.
Yeah, and in 50 years maybe the case will be solved or just forgotten. The feds. For somebody that's for small government, you rely on the feds doing their job a little bit too much.
I mean, it says here that violations of the RICO laws can be alleged in civil lawsuit cases. So if you, for instance, or actually let's just say Hulk Hogan, for instance, wanted to go after Gawker for racketeering, he might actually succeed.
Yeah, but I'm talking more about I'm talking more about corruptions on a more meaningful manner. Not about Hulk Hogan suing a bunch of fucking tabloids.
We're talking about corruption, how to deal with corruption. I think that RICO is a great law that could be used in a situation like this where you have a couple.
Yeah, but why twice?
There's no legal precedent for it, though.
Why do you have to
These
rank
aren't public traded companies.
in order to be qualified for punishment?
Well, I mean, because once you...
I can make one big problem that'll make me millions of dollars and I won't get in trouble.
Well, if you do it once, you might just be an asshole. You know, if you do it once. If you do it twice, you might be a racketeer.
That's what the due process is for. That's what evidence is for. You don't just assume instantaneously that somebody was just being a dickhead or irresponsible. That's the sort of thing that should be
That's why we have innocent till
by
proven
evidence
guilty.
and the court of law.
That's why you have
just
innocent
assumed
till
by
proven
default.
guilty and they would go on trial, but televising it would be stupid, as you were suggesting.
Am I suggesting to televise this?
You did say to make
You
it
said
publicly
earlier.
transparent.
Yeah.
You didn't specifically say televising, but you did say to make it as publicly
You
transparent.
said to make the trial transparent, and I said that would be open to all sorts of tampering above and beyond what normally goes on now.
So, I mean, if Anita Sarkeesian got brought up for RICO, do you think we'd have giant riots in the streets?
Why would you be able to sue Anita Sarkeesian? I don't get this.
She wouldn't be taken in for RICO. What the hell has she done?
Yeah, it would be impossible to do that.
RICO,
the laws
it might be tax fraud, but that's a whole other kettle of fish.
Libel and lying and scamming are fairly weak offenses in the States as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
as far as
they
I
are.
know, I'm not concerned. As far as I know.
Yeah,
I mean,
it would be impossible to sue her without her screaming misogyny in any way.
No, the only way you could sue Anita is if she actually slandered somebody, slandered or libeled somebody, cost them damages, and it could be proven in court that she had malice of intent, and that her statements were that were lies. Yeah, and there's no way Anita's going to be dumb enough to do that because because you have to remember that Anita is a puppet to Jonathan McIntosh, and Jonathan McIntosh is a propagandist who probably studied up on all this sort of stuff. And
yeah, but even if she did so, even if she did say something like that, how do you even prove in court that something was said in malicious intent?
I guess what I meant to say is, I mean, I thought maybe it would be plausible, but even if it wasn't plausible, politics has a lot to do with law enforcement more so than the laws themselves. You already have laws in the books.
I wouldn't support a corrupt politician suing Anita if it was going to violate laws. I don't care how much I disagree with Anita, but if she didn't do anything wrong, you're trying to get her on some trumped-up charges.
She already did something wrong.
What I'm saying is that it would be political suicide for any DA to go after Anita, even if she did something wrong, because there might be riots in the streets. I don't think it'd be Baltimore, but
there would be no riots in the streets if Anita was taken to court. What are you smoking?
No, obviously not. But I'm saying that it would be political suicide for any DA to go after someone like Anita Sarkeesian, even if she was guilty.
To clarify something I said, I didn't mean to say that Anita did nothing wrong. I mean to say that she did nothing.
Isn't she technically a scammer by U.S. law? I mean, she got
no.
And we don't know that for sure. We don't know actual proof.
If you look on Kickstarter, you could technically take it as a fund because it's a fund that's.
Have a good night, Tabitha.
Good night, Tabitha.
Night, Tabitha.
Pleasant talking with you.
You could technically look at any Kickstarter as a fund. I mean, under the law, because technically speaking, it is a non-profit cause. Well, it is profit in this case, even more so. But it is a cause that is publicly funded with set goals. None of the goals that were set in the Kickstarter were fulfilled. Doesn't that technically qualify as defraudation of money or scam or something The only
at
best,
if you gave her money, at best you might be able to sue her. I don't think you could work sort of with the police and everything.
Here's the predicate offenses for RICO: bribery, counterfeiting, theft, embezzlement.
Yeah, but you're
fraud.
telling we're supposed to sue her under corruption. This is a more financial. I think this would more fall under theft.
No, here's the thing. In order to take Nita to court, it would have to be in civil liability, and for her cons and scamming, it would have to be from her backers, either as a class action lawsuit or a backer who gave a significant sum and wasn't getting a refund for some reason. Yeah, and unless that's because it's the only way to prove damages.
Unless you gave her money, you can't do anything to her.
Yeah, I believe that Kickstarter would be behooving to provide a refund of some sort. I think that she would actually have to acquiesce to the request of a refund.
But then Kickstarter would be in the light of law capable of suing her, right? I mean,
that's certainly no.
A substantial amount of people would have to ask for a refund, which is not fucking happening.
Right, but either way, I have
brainwashed troglodytes. But do go on.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, but if one of her backers paid a significant enough amount of money where they would be willing to take her to court because she wasn't providing a refund, then you'd have a case there. Otherwise, there's nothing you can really do. And as far as I am aware, Anita supporters, they're 100% on board with what she's doing. They find that the quality and content and the production level of her work is satisfactory, so there is no case that can be had where, like, it can't be me coming up to Anita and saying, well, you're misrepresenting games, because the court isn't going to care about that opinion. It's not something that I can sue for damages over. And as far as any RICO laws, they don't apply here because there's just no corruption here that affects me personally. It doesn't matter what she says about Gamergate because Gamergate is just a hashtag. It doesn't matter what she says about gamers because gamers is a nebulous, undefined group. It's just a general statement, and it's not it's not a protected class of type of citizen. So I don't believe that that was a.
Yeah, that's a fucked up state that America is in. All citizens should be a protected class of citizens.
Why are we even talking about Anita Sarkeesian?
Well,
I don't even know.
Just hypotheticals about how to deal with corruption.
Benjamin,
like, if you're looking about corruption,
why
is
not?
she
The reason why Gamergate exists.
Yes.
No. Sort of.
No,
She's more of a symptom of the problem.
Literally, for what? Anita Sarkeesian, literally, it's the case of a piece of shit attaching itself to the board of the ship and screaming forward.
Yeah,
it's
she's not
completely came out of the blue, attached herself to the thing, and basically purposely maneuvered, coerced people to just start spewing bile on her. And
no,
then she
actually, that's not the case.
It's worse. It's worse. It's worse.
From what I can get, well, actually, I thought about this, and I used to agree with what Simon said there, where basically a bunch of people dogpiled her, and that's what megaphoned her, because all the press gave sympathy for her. That's not the case. What happened was people criticized her, people were angry at her, people even said mean things to her, some of which can be considered harassing, and I use quotes around that because I tend to only subscribe to the legal definition of harassment. But point is, it wasn't that megaphoned her. It was the media, the press, which at the time was all the press outlets that supported her were all in Game Journal Pros, that megaphoned her. They chose to spotlight her and not give her any form of criticism. So Thidron's correct in saying she's a symptom of the problem, not the cause.
Yeah.
Like, I would say that she motivated a lot of people to rally against the press because they weren't giving her due criticism, letting her just walk all over the games industry because of her feminist views, but it wasn't Anita that was the cause of it, and it wasn't the gamers that megaphoned Anita.
Well, the news outlets were
actually embrace the idea of having a right-leaning, a right-leaning branch of gaming media. I mean, in an ideal situation, there would be no fucking politicizing. But let's get fucking real. That's not happening. It might happen sometime in the future, but it's not going to happen right now.
Right-wing gamers?
Go ahead if y'all want to do that, but I would not support it any more than I would support these
right-leaning counterbalance in game journalism then cases like Anita Sarkeesian will not happen anymore, because there won't be a unanimous agreement that Anita is right, because I don't know. I subscribe to her fucking political
So wait,
ideology.
so you're basically advocating for Fox News here?
Well,
Yeah,
I'd almost
I'm not
support that
advocating
idea,
that.
but there's
Like
two
you
reasons.
said, ideally, there would be no political chargings in gaming journalism because who the fuck cares about that?
Mhm.
But game journalists are just who they are. I mean, even now when news sites are being built, a fair slice of those sites are sites that are being built on a anti-SJW narrative, and that's still politicizing.
There's
I'm not
two
saying
big
all
reasons.
websites. I'm not saying a majority of websites, but that's just how it is. The SJWs pushed so hard on the gaming press that the only viable method they see as retaliation is to become politicized, politically charged, but in the opposite direction.
There's two big reasons why I wouldn't support this idea, although I think that a website called Right Wing Gamers would be one I'd check out anyway. But there's two reasons why I wouldn't support such a project. The first being that it's not a solution to the problem, it would only exacerbate the problem. Basically, the right-wing outlets would feed off the left-wing outlets and it just create a bigger mess than we have now.
Yeah,
the second reason
that's what I
being...
said.
Right.
It's a problem that's just... It's going to perpetuate itself whether we like it or not. I mean, even
Right,
like...
you don't fix the problem by making the problem worse.
You know, trying to push this narrative that just get rid of politicizing completely. The outlets that are gaining support by Gamergate among other groups of interest are particularly
Why are
set
you
with
trying
that
to
are
make it right versus left?
charged towards SJW narratives, and that's still politicized. Whether we like it or not, that's how this is turning itself. I mean, I have no idea how we can even help it at this point. There
Well,
was
the
a
thing
good
is
chance
not
of doing it
supporting
before
it,
these
it's
outlets
politicized.
started popping out.
You do realize that I would not support that for the same reason I wouldn't support things like Gawker or Kotaku, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying that that's how the course is starting to stem.
Right,
what
but
can you really do to stop it?
Right, but there's two big reasons why. One, I don't want games politicized. I don't want a right-wing ideologue telling me how great...
Nobody wants games. No, I don't want fucking anything politicized besides politics. I mean, that's just very tolerable as it is.
What you're saying? Okay, so look, do we all agree in this stream that we don't want game journalism to be politicized?
Yes.
Is that pretty much everything? We all agree.
Yes.
We
Yes.
don't. Yeah, I don't want.
We don't want games politicized.
So,
Okay, so
with the qualifying statement, that you're going
Beyond
to,
it being to serve a story in the game.
right. I mean, you're not going to avoid politics, but
Well,
I
then
definitely
no,
don't.
I'm not
but
saying
to
politics
qualify,
is going to happen naturally.
I don't
but
want
I'm talking
politics.
Well, let's
Okay,
say that fictional politics are okay. All right, we
Yeah.
can be
Yeah.
support. We
There's
can
a lot of
support
good
Hellgast. I'm gonna say this on the air. We in fact may be in supporting Hellgast. That's perfectly fine.
All right.
Hellgast has my
I
vote
think-
in the next preliminary elections, but that's not exactly what we're talking about
All right,
here.
I'm
It's
gonna
about we don't want real life politics to sink into the games. I don't want to play like a war game where I don't know a fictional war where America is being invaded by communists, and then you have to save a one-legged child from a band of ugly-looking Russians trying to catch it and rape it. You know, it's like that's just pushing agendas level of being.
Alright, I'll sum it up this way. You don't want serious games, you want games as entertainment.
No, that's not the case. I like serious games every once in a while.
No. Serious games as in games as a training aid rather than games meant for entertainment.
Well, I'm
don't
going to
think
say
that-
that there's room for
I
both.
don't think that's the same thing.
I'm just not going to be buying.
You would prefer games as entertainment, correct?
Maybe there's a better way to put this. You know, anyone who creates a game should respect the individual agency and ideologies of the people and not try to force them to go through their ideologies as a part of playing or performing their game.
Okay.
But then again, you might lead to a completely bland and genderless product, so you also have to weigh those options. You can't be completely neutral about everything all the time. You know?
Well, I mean,
Okay,
do you want to play
can
a game?
spice it up a little bit, you know, because
Well, anyway, we're getting a little bit off.
If you try to offend absolutely no one, you end up being completely bland.
That is
like
true.
Styrofoam bland.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
And
but
keep in
that's
mind there are games with fictional politics in them, and these usually help make a good story.
But I
you
wasn't
know?
talking about the fictional politics in the game. What I was talking
Yeah,
about.
we kind of spiraled into that one, but like I said, we can support Hellgast. But we're talking about let's not bleed real life
Okay, so-
politics in a comedic way. What comedic way? I mean, so ridiculous.
Let's not push agendas.
Overloaded.
Yes.
Don't overload it to ridiculous levels. You know, I can have like a strong female character in my game. She can be, but if she is completely, if she like does nothing but antagonize me, the protagonist that is a male, is going like, oh, you didn't expect me to be a strong fucking woman. It's like, if she fucking antagonizes me constantly about being a strong, independent woman, she's just a fucking annoying bitch. At
That's just poor quality writing.
Yeah.
Well,
you want games to not suck.
Games suck. Storylines suck. That it happens. But to push shitty storylines to be a media standard because of political ideologies is precisely the thing you don't want to do.
Right.
Now, Depression Quest, the character in that game was not strong at all.
Okay, I'm not talking about Depression Quest.
No,
Please do not
let's
not the female character.
We'll even argue if it's even a game or not.
Already considered misogynist for bringing up that topic.
I don't give a fuck if they call me a misogynist. They do that all the time anyways, and they've already written smear pieces about me specifically. They can go fuck themselves.
Well, I mean, honestly, no one's forcing you to buy games that you don't like, and I have a problem with
I would argue it's not even a game, at least Depression Quest.
Anyway, a point I was trying to make, like the second point of the 2 points I was trying to make. The first, I don't want agendas being pushed in games publications. Let me just put it that way. That's the best way I can put that, without going to all kinds of nuance and minutia. The second reason I don't want a right-wing publication is because games publication is because we already have some. Well, they're not right-wing, but they're definitely libertarian. We have Milo of Breitbart being critical of feminist. Yeah. He's been critical of Anita, and he's been doing it with his own views. And then we have current alternatives, which already exist. Like, if you haven't noticed, how do I put this without stepping on too many toes?
Just step on toes.
All right, I'll just say it. Basically, no, I can't say it. I can't say it this time. But, however, there are publications that are basically playing the other side that are basically acting as a counterbalance that Simon was asking for. That's how I'll put it.
Okay, so the reason I asked everyone if they don't want politics in game was just to confirm that everyone in the stream is of the same mind about this, more or less, to some degree. And I think we can generalize that most people involved in Gamergate are of the same mind about this. And what that proves is that there's a market out there for game journalism that isn't politicized at all. So if they create it, people will come and they will read the articles, they will follow it, and that site will become successful. You don't need a right-wing source of game journalism. You don't need a left-wing. You don't need anti-SJW. You just need one that isn't political.
That's probably a good idea.
I mean, do you want a follow-up to that? I mean, I think we already agree on that. You're not saying anything.
So, but you're advocating for a right-wing news source.
I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying that at this point, he's
asking for a counterbalance too.
I know, and I think that's a mistake.
Anyway. It's happening anyway, no matter which way you cut it. The outlets that get most of the traffic that's the SJW website lost are particularly libertarian or less left-wing extremist websites, and specifically those that openly mock SJWs. Those get the most traffic out of it.
I can see a benefit to having a right-wing gaming publication, like Right-Wing Gamers.
At the very least, it kind of balances the bile out, you know?
I get that point.
If you have it sliced more or less evenly between ideologies, at least you know that there won't be another Anita Sarkeesian.
This is the same exact justification. Okay. By the way, this whole process is normalization, in case you're wondering. Where it ended up happening with movies, where it ended up happening with books, and so on and so forth. What do you think has been happening in those entertainment mediums?
They're going to shit?
They have gone to shit. Do you want a repeat of it in games?
I don't, but...
Then why are you making a suggestion that it's already been
What can we do to stop it? I'm not saying I support it. I gave up fucking fighting it. Because it's happening no matter what we fucking say. I used to come on Robin's show almost every day at the start of
You do
Gamergate
it
for 3
by
months,
digging
and
in,
then
you bring out the truth, and you present it, your findings. That's
we
what you
don't
do.
want politics in our gaming media. And still, Milo Yiannopoulos is the fucking holy cow of Gamergate. He's the guy that's somehow considered a messiah in one way or another. I mean, I know, fuck Efane, but you can't deny he's fucking.
I'm not even giving. You know what? I'm going to say it this way. Why do you give a fuck about what the next man thinks?
I don't care what the next man thinks. I'm saying that.
No, that's exactly what your argument has been.
No, my argument is what the fuck can we do about it?
No man is an island unto
About
themselves.
how I don't want politics in my gaming for the better
here is my suggestion.
Few months, constantly, and it didn't stop it.
Start digging. Present your findings.
We have seen fictional politics and not fictional, real-world politics in gaming ever since the beginning, and it's always
Not
usually
quite the beginning,
the
but there has
uncomfortable,
been
awkward games, like Custer's Revenge or whatever.
That's not politics. That was a porn game.
That's just scandalism, and that's
That's a little bit different. That wasn't politics. That was a
Cedric,
little.
can I challenge you on that statement?
Yeah.
Okay. This is what I mean when I said political, because there's always going to be politics no matter where you go in life. Now, when you talk about a game like Custer's Revenge, it's basically there was politics involved there. Politics being social politics. Was it correct? Was it right for Custer's Revenge to exist, or was it wrong for Custer's Revenge to exist? Those guys were making a political statement by having a very provocative game deliberately to stifle a certain reaction that they knew what they were doing, but they were basically, trying to raise a controversy. So there is some politics involved in that. Not political politics, like not left versus right, or authoritarian versus libertarian, or Republican versus Democrat. But it was that was political.
They were trying to be offensive to indigenous Americans, that's for sure. Those were the people they were trying to shock, I mean.
I wouldn't say that. I just say that they were trying to be shocking, period. That's not what I'm getting at.
It's like an older version of the Postal.
Yeah.
It's
But
that
would you-
exact same situation.
But would you agree or disagree with what I said?
I would disagree that it was overtly political and more a matter of PR.
Fair enough.
In other words, it was meant to get as many people looking into it as possible. Because keep in mind, the only thing worse than bad PR is no one looking into it at all.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Now that I'm a little bit more calmed down. Sorry for being a bit rough. What I was suggesting
You're
is...
just telling us the truth.
Is get off your duff, start digging about things that you care about. Bring it to light. Present your findings. You, instead of talking about it, you do. I'm coming on around these sort of things more often so I can resume my outreach because I've been burned out for a while. I've been focusing more on other projects. I've already said one of them. Another one is potentially another guy that's planning on running it. I'm doing outreach for that. So I'm trying to get enough people together to talk about how they're going to get things done. Certain fronts that they're passionate about. How they can explain what matters to them in the context of Gamergate. I mean, if you say, because we all do not have a unified goal in this. There's some that simply just want to blow the fuck out. Yeah, there are some that just want to fuck with SGWs. Maybe they want to explain their method. Maybe they want to explain things that are important to them on that. There are some that just want to talk about the narrative, because you've seen those PR fags all around, The ones that just want to talk about blowing apart their bullshit narrative, or how threat narratives work, or...
I'll admit, without it beating that, I'm not completely in Gamergate for those reasons, but mostly for those reasons. SGWs have been pushing their narrative not only in gaming, but gaming is kind of like the thing that broke the fucking line, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, you saw these assholes infect fucking the atheist community, the scientific community, and it's just it's a fucking rinse and repeat job. They're using the exact same fucking methodology wherever they go.
But let me continue. Another example. The people that tend to dig, that's my usual end, is they dig and they focus on the corruption issues and they bring it to light. Okay? They end up bringing out particular issues that may be of interest to Gamergate. They bring it to light and they can judge what they want to do with them. If they want to do an email campaign or something else.
Consider how much digging has been done, how much fucking layers upon layers have been pulled back from this.
And there's more to come.
Tidrin, if I can respond to that. The issue with digging is diggers need presenters, and that's a point I keep stressing because
I agree.
People don't seem to get that. That people aren't going to like a lot of diggers make the mistake of taking a bunch of links, putting them in a paste bin, and just putting them on Twitter, and people look at it all confused because they're like, okay, what is this? What does this do with this? Yeah, they don't understand how it connects, what it means. So what you need to do is you need to do your own write-ups or your own videos on the subjects, or you need to partner up with somebody who can do videos or written content. Articles help as well because people do want written content, especially when it concerns like a big issue that's important. And basically work together to have people dig on it and have people show it to the public in a way that's a way they can digest and understand it, and then decide for themselves and then weigh it for themselves.
You also need an audience for that, though. You can do all that, but if no one ever sees it, it doesn't matter.
Yes,
that
audience
is very
building.
True.
Oh yes, that's also important because not all the digging stuff is going to interest Gamergate, but it may interest other groups, and people should also be working to expand their network as well. So, like, if you have an issue that's not quite Gamergate related, but may interest some other people, you may want to expand to those audiences.
The point of this is one half of the solution for Gamergate, and that is building alternate media sites. It is not about building right-wing versus left-wing versus libertarian versus authoritarian. What matters is building alternatives to ones that you know are utter shit, and hopefully not falling for the same mistakes they have already made.
I don't care how alternative your news site or whatever is, just as long as you tell the truth all the way through. That alone contradicts.
Or at least make the effort to try.
What mainstream media does.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, so you want to say something?
It's okay, it's fine. You didn't.
No, I was just asking when the hell did I fall asleep.
I don't know, because I wasn't here when you fell asleep. Regardless, considering how much shit has been dug up, I mean, I saw the layers of the onion, and I'm pretty sure that's not even near the bottom of the fucking rabbit hole.
We haven't even gotten to the core of the onion yet, I think.
What are the neutrals talking about? What are the SJWs talking about? It all comes back to the retarded harassment narrative. No matter how much fucking evidence, how much dug up shit.
That's not the root of it.
It always comes back to the harassment narrative.
That's the surface. That's not the root.
Yeah, that's the outmost fucking layer. Is the damn thing.
Right, and if you think...
No, I'll give you a hint.
I'm not saying that I think that way. I'm saying it's how it is.
That's what those idiots are going to say because you're not digging at the root. That's surface level.
Yeah, I know that's not what you're saying. I know.
You said that we haven't found...
Do I need to quote Goebbels? Do I really? Because...
I know exactly what they're doing. That's propaganda. They're trying to push that. But it requires you to understand this. This is where they failed. People in Gamergate have utterly failed. This was already predicted in October.
At October, Gamergate was already a thing.
No.
Only a fool speaks in absolute Thidrin. Anyways, it seems Christmas has come early.
I've got two.
This has nothing to do with you, Thidrin. This is something completely else.
Oh shit!
What the fuck are you doing here? Ben, I'm talking to you, Benjamin. What the fuck are you even doing? Trying to get
you talking to me.
I'm talking to you. Why are you even trying to be part of this anymore? You're a giant fucking sack of shit.
State your name. I don't even know who you are.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have any fucking clue. I'm the guy you tried to fucking steal a shit ton of codes that we had got the fucking for the community from, and then use them as leverage so you can get your fucking shady ass in a debate in some fucking random meetup.
I'll
You,
mute.
sir, are a giant fucking pile of shit. Oh, how's your wife?
Well, last time I checked, she got kicked out of school, so.
I wonder if you had anything to do with that.
Oh, I absolutely did.
Yeah, of course, because you're a giant fucking pile of shit.
No, that's what happens when you break a restraining order and, cheat on your homework, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
just shut the fuck up and get out of here. Nobody wants to hear anything you have to say because nobody fucking trusts you anymore because you've
You're the one
proven that all you want to do is be a self-serving cunt.
Uh-huh,
If you want
that's
to keep
why.
being a self-serving cunt, and if you want to keep trying to fucking jump in and be like, oh, this was my idea and that was my idea, and oh, this is my fucking work and that's my fucking work, dude, you're fucking useless. Nobody will fucking hire you, which is why you're still living on fucking welfare and sitting in the bottom of a fucking basement in the middle of fucking Portland, you useless piece of shit. Every single person I know who has had anything to do with you whatsoever over the past 9 months has ended up going, holy shit, I did not know how much of a fucking asshat that guy was. You're a giant waste of fucking seminal fluid.
Is this
Why
beard
don't
most
you
sexual?
crawl back in your fucking mother's vagina? Yes, it's beard most sexual. If you know how to open your fucking eyes and look at the goddamn screen, you would
I
know
was
that
looking
by
at the
now.
screen. I was looking at other things. I'm not having this window open.
Okay, regardless. Oh, yeah, because it's too important for your time. Look, dude. If your time is too important to look at the fucking chat, then maybe you shouldn't be in it in the first place. But you are a massive goddamn tool that deserves zero fucking respect from any goddamn person alive. You shat all over. Not only the only person who fucking cared for you to any minute degree. You shat all over anybody who tried to help you. You threatened to sue Shrekbane because he wouldn't pay your fucking rent.
No, I didn't sue him
threatened to
because
sue me because I wouldn't let you steal 600 fucking game codes that had been donated by Gamergate to be disseminated.
we already went through this, by the way.
No, I'm not fucking stopping. You stopped going through this because you thought it pertinent to delete everything you had ever done on social media once you had proven to be a complete and utter piece of shit. So, are you going to get the fuck up and get out again, or are we going to keep going down this road? Because, motherfucker, all I got is time. And I can talk over you all goddamn day because that's all you're going to do is spin shit. So I give you two options. Either you get your ass out or I dig deeper and I start pulling up the cow thread.
I mean, honestly, you're so fucking crazy.
No, honestly. You have two motherfucking options. Are you going to leave and get the fuck out, or am I going to have to keep going?
Okay, so where's this proof that I was going to
Okay, all right, here we go. All right, let's go to HN Cow. Let's start bumping some motherfucking threads.
Oh, because obviously anonymous Chan boards are honestly the most accurate source of information on the internet.
A hell of a lot more accurate than you, motherfucker, since you decided you were going to fucking steal thousands of dollars worth of game codes that have been donating from people.
Oh, I thought that these...
Under my idea, and you try to say that the whole thing was you, and then you're going to try to use that to fucking get you into some shitty debate against Arthur Chu that would have done zero good to fucking anybody. Dude, you are a wannabe fucking e-celeb that wants nothing more than people to fucking recognize them for shit. Fuck you. You're useless. Not a goddamn thing you did helped us in any way with fucking OP Game It Forward. In fact, it fucking destroyed us. We've been working for fucking months trying to get that shit back together since your fucking ass fucked everything up. So how about you just shut the fuck up?
Except for it was dead for several months until I decided to...
No, it wasn't fucking dead until you got involved.
No, it was.
Yeah, because you say. Because you say. No, the guy who fucking created it, the guy who fucking was running it, they would have no fucking clue. No, the little piece of shit who decided to tag along and fucking say everything was his idea and then try to steal everything. Yeah, that's who we should listen to about this.
So, let me ask again. Who went into the account and changed the passwords?
Yeah, we did, to get you the fuck out of it.
And who made...
Oh, look, I didn't even have to bump your fucking thread. It's already number fucking 2. Oh, let's see. What are the new fucking posts? Here we go.
Why not drop a link to this stream in the thread?
So
yeah.
again, we
I'm gonna
already
go ahead
beat
and
this
drop
out.
a
It
link.
looks like the link's already there. That's what it is.
Yeah, no, the link to this is in the thread, but I'm also
So we
going to
need
link
to
the
sit, Horace.
thread in the stream here. Let's go ahead and do this.
So let's go over this again. What did I ask?
I already told you to shut the fuck up like 4 times. I ain't gonna say it again. Just shut up.
again,
Anyway, so
what was I
there's the
asking for money for?
thread, and I'm just gonna keep muting you, motherfucker. I suggest every single person here just goes ahead and takes a look at that thread. Take a good hard look.
Yes.
And, read that, and I can tell you. You know what? I cared before. I don't give a fuck anymore. About fucking 90.
Let's try it again.
No, okay. I'd say about.
Yeah, it's nice, huh? When people are assholes, right? When they...
Like you're an asshole, Benjamin? I mean, I'm glad he came on to bitch you out, because frankly, it wasn't my idea to invite you on the stream. It was Shrek's. It was Shrek's idea. And the only reason why you were allowed on is because Shrek's such a nice guy that he gave you the right of reply. I was just content with shitposting you in the chat. I didn't even want to bring you up. But you came on here, and you ruined what would have been parts of the stream for very long segments of time with your pedantic bullshit and minutia. And essentially what you did was you just railroaded and took over the conversation, and you basically tried to bring this balance of relativism when you couldn't get in your way by just saying, oh, well, both sides are equally shitty. When really, in reality, when it comes to all the shenanigans you've been up to, it's been all on you, really, when you get down to it. And I can't say, like most cases, there is 2 sides to an argument, but in this particular case, there isn't. I mean...
should I just start... Okay, look. If you want to go on some bitch rant because you're upset, that's fine. People get upset. I don't have a problem with people being upset.
No, motherfucker, I'm not upset. I am fucking livid because nothing you touch ever goes right. Ever. Anything you've ever tried to fucking help us with, you've fucking slowed us down or fucked us up. And I'm tired of your useless ass, and I can't fucking stress that enough. You are goddamn useless. I'm tired of you popping up whenever you think the coast is clear. Because guess what, motherfucker? As long as I'm alive, the coast will never be clear. You don't try to sabotage a charity, motherfucker.
And whose charity was it again?
It was mine.
It wasn't yours.
Oh, wait. Actually, wait a second. I thought Shrek said it wasn't a charity.
Oh,
wasn't that his whole argument?
Fuck yourself, dude. See, and now you're arguing semantics. Oh, it wasn't a charity. So it's perfectly fine. I tried to
whole
sabotage
point. It was
thousands of fucking dollars worth of fucking goodwill.
Benjamin,
that doesn't excuse anything, you gigantic piece of shit.
We just literally had Matthias saying it was not a charity.
Oh my god, you're fucking arguing semantics still. I can't even.
He doesn't get that the form of the argument doesn't matter, it's the content and substance thereof that does.
No, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and the reason why he doesn't and the reason why he argues in the way he does is because he knows he's wrong. He knows he doesn't have a point, and that's why he keeps on arguing that way because he knows he's in the wrong.
I'm gonna go ahead and.
Maybe it's because I have a room full of people who are against me, and I have to debate multiple people at once.
Well, no, maybe if you have a room full of people who are against you, it's probably because you're a giant piece of shit and people don't like you. Because you do stupid shit like try to steal hundreds of codes.
Who was the one that
we were giving them away to people? Right? Okay.
Better question, Benjamin. Better question.
Why did you try to steal those codes?
I didn't try to steal them. I tried to donate them to charity.
No. Try to donate them to charity without the consent of the people who were running this for your own personal gain.
Okay, so what?
Benjamin, here's a better question. Who donated the keys in the first place?
Random people on the internet.
And what did those random people on the internet donate the keys for?
Charity.
No.
Liar.
They donated so they would
You just said charity. You just said charity.
Yeah, okay. So why are you in the chat right now? To talk.
Because
there's
I was invited
that's what I'm fucking saying, dude. You are arguing semantics and you're purposefully being vague just to be a cock. Here, let me make this a little more clear for you. What specific purpose did those codes have?
To be given to charity. To
no. motherfucker. You want to go back to the fucking month we did this before you ever were a part of the picture and watch the many video-on-demand streams that are currently sitting on this channel on fucking YouTube. You can.
Yes,
You'll
I've downloaded
easily
them all.
find out. Yeah. Oh, I'm fucking. You'll easily find out if you pay attention that the entire purpose was you send us codes, we turn around and give those codes to somebody else.
Oh, that's
Charity,
requested.
not some random fucking charity. They
Yes, people-
wanted one person to give the code and us to give it to another person. And
Yes.
you now are trying to make this vague and go, oh, it was perfectly fine for me to fucking give these codes without consent of anybody else, especially the people who fucking started and own this entire fucking thing, to
Oh,
just give
okay,
these
so
codes
then if
away
you
to
own
some
it-
charity so I can get the personal
then
benefit
if you own
to
it-
be able, shut the fuck up, to be able to go to a goddamn debate at some con and debate Arthur fucking
Okay.
Chu. You're a piece
So
of
then,
shit.
if you own it and it's worth thousands of dollars, then who cited it on their taxes last year?
I'm sorry, what now?
If you own it and it's worth thousands of dollars, then what entity claimed this property on their taxes?
Benjamin,
on your
for your own
taxes?
good, you better
okay.
shut the fuck up,
If you want
seriously.
to if you want to play that game, you better have claimed those on your taxes too. Since you
Yeah,
sold.
exactly. I better see a fucking
If you want
tax
to play
return.
that game, I better see a
That's the
tax.
thing is I run a nonprofit and I wrote it off because I don't have a-
Except
No, you don't own a
Operation Game It
nonprofit,
Forward
motherfucker.
was
You
a
tried to
nonprofit.
start a nonprofit, but no.
Wait a second! Did you just say you wrote it off? Can somebody please call the IRS and inform them of the tax fraud?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, actually, that is a great idea.
No assets, right?
To everybody in the chat that is currently listening, if you reside within the United States and you feel charitable in giving the IRS a tip about this kind of shit, well, here we have a on-video statement of somebody that they just committed tax fraud.
Look, you know what a lot.
And also,
you know what
I
the
will be-
beauty of this is, dear Ben? I have actually done my research. I can still claim that entire thing on my taxes because I can file back taxes for a couple years. I haven't filed my taxes yet. See, because our tax season is different than yours, and I can do this if I want to. And you know what? You keep fucking with me some more, and I will do it. And you know what the response will be? Then we have you committing a crime and admitting to it live on
would
fucking
love-
camera.
I would love nothing more than you to do that, and I encourage you. I would love for you to do that. I want you to go do that right now.
Benjamin, how many
Please-
court cases
please
have
do
you
it.
won in your life?
At this
About half.
point, can we just fucking kick him out of the goddamn room, guys?
I got like a
Who is
$500
not here? Who is there? Anybody in the room who's actually not here? Or is everybody? Everybody sound off in the
You know
chat.
what the difference is between you and me, Ben? I have legal insurance.
Oh yeah, motherfucker. His lawyers have won cases against Disney. What the
Oh,
fuck are you
please.
gonna do?
Where's the court case, and where's your lawyer on retainer? I mean, honestly, I can say I hired a lawyer who won a case against.
Yeah, you can
George
say,
Bush
but
or
here's the
anyone.
thing,
But that
motherfucker. We
doesn't-
all
that
know
does
you're a
not make-
poor piece of shit.
But that
who
does not
can't
make-
afford a goddamn thing, and who has never been fucking successful in his entire goddamn life. Everything
Ben,
you do,
all I
Ben,
can say
fails.
is bring it. You know what? If you're so sure that you know I'm full of shit, bring it. I urge you.
You're in Germany.
Oh,
and honestly, I don't give a shit.
But,
I gave.
but fortunately, my company
Apparently,
is
you
in
gave
New
a shit
York,
enough to
jackass.
steal the games, and now we're trying to say, oh, it should be
And
paid on
you know
taxes.
what?
You claim
Please
the games you
try
stole on
your
taxes.
best. My lawyers. I already see this is the difference between you and me.
People-
I
people
already
who-
consulted my lawyers, and they told
And
they
what did your
basically
what did your
they
lawyers
were
tell you?
laughing. They were
What did
fucking
they- no, I want-
laughing at you.
And what did they tell you?
Oh,
what
I'm
did they tell you
sorry.
specifically? What did they tell you?
Oh no.
Oh man, this is hilarious.
Are you like your finger keeps slipping there, Beermo?
See, here's the thing. Here's the
Alright, you
sad
can
truth.
mute me all you want.
No, if you now I know why he's so fucking desperate. He used this. He wanted to use this shit so he could write it off as a tax thing for his stupid as non-profit that nobody wants to join because everybody realized what a giant jackass he is.
When I say-
and
when I
now
say-
and now he's in a fucking legal bind because if he does not win this, and cannot write this off, then he's got a major fucking problem because he's got nothing to show for and he's committed tax fraud. That explains his entire motivation. Now I fucking get it.
I dissolved the entire organization. That was the whole deal. Once you dissolve your organization,
you have no authority to do so, faggot.
It wasn't your organization.
Yeah, no, it was never your organization to fucking dissolve in the first place.
Oh,
I don't get how you think that you own this thing that you had no part in creating, barely a part in fucking running. You tried to create a bot for us that fucking failed miserably every time you tried because you're a shitty coder.
No,
But
it
in
has
fact,
something
we
to do.
got Robert Yoder immediately afterwards to fucking turn
Yeah.
around and make a code that worked 10 times fucking better that had nothing to do with yours. Imagine that. Everything you touch is an utter failure because you yourself are an utter failure. Period.
Okay, so you're talking about
You can't
coding.
hold a fucking look. You can't keep a wife. You can't keep friends. You can't keep fucking like
a job.
Any modicum of respect from anybody. For Christ's sakes, you tried to say your wife was kidnapped and fucking brainwashed by SJWs.
That's the case.
Well, okay, really. That's
Yeah.
the case. I hate to tell you, buddy.
I'm very
I've
careful.
talked to her.
I've
I've talked to her extensively. And
I
she
entirely
really?
believe that there
Oh,
was
really?
an extensive kidnapping. I
Oh,
entirely
really?
believe.
No, hold on. You talked to my
And
wife
when did you
extensively.
report this to the police, you motherfucker? When did you report
Here's
that
the
to the
sad.
police?
Here's the sad truth about this whole shit.
I did actually report it to the police.
Here's
That's
the sad
actually a
thing
fact.
about this, right? You know, during the short time that I was currently AFK, I made a grand, right? And I'm gonna tell you something. If it really comes down to it, I will claim. You know, I have no problem filing my taxes for this shit. But here's the sad thing about it, dude.
Yeah.
You are just admitted on public record to committing
Okay.
tax fraud.
I misused the word right off. What I meant to say is I dissolved the organization.
Yeah, sure, sure. Well, I wonder if the IRS will see it the same way. So
Yeah, by all means,
I
report to the
personally
IRS.
recommend to you something.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I already reported it to my.
You
I
are
reported it to my-
currently
you're
making
not
more
saying
and more. You know, basically, you have an entire group of people here to which you are currently proving what a giant asshole you are.
And a useless piece of shit, might I say once again.
And
That
you
is
know, if you look
my
at the
life.
dude, I just recommend look at the chat. Okay, these are people who had previously probably no beef with you. Now they think you're an utter cunt. Do you
Yeah,
think
because-
honestly that a judge is going to see this in any way different? And you know what?
Well, unfortunately,
You really
unfortunately,
no. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking here because I'm fucking done with your stupid ass lies and bullshit. Here's the gist of it. You latched onto something that was
Weren't you
working
the-
well. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking, okay? You latched onto something and you tried to exploit something that other people had created out of goodwill and tried to abuse it for your fucking political gains that you cooked up in your little insanity-riddled brain of yours. You know what? I don't care if you're a failure in your job or in your real life. As long as that a failure doesn't fucking affect me. And so, but here, listen up. You were trying to fuck up something good people had done. And that is where I draw the fucking line. And you know what? You can come with me with your empty threats of lawyers and bullshit, but you already realize that I'm pretty much fucking untouchable by your nonsense. Right?
Yeah, because you're in Germany, and no one's going to come arrest you in Germany.
Oh, well, actually, you would have total means there to try something. But you know what the sad fact of the matter is, even in the United States, my lawyers would tear you a fucking new asshole. Because you know what? I can afford to pay some decent lawyer, while you cannot.
And that's why I've had several lawyers. That's why I've had several lawyers quit rather than keep dealing with me because they're wrong. No amount of lawyer. Wait.
Clear, yeah, wonderful.
I want to hear Benjamin's story.
You ever heard the phrase those who represent themselves, have a fool as a client? Yeah, the lawyers that didn't want to deal with you. Honestly, I can totally understand it. Nobody wants to be associated with you, dude. And you still haven't seen. And you still haven't. And that's what you still seem to get. It doesn't.
That's what happens is that lawyers get involved with me. They lose because I end up being pedantic and knowing the law. And no amount of me being an asshole. No amount of me being an asshole has anything to
Dude,
do
you
with
wouldn't
the law.
know the law if it fucking hit you in the face. If you're really that good. Yeah?
You tried to say you were going to sue me under some fucking state charter of a state that I don't fucking live in.
Yeah, he's a fucking
You tried to say you were
moron.
going to sue Shrekbane because he wouldn't pay your fucking rents.
Better than that, there are
I
public
had no-
statements of his on Kotaku in Action saying he was going to write a letter to the Secretary of State, and that the Secretary of State would drop everything he's doing and tend to this particular matter about e-drama.
I didn't
That's
say
basically your argument. Yes, you did. You did. And you
Yeah.
can't lie about it because it's all recorded on
Did I,
Kotaku
did
in
I say
Action.
that? Did I say that the Secretary
You
of
use the
State-
same handle everywhere, endomorphosis,
Yes,
and there's a whole
absolutely.
trail of stuff that you've
Yeah.
said.
And did I
A
say that they were
whole
going to
trail
drop
of it.
everything? Did I say they were going to drop everything?
No, you didn't. You never
and
did.
So when you get a
No,
cop,
no, no,
and
no,
say
no,
that
no,
someone
no,
stole
no,
my car,
no. You did
and
not
if a cop
say
steals
it.
my car, am I
Here
saying
we
the
go
cop's going to
again.
drop
You're
everything?
fucking arguing semantics instead of the fucking content
No,
of the
it's the
fucking
fact that
argument.
John Kelly's full of shit.
Good.
You, Matthias, said that it wasn't a charity in Beardmo.
Let me get those links, and I will drop them.
See, here's the thing.
So what you're saying is you stole the game.
cannot comprehend the difference between a charitable effort in terms of a charity and the legal fucking definition of a charity. That's why you're a goddamn retard. And
No,
I
they
no,
are-
actually no. I take that back because that would be an insult to actually retarded people because they're usually at least
look.
decent people. You, however, you are seriously you are one of the most vicious, self-serving assholes I have met in my entire fucking life.
That's
You
coming
are
from
sitting
enough.
here arguing semantics over the fact that you basically tried to steal from a charitable effort. You know what?
To
And
give
here's
to a
the-
charity.
No, not to give to a charity.
Okay,
to
so
give
what?
to
Are
a
you the
charity
fucking Robin
if
Hood?
people met your fucking demands, you fucking moron. And that has nothing to do with this. Dude, nobody would have had a problem if, you know what? I guarantee you, we wouldn't even have had a problem if these things had just gotten to child's play. But due to the fact that you tried to use it to be a self-serving asshole and put yourself in the spotlight, that's what people have a problem with. Because if it really was about the charity, you would have thought, we would have talked and said, okay, if you really want to do that, that's fine. I'll get some new keys for Up Game and Forward. You give them to the charity, and nobody's ever the wiser about it. But no,
Well, that's the thing
you
is
need
that
to
Game
know.
and Forward-
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking, asshole.
So are you going to keep talking? And you're
Yes,
going
you
to
can.
keep fucking
If you
talking
don't
over
like
you
it,
until you fucking
you
leave.
dick. Okay? If you have a problem with, there is the door. You don't need to be here. I host this hangout. You can host your own faggot. But while you're in here, I make the fucking rules. It's simple as that. And your fucking ego won't allow you to do that. That's the beauty of it. So you just have to sit here and take it. Here's the sad truth of it, right?
Yeah.
You attached yourself to something good, a goodwill effort that was running. You wanted to exploit it for your own political gain, and now you're trying to use any fucking semantics that you can find to justify your fucking ridiculously cowardly act. That's the
Why?
gist of it.
Like breaking into an email account, changing the password, and stealing.
You little shut the fuck up! I was not breaking into an email account. You set up an email account for me and handed me the data for it. There's a little difference, faggot. Okay?
I actually
Because
shared it with multiple people.
Because otherwise, it would have been your phone number in there and not mine. And
You can
otherwise,
change phone numbers inside the account.
You admitted what you did, you motherfucker.
Ben,
Stop acting like a pretentious prick.
All I did was I put up an ad on.
You just
Kotaku in Action.
admitted it.
I didn't steal
Shut up.
anything.
you just fucking
You just did admit stealing. Shut
I
the
didn't steal
fuck
shit.
up.
You
Shut
don't
the
get
fuck
to
up.
talk anymore.
Okay, if he wants to argue semantics, I'll give him that semantic. He didn't steal, but he definitely attempted to. The reason he didn't get to steal anything is because the owners of OP Game at Forward, that is Shrekbane and myself.
Okay, so look, where's the Articles of Corporation?
You are such a fucking idiot.
No, you guys are full of shit. That's all there is to it.
Ben, you committed forgery. It doesn't matter how you look at it.
Forgery on what?
Steal.
So what?
Well,
Your
hold
argument
on.
is those
So-
codes
so-
were perfectly
so-
fine for you to
Hold
steal.
on. So did
Or-
you register that email account under Benjamin Barber,
Being a
or
slime
did you
ball,
register it under Up Game and Forward? Because either you did it on my behalf, which means you set up something for me, or you didn't, in which case you impersonated me and my organization there. So,
Where's
so
your
you gotta
where's your
shut the fuck up. So you
Where's
can
your organization?
Where was yours when you stole the games to use for the supposed charity, and now you're gonna have to claim it on taxes
such a fucking moron.
and prove that you didn't
I
steal
can bring
it
hundreds.
when you submitted it on fucking stream? You fucking little...
I can bring hundreds of people who have donated to this who will call you out for your bullshit. You know, you can maybe you can shit around with legal definitions all you want, but that doesn't change what you did, and everybody knows it. And trust me, if you continue to fuck this up and not actually admit to your bullshit, then we will make sure that everybody knows. And I guarantee you, it won't be pretty. I will make sure that everybody fucking knows what you did. And every time you apply for a job anywhere, people will, and people Google your name, this is going to be the first thing they see.
Yeah. So, you know what? I've been holding back on this. I'm contacting ED. It's time for a fucking ED page.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Actually, I've already talked to ED.
Oh, yeah, like ED's going to fucking listen to you. Dude, you're full of shit.
I talked to ED before any of this actually ever happened.
Oh. I don't fucking care. You can talk to him all you want. You know, in fact, they probably fuck you worse than
we had ED.
Notice
that crimes on live stream. We had ED in a chat. To steal, to thief, to be all these things.
Stole shit.
Say, no,
yes,
you
stole shit, you asshole. You attempted to steal shit, and we stopped you from doing so. And now you're so fucking butthurt about it that you can't even admit to what you've done.
Matthias, the only person trying to steal was probably you by not paying for the shit that you were supposed to pay for, i.e.
wait, how much of it did you spend? Did you ever spend anything? No, so shut the fuck up, you
3D cameras. 3D cameras.
Damn it.
And then you tried to accuse me of trying to sue you for not paying my rent, when it's not about my rent, it's about 3D cameras that you did not pay for.
So you're claiming that hold on. Are you claiming that I did not only agree to this whole camera shit because you were so fucking desperate that you couldn't pay your rent? And even there, I told you, and specifically, that due to the problems with the bank, frankly, I'm well within my rights because I reside in the European Union. That means I can return anything within 15 days of purchase, and it never even occurred to purchase. So you know what? Your legal grounds are fucked because you don't have a case. Because
you're the one who...
shut the fuck up when I'm talking.
You're the one who accused me of trying to sue you for rent, and it had nothing to do with rent. You're full of shit. You're the one who claimed it wasn't a charity, and he called it a charity. So what is it?
You cannot differentiate between the commonly used phrase a charitable effort and a fucking legal charity. You fucking retard.
Yeah, and the difference is that one is legal and one's not legal.
What?
That doesn't make it illegal, you
So
genius.
you want to tell me that if I go
saying
tomorrow...
efforts are illegal? Bull fucking shit, man. I have been involved in enough charitable efforts to know what you just said was full of shit. You go straight to hell.
Okay, here's the thing about Ben.
And you know what?
When he argues... Hold on, Strick. Let me explain this for people that don't understand.
Please,
stop this.
Let me just explain for people who don't understand.
Even if you were right, then I will make sure that you will forever be the guy who will be known for sabotaging charitable efforts of other people using, legal bullshit ass fuckery. And if you actually succeed with this, then you're gonna look even worse in the public eye, and nobody will ever want to have anything to do with you. Which already pretty much is the case.
Dropping spaghetti right now.
So for those who don't know Ben and haven't looked back and seen the hours and hours of entertaining autism he has provided us, this is how he operates. He argues and he thinks he's a lot more intelligent than the people he's talking to. Now when he argues, he tries to pull something out of left field that he thinks nobody, that he himself doesn't know about, but he thinks that nobody else will know about, and then he makes claims that he will say are absolute fucking truth. And then he expects people to just stop. Well, here's the thing, Ben. When you pretend like you're intelligent, you will easily show your shortcomings. Oh, by the way, did you ever learn to trust your eyebrow?
Okay, guys, can we please just drop this topic now because...
Oh, yeah, I'll be glad to drop it.
Just dropping spaghetti, regardless how right you guys might be.
Oh yeah, no, I'm 100% for dropping this topic the second this motherfucker gets out of this goddamn hangout.
Benjamin,
I was just
The second
cohabitating.
you leave, I will drop the top. And until then, I'm just going to keep going on about how much of a giant
please do us the favor of just
and
getting on, because you're, whether intentionally or not, you're causing high blood pressure and perpetual screaming throughout most of the chat.
Yep.
So at this point, it's either you staying and the entire hangouts and general discussion being completely grinded to a halt, or you can step out and we can just move on from this.
Actually, there's an easy way. There's an easier way to do
Then
this.
you can continue it over.
There is
or you
actually
can
there's a really
continue
easy
it
way.
when the fucking chat stops being live. Okay.
You see, you forget this is a hangout.
Thank you very
Which means I
much.
can actually kick
Topic
people.
done, Matthias. Topic done.
Ooh,
Okay,
you
cool.
kick people.
All right. So what was the subject before I had to jump in and?
I honestly, I apologize again to everybody, but I have to say
I
one thing.
don't like it when people yell. And while
Thank you.
Guzman was being loud, he wasn't yelling.
Yeah, I
When
was
Soul
yelling, which is why I'm apologizing. But quite frankly, I have had enough. I've kept my cool for a long time, but it's getting to the point where even I'm at the point where I want to just strangle people, and this is not.
This
a
is
healthy
why I
situation.
advise not inviting Benjamin onto the stream.
Oh yeah, but well, see, the thing is, he still had to write
Also-
a reply. He gave his reply, which was utter bullshit, right? But in the
All right,
end,
you got another one to kick.
Yeah, actually, let's give him a chance first. XKN, I can't pronounce your name. Can you turn down the volume in the background?
Turn it up.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I'm having a party.
All right, kick him.
It's not the time and the place to be listening to Daft Punk.
Well, are you? It's always the time and place to listen to Daft Punk, but at least do it and have fun.
Yeah, sorry, I've been dealing with a lot of assholes lately, and now
Right.
I mean,
I
Ben is
don't
just-
think yelling makes anyone look good at the end of the day.
Yeah, sorry, I'm
yeah,
just-
fine.
I'm so. I mean, wait, I think it's getting to the point. At least he admitted to his bullshit.
Well,
At least, while
no
not on
waste of time.
purpose, while not on purpose, he did admit to it.
Right.
Yeah,
This is
and
why I
for
didn't
the
want
chat,
Benjamin.
I apologize for spilling my fucking autism every fucking where, but here's the thing. Shrek and I had worked really hard to make something really nice and just give back to the community that we love with OP Game It Forward. We tried as hard as we could to do as much as we can with it, but whenever somebody comes in and tries to sabotage everything for their own personal gain, it really leaves a sour taste in your mouth.
Right.
And the guy, not only has he tried to sabotage OP Game Forward, he's shat all over.
No, I would. Oh, okay. I just asked.
Well,
mutual
on
friends.
the upside, we doubled our viewership. Although probably more than half of those people are just A-team scrubs that smelled blood and tried to get in on the action.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, like shitheads. I have no fucking respect for him, and I really sincerely hope that nobody here has any fucking modicum of respect for him either. The guy deserves to go rot in a fucking gutter.
I don't wish that much upon him, but I wish he'd just leave.
I do. No, from everything I know and from everything I've talked to people who know him in real life, from everything I've known from fucking him lying through his teeth and fucking finding out it's something else, like, no. This motherfucker deserves to just rot in a goddamn gutter. And here's the good thing is he probably will, because he's fucking unhireable, and the guy can't make money, which is why he's back now. I guarantee you, because he's about to lose his fucking apartment. And he can't afford to fucking pay. Yeah, he's been about to lose his fucking apartment this whole time.
I can't even make fun of him on that one.
It just, like... He's looking for an easy way out. He's looking for people to say, like, oh, he's such a good digger, which he is. He's a great digger. He could help us, but here's the thing. He does 10 times more harm than he ever fucking does good.
I have to concur that he's been more of, like, I don't want, like, not, like...
Forgery money is a good action? What?
No, here's the thing. Like, let me put this in the gentlest way possible, because I may not be as
At least I might not be as abrasive as Beermo, although I do respect him for being as abrasive as he was. And the thing is, though, like as far as Benjamin goes, like weighing his pros and cons, he has more cons than pros. I mean, like he had his strongest asset is his intelligence. That's the one thing I'll credit him for. But unfortunately, I don't know what it is about him.
No, I'm sorry. Benjamin is not intelligent. He is book smart.
It could be possible that he's intelligent, but extremely self-deluded.
That's what I was
getting. He's just negating his intelligence in major issues.
But then you're not being intelligent. I don't consider that an intelligent person. If you're negating your intelligence because of self-delusion.
He can be intelligent, but at the same time lack all wisdom.
That's being unwise, not unintelligent. You can be intelligent and completely unwise, and you can also be very wise and pretty stupid.
Let me put it this way: he has a brain. It's not all there, but he has a brain. That's the one thing I'll give him credit for. And I wish he'd use that brain to work out his life and just get on with other things.
Do something positive, maybe, for a change, instead of trying to desperately undermine the positive things that other people do.
Right, and this is why I didn't want him on the stream, because I knew that there would be no good coming from it other than maybe some entertainment value that maybe the chat got out of, or maybe we got out of. I'm not gonna lie, I found some of the. I thought there was some fun to be had, but it's when people start yelling and just getting out of hand, just like the spaghetti flies everywhere. It's not so much.
The cup of spaghetti overfloweth.
Pretty much.
All right. So what do y'all actually want to get about besides him being an idiot?
Anything else?
Yeah. Sorry, I said I would drop the subject. I just had to.
I haven't talked to you in fucking months, old school. How's your homestay going?
No, it's going.
No, I'm sorry, but there's a point where we put in hours. People can look at our streams, right? You saw how much work and time and effort we pulled into this. We're talking hundreds of hours of multiple people passing out keys left and right, and trying to simultaneously tweet and get this going pretty much at some point near 24/7, and we're getting more keys in than we could give out, right? And that along comes this guy, right? Tries to basically fuck the whole thing up. And at this point, I'm actually pretty much convinced that he was actually the one who put in the fake keys, just so he wouldn't, so he would have an easy way out of this, and he could then use this thing and claim, he's giving it away. Because the thing is, months didn't pass.
Sounds a bit tinfoil. I think that was just.
But it's entirely possible, because the thing is, here's the funny thing: the keys that were submitted, they were basically, they copied the existing list of names for the games and then just added something random at the end of it, which would be something that indicate that somebody actually had access to the entire list of keys. But in either way, if it was him or not, it doesn't matter. The point is, you've seen it all. The guy basically, tried to, use this shit as some kind of ways for him to gain political muscle. He sits here, he argues about the definitions of shit instead of actually addressing what he did, and that's the big problem. Once again, if it had just been, charity, you know what? I would have been okay with that. We would have given it to the charity. I would have then bought myself, 100 Humble Bundles or so to make up for the difference, and then continued, right? But the difference here is the guy tried to do this as a way of raising his personal e-Celeb fame. Remember, this is the same guy that made some shitty-ass merchandise, with keychains that were being 3D printed to raise money for his own stupid as bullshit, and to make the best part is, then he wanted to make sure that he's getting a salary out of it too, because his efforts need to be compensated as well.
There's so many things we can go into about Benjamin that it's not even worth it.
Wasn't it promised that that Benjamin would be dropped as a topic?
I'm sorry. It's just I feel really bad about the way this was headed. And
Matthias, go have a fag. Doctor's prescription. I'm not a doctor.
Well, actually, if I have a way to change the subject. Beerman, when you came in, you said to Thidrin that not everything's in absolutes. Can you clarify that statement?
I was just trying to shut him up.
The complete term is only SIPs deal with absolutes.
True.
I said only a fool deals in absolutes, but yes.
Yeah,
but
sorry,
I heard an absolute statement. It gave me a chance to interrupt, and that's all I was going for because I had a fucking mission and my vision was red.
Admitting to the theft really kind of set me off, considering.
He's admitted to that theft months ago.
Yeah, he did. He did.
I
really did.
The reason we found out about it is he publicly posted about it on KIA.
Yeah,
I didn't know why Operation Game It Forward stopped. I was kind of upset when it did because I enjoyed the idea behind it. He claims it had stopped for months, but it stopped very suddenly from what I remember.
Yeah, because it was sabotage. Yeah.
Yeah.
We had to. The reason OP Game It Forward stopped is because he tried to steal the codes. Then we went on full protective mode. We had to completely disassemble everything. We had to pull the codes, hope to fuck he didn't get a copy of all the codes, which luckily it seems he didn't. And so we had to sit there, and then we started running into the problem to where the codes were flooded with fake codes. So when we'd give out codes, then we'd find out that, oh, that code didn't work. And we'd start running into issues over and over and over, which is, once again, no way to prove it, but I'm there with Shrek and thinking that it was probably him spamming those codes to make it easier for him to dissolve, or whatever the fuck he said he was doing.
Right. Isn't not Game It Forward expected for a comeback?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, here's the sad truth. I have been doing on and off streams. I've had, I believe, 1 or 2 streams already where I've been manually handing codes out again, right? But the main thing is I've now built a website for it. I've set up everything. You know what? And quite frankly, if it was absolutely legally necessary, which quite frankly it isn't, you don't need to be a legal entity to gift shit to somebody. It's bullshit, right? Even then, I would have the means to make that happen. And I just find it funny how he, basically admitted to fraud, in the middle of this thing. It's so fucking hilarious.
Oh no! But he misspoke.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Everybody misspoke. Okay. I'm not even gonna pretend that I know anything besides the iceberg. Oh, he's been.
Yeah, dude, you're a robot right now.
The dragon has been slain. I mean, at this point, you can do legal actions against him, but that doesn't.
No, see, the thing is, if
you're gonna go ahead and say this and threatening someone that you're going to an ED page about him is really fucking pathetic. So that was a ball dropped on your guys' part. I'm just.
Well, yeah. And personally, I don't know. I don't even know the ED guys, and it's not my thing to say. All I'm saying is, if he really destroys this in a legal way, which I highly doubt. I'm saying with a 99.9% chance. Like, if he by any chance found some obscure law to get us with, and that would be funny. But if he actually managed to shut this thing down, then I would make sure that everybody knows that he shut this thing down, what it was for, and the entire story behind it, which I'm perfectly free to do.
Right. To move on to a different topic, SPJ, what is everyone's thoughts on that right now?
I'm excited.
It looks like it could be.
I'm not trying to get overly excited there, because quite frankly, there is no point in getting overly excited.
No, I'm just excited that we're finally getting a platform as equals on both sides of the argument. And I'm one of those people who did start off as a hardline GG, or way back in the beginning, hell, before GG was really GG. But over time, I've grown to be more moderate. The thing is, I still, above all else, I think it's great, a position in the middle that we're finally going to be able to meet at. Now, what happens there, or who shows up to that, God knows, but the opportunity is now there. And a lot of people bitch about, oh, well, his airplay blogs are saying that we're harassers and things. And one thing I don't think people understand is he's purposefully playing devil's advocate because he has to remain perfectly in the center of this. If he's going to be a moderator of the debate, he can't show that he believes one side or the other no matter what happens. So he has to take all claims at face value. So if before you get pissed that he's writing about Gamergate being a hate group, stop and realize that he does have to give merit to every single claim with the same amount of validity. That's the job of a moderator. It's not the moderator's job to make the decision on what is what. It's their job simply to stand there and allow both sides to say something. He's there to give the platform. And I think that's a big thing that a lot of people don't realize about this. Oh, it's a trap. Oh, he's really just an anti. Oh,
What's
why do
wrong
we have
with
to
that?
forgive?
Even if it is a trap, so what?
Yeah, exactly. Even if it is a trap, we walk into it going,
The key is
hello,
disarm
here, we're
the trap.
human.
You don't do it by spurting out. You do it by figuring out what they're going to bring, and then you bring the tools you need to disarm it.
Mm.
So you're saying that even if it's a trap, we should go balls deep?
Well, yeah. Yeah, this is our opportunity to actually meet in the middle in a neutral ground. Why the fuck would we not?
Hey, we're the ones that ended up claiming we want to talk. We want to talk. This is an opportunity to talk. Let them demonstrate that for themselves that they don't want to talk. Turn it around on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, like I'll agree with that. Although I do have concerns that Cortese might not be as devil's advocate as he may say.
I don't care if he's full on anti.
No, I don't either.
That's not the point. The point is, he's like even in the worst situation, he would be like David Pakman. He could freaking hate our guts, but he is willing to give us a platform to speak from.
That is true. Yeah. Then
actually,
that case,
that's a really good point there. It's like why did people, and I guess people did spurred the fuck out at Pac-Man, but like really it all led to that beautiful Mercedes Carrera debate with Chris Clue. So like what do we have to complain about if it's maybe a little slanted or a trap or whatever, because regardless we know that, and look, here's the thing, Mercedes isn't even known for debate. She's known for being really good in the STEM fields and sucking dick. Like, we got people who are known for debate on our side actually debating on this.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's going to be any less holy shit bad than,
The only real problem I have with it is that how people ended up spurring out and trying to go straight to a popularity contest whenever it was announced. It was so fucking dumb.
Yeah, I know. It's going to turn into a popularity
E-celeb's not an
contest.
E-celeb. But here's the thing, though. Like,
I hate
some
that.
E-celebs are useful.
Yeah.
You know, and, like, I mean, obviously, and I'm glad that a couple of people out of that aren't E-celebs, or, well, weren't before this happened, I should say. Because, like, we've got that random 19-year-old kid, which I'm perfectly fine with. Like,
Oh, you mean John Smith?
Yeah,
Yeah, that
clarification on
He's
that.
cool.
Yeah, he was part of the committee, not the panel. The panel's already been drafted.
Okay,
the
but
panel's completely
regardless, like,
different.
the fact that they're pulling people in on this, like, they're doing it right. From everything I can see, this is being done exactly the way it would be done in any debate.
Yeah, it's
You know,
good.
like,
All right.
The moderator doesn't take a stance on the issues.
Yep.
Takes all claims as 100% true. Yep. Fucking the panels or the committees are set up of a group decision based upon a group that's randomly selected from some of the popular and unknown voices of both sides, which I can't really say on the other side because I don't know, but alright, our
Sort of.
side I should say at least.
I'd say at minimum pretty high tier voices, rather than unknown. But
yeah.
Alright, well, a lot of people didn't know who the fuck a lot of these people are, so at least they weren't going, hey, Rogue Star, dude, who do you think?
Nah,
you know what I
they
mean?
weren't that
Like,
dumb.
Exactly.
They did give fair shake. They ended up going by somewhat popularity and somewhat actual people that could handle the task. So
Yeah.
it worked out fair enough.
I should find a link in that. I forget what the stream it was. It was on John Smith's channel, and he uploaded a video where they. Yeah. Yeah. My main concern is that they stick to the issues and they focus on being ethics champions instead of culture warriors. Because if they. Yeah.
The important part is to keep on topic with the ethics discussion.
And to
the
devote
ethics
as little time
discussion
as
is gonna be a
possible to the
secondary.
harassment narrative.
I can tell you that right now because,
They're
like,
gonna-
here's the thing: the only platform that Anti-GG has is Gamergate as a hate movement. That's their only platform, and so if he's to ignore that platform, he's ignoring one side of the argument completely. Now, I know we want to argue about ethics.
But
here's the thing: is we can debate about ethics all we want, but I can guarantee you, whoever they're
He's going to be
debating
bringing
is
it
gonna
in.
pull it right
There's no
back
option.
to- Yeah.
There's no other option but to recognize that it's there.
Yes, but
the only
biggest thing I think that we can really achieve from this right now is just showing that, one, we're not a hate group, and two, those people are utterly and completely full of shit.
Yeah,
As
but
much
remember the
you can
Wham
focus on
report?
the ethic.
The Wham report?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah,
that's
that
pretty
shows-
fucking damning.
And I love
Oh,
how
yeah.
they keep twisting the math on that to say that 12% of all harassers on Twitter are Gamergate. And it's like, no, motherfucker.
That's
No.
even with the most biased freaking sample. That's all they could drum up with. Come on.
Yeah.
That is using a really biased sample, which was that shitty blocker bot. You know, the GG auto blocker.
That's
And
also
not to
something
mention-
that Mandy Harpoons posted the other day that said something along the lines of anybody who was on that block list was 10,000 times more likely to be banned. She said that like that was some sort of proof, but to me that just sounds like, well, Jesus Christ, that just shows how fucking fucked up the whole system is. Like, wait,
That's a
so
sign
just
of
because
just how badly
like,
someone wants to ban the people on that list.
Or statistics out of your ass.
That just makes it sound more like a blacklist.
Yeah, exactly.
That did not serve her well.
Why is Randy Harper still
don't even get started about all harassment. That
Wasn't she completely compromised with her bot going viral as a fucking blacklist and completely rendered,
Well,
without
the thing
any
about
sort of-
Randy Harper is she's on one side of the social justice split. Basically, they've grouped into two camps, more or less. There's the camp that believes that their standards should be applied to just them, and that everyone else is mud. And the other side believes that their standards, as high and mighty as they are, should be applied to everybody. So now they're infighting with each other based on which ideology is more correct.
Oh, and have you noticed that the Anti's own personal neo-Nazi, or I should say former neo-Nazi, is now pulling a complete 180?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? Like,
because of just how much they're getting damaged.
yeah,
You do
Chi
realize
is
that
just like literally parroting GG viewpoints now, and it's blowing my goddamn mind.
well, it's no surprise because there's no money in that other shit. What's happened is they've lost their advertisers. They pulled out.
Yeah, Miles Strong actually lost a big major ad on his website GamerRanks because of an 8chan operation that I don't know the title of.
Yeah. I think it was just an extension of Disrespectful Nod whenever he was starting shit. It could have been
No.
off Baby Seal. Could have been off.
It was more related to Op Baby Seal, but it wasn't quite Op Baby Seal because that's Gawker specific.
Oh.
This one was getting. This
no,
one was
Baby Seal was taking on ad
terms of
ad
service.
aggregators.
Yeah.
And so it's actually coming back to hurt them more than anything else too, because like, okay, I touch the poop. I don't actually tweet at them, but I make sure to like catch up on what they've been talking about. And the original, literally, who recently created a blog post on Tumblr bitching about how her
She's
boyfriend is unhireable now.
Yep.
Because he participated in this call-out culture and is bitching at the industry for saying that he's a risk, when he clearly is. The guy stood up in front of hundreds of people and a live video that ended up going
viral,
to be fucking archived and viral, doing a fucking book burning of sorts over GTA 5. Like,
I'm still amazed he tried to snap that disc in half. I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You can't fucking... Well, you can snap them, but not that way. You just... You're too noodly armed to pull that off, kid. Don't try it.
I mean, even if he did succeed in all that stuff, that would still make him look like a complete retard. It's like, okay, you're a gopher in the AAA industry. Why are you shitting on games whenever you work in the game industry? That is retarded.
Not to mention what he said about not to mention what he
Openly
said in those
talking
statements.
about corruption.
Yeah, like you are payola.
Yeah.
How do you get around that?
Yeah, I forgot he said. We
Yeah,
give
he's
you
openly
payola.
talking that shit. It's like, what is wrong with you? That is our job. Yeah, but do you talk about that openly? I mean, thank you for the free ammunition, but at the same time, you wonder why they aren't going to hire you. That would be why.
Mm-hmm.
It's not because of your stance in call-out culture. It's because you're willing to out there bullshit. You don't like it? There's reality. You don't like how that system works? Maybe you shouldn't have started shit you couldn't finish.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of goes back to the earlier conversation that I joined in on. You know, if you're a giant piece of shit in the public eye, public's probably not going to like you very much, especially not the professionals among the public.
Oh yeah,
pretty much. I know that realistically, I'm probably going to be up the creek as far as hireability due to one piece written about me. Thanks a lot, Dave Futrell. Especially not even giving me a proper right to reply.
Oh, is that Triangles article from
No. That is the
Okay.
one where I supposedly condone death threats.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was quote mined. It was whenever I was setting up a
You nigga, what are you good at?
You mean you condone death threats, you monster?
kick. But in all seriousness,
Says
it
the
was,
enforcement arm of
I'm asking you
Gamergate.
seriously, dude. What are you good at?
I don't even know what I'm good at. All I do is end up moderating and talking with people a lot.
He's good at digging.
I'll
He's good at
find.
shit.
PR person.
I'm pretty sure I'll find something for you.
He's good
He's
at
good at
digging.
derailing fucking Reds. And
Oh snap! We have now.
If now what?
We have now on video that we're all about the nepotisms, guys. I think we're done.
Hey guys.
I don't mind working. I like working.
Slow down.
I've been keeping busy in one form or another.
I get the first ticket, about third of your bar, I'm saying.
So
Anyway, to finish that particular up, explain that bit away it was in the process of me coming up with a piece demonstrating double standards in media. If any of y'all remember a person in Gamergate called GG Feminist, she had also received similar death threats to Brianna Wu. I had ended up getting about 30 plus articles compiled over the course of 3 days involving Brianna Wu's death threats. And I was comparing and contrasting the media response to them. And they'd ended up taking the part where I said, now the media's taking us seriously because it was a stronger media barrage than the last time. Remember Gamers Are Dead and all that bullshit? And that was over the course of 3 days, with the first article being done within hours. That was what they took out of context. And then, of course, I ended up giving an earlier version of the resulting link, which showed it, as well as a potential lead, which could have led to Brianna Wu's threatener. It was from something awful. But of course, they have no interest in the truth. They just want to push a narrative.
Pretty much.
Well, all right, let's be honest here. Pretty much any massive board are going to have those shills that are literally just trying to push a narrative. The same thing exists on 8chan, same
I
thing
wasn't
exists on
talking about the
KIA.
board. I was meaning We Hunted the Mammoth.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I don't care about anonymous posting. I do care
Yeah.
about people writing actual pieces about me directly.
Oh, yeah, that.
That's what I'm pointing out. He didn't give me right of reply or anything, so you can
Well, no, that's what they do. They don't give right a reply.
That would be, that would be having a sense of fairness.
That would be ethical, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I lose friendships over that. At least with the people that don't look into it more.
Okay, well, I hate to say it, man, but those people weren't worth your time in the first place.
That's my opinion on it. If you will throw away 10 years worth of friendship without actually looking into it, forget about it.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much. Fortunately, a lot of people have been buying into the narrative, and it's been causing like people just to lose their jobs or to
lose friends and family. It's really disgusting what the media does.
Yep. Well, but what it also has done is bred a whole new breed of business.
True.
Ones that just don't give a fuck about what social media has to say, and it's growing ever quickly.
And quite frankly, it actually, like, there is now such a thing as don't give a fuck marketing.
Yeah. Protein World is being a vanguard in that particular one.
Not quite.
To be fair, we did it before it was cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hate to rain on people's parades, but after their media blitz and they made a lot of money off of that, the government stepped in and they're basically investigating them now for thought crimes.
Thought crimes.
Essentially, to put things in less hyperbolic terms, after their campaign went down, the Ministry of Advertising or whatever they have in England, I don't know exactly what it is.
Oh, they're trying to ban that particular style of advertising.
Yes, that's exactly what they're trying to do, and they're investigating Protein World for unethical advertising. Now,
They
yeah, the one claim they may have a point on is claims of weight loss, because that might actually be a legitimate complaint. However, the others about this causing a negative, harmful effect on body image and bullshit like that, no, that's completely disgusting.
Bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Because
So,
because what would be hilarious if they actually succeeded on that grounds. You could go after any single women's beauty magazine, anything really.
The SJWs hate those too, though.
Yes, they do. But what do you think? What's going to happen when all of these things suddenly are, like basically considered legal? It's going to get a lot of people that were previously not involved on the barricades, because people like that stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what I see in England happening right now is is the government encroaching on the people more so than the corporations in that case. But I don't have enough information to make a definite conclusion on that, but that's what I'm seeing. Where basically the government's coming in censoring things, and the corporations not so much. Like, they got page 3 removed, they banned certain forms of pornography to be filmed in England, which I can't, it just boggles my mind that they would ever pass something that specific. And then the Protein World advertising, and they were the first ones to adopt this whole man-spreading thing, which I have no idea what the angle is with that, other than just like give the progressivists a bone.
If we got men spreading, can we start using the term cunt bagging?
Yes. Okay. Yes, I totally agree with this verse.
Cunts with 37 bags that won't take up an entire bench row of seats.
But keep in mind, that's the fault of the patriarchy.
Yeah, here's one for you. What if a woman is manspreading? You divide by 0?
Well, this is the thing, though. Like, when it comes to this SJW stuff, this is why I'm not really focused on SJW stuff, because I really can't determine...
There's not logic to it, really.
Yeah, it's like I can't wrap my head... Like, I can know a little bit of insight.
It's simple. They have the SJW eCelebs who then, when they want to have, like, either people read their blog or people retweet them, they'll say the most outlandish thing that they could possibly think of, and then it works, and they get retweets and blog posts, and their followers listen and believe, and there you go.
No, what you say is ostensibly correct, but that's not what I'm getting at. What I mean is, I can't really go into oh well, this is wrong because it causes this problem or this problem, that, because it's all kind of like just ideological minutia that I really just can't get into. This is why I'm focused more. This is why I'm focused on anti-corruption.
Yeah.
And the culture war is not really relevant to me.
Yeah, once Twitter stops being as popular as once Twitter becomes the next MySpace, it's not going to be. You don't have to worry about it anymore.
Why would Twitter become the next MySpace? If anything, Twitter's becoming more popular.
Not exactly.
MySpace?
John, you remember a little bit about Joss Whedon?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I'm fairly certain he still isn't back.
Yeah, it's not going to be pretty over time if they keep allowing these jokers to harass them. As in the real deal harassment, not the oh, he said mean words to me.
I don't consider getting a barrage of tweets at you, even a million tweets, to be harassment, though. Yeah,
especially when a lot of those tweets were really not even directed at him; they were just said about him, which I guess
here's what
some
you
people
can
call subtweeting.
I don't care what they call it, because if I get like 1 million notifications tomorrow, all I have to do is click my notifications bar and then just move to a different page, and the notifications are gone, and I have to look at them.
Moltar wants to come in. Are you guys okay with that?
I'm fine with it.
Come in, Moltar.
Oh, this should be fun.
Maybe he can explain why he's doing that. What do you call that bit? Appukaki.
Yeah, that.
Kick.
Shrek, be prepared to kick in case he just like tries to post an image on the stream, because I don't know what's going on Moltar's head at this point.
Well, you can post all you want.
Alright, everyone says audio only.
No, that won't solve the problem. That'll solve the problem for you, but for the viewers, they'll still see it.
Well, no, if Shrek does it.
I don't know about that.
Actually, this is a Hangout on Air, which gives me moderation options. Give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah, come in, Moltar. Go ahead.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't do anything completely retarded.
No, don't jack off on stream, Moltar.
Please don't.
Do it, but when you're breathing heavily, just mute yourself periodically, okay?
YouTube has rules against that. YouTube has rules against that.
Well, YouTube has to prove it first, so yeah.
Yeah, it's live stream, so...
So I can start breathing heavily right now, and you won't know if I'm just making funnies or actually jacking off.
Well, that's true. Don't do it on camera.
Well, what does it look like? A chat roulette?
Well, it depends on...
Moltar, does Moltar have the link? I'll just drop it to him.
The link is in the fucking stream description.
Moltar, the link is in the stream description. Just click on Show More. Just click on Show More.
I just dropped him the link just in case.
Yeah, whatever works.
Yeah. Hello.
What's up?
Hey guys, why the hell do you think I'm gonna jack off on stream?
Sorry?
Why the hell do you think I'm gonna jack off on stream?
Because somebody suggested you jack off on stream.
It was, yeah.
Oh, God.
Prevention is preferable.
Somebody told you to jack off on stream. I wasn't saying you suggested it.
Prevention is preferable to combating, okay?
The Bukkake thing is just shitposting, man. It was just for comedy's sake.
Yeah.
It was funny.
We
It's
tore
fucking funny. I'm not tagging Gamergate into it.
I don't care about that. It's just like
we were having fun with you.
I understand that. It's just that a lot of people tore into SJWs over it. And
SJWs, by the way, those were trolls.
Still, we shouldn't be double standarding it.
Well, no, the SJWs have resorted to that, mind you, Super Space Dad.
Okay, that's not the issue here. Like the issue.
He didn't actually.
Yeah, I mean, like if SJWs want to like come on photos, that says more about them than it does of anyone else.
But they want to call it harassment.
Photos.
They want to call it Bane posting harassment.
Bane posting. I'm sorry, I'm still not going to take that one seriously.
So I just think it's in extremely poor taste.
It's okay to come on a picture of someone's face as long as you're doing it ironically.
That was good.
It just reminds me of that bad movie, The Comedy. It's just.
I haven't seen it. I don't know what you're talking about.
That Tim Heidecker film. It's actually pretty good in a really bad way.
So, Moltar, what have you been up to lately?
Not all that much. Just like talking to people, making friends and stuff. It's been fun.
Get back to digging and do some better work.
I think he's just done with that.
Yeah, I'm done with that. I know.
I'm the idiot that's doing that. Please shoot me.
Yeah, I can't believe you're still doing it, but like...
Do I need to send you a pizza now and then, Theodran, so you can feel special?
Yeah, I could use some pizza. I won't
Hey, that
lie.
was my stick. Don't steal my stick.
Hey, I could steal your stick. I'm doing it for goodwill.
Fair enough.
I hate to tell you, there's a whole
But
subreddit.
you're forgetting the main question. What kind of pizza are you going to be sending him?
I'm going to make sure it has pineapple on it.
Now you're making me hungry. Okay.
You are cruel, cruel man.
That is cruel. That is so
Oh, and add anchovies while you're at it.
I'd rather have anchovies.
That's just mean.
No, anchovies and pineapple.
That's just
Ew.
That's mean.
Acid and brine.
Like, I think I would classify that as harassment, like legit harassment.
So what kind of shit were you guys talking about? Like, so I literally just tuned in. Apparently,
you missed the best part.
Apparently, there was some like rage thing that happened.
This guy pretty much admitted to stealing a bunch of things and sabotaging Operation Gaming Forward. But let's not go into it. Let's not go into it, though.
Moltar, one word, endomorphosis.
Means nothing to me.
Okay, well, here, I'll just link the Cal thread so you can catch up.
Yeah.
You should. You could get some lols out of it, man.
Yeah.
Well, like, let's talk about some stuff. So, give me something to like play devil's advocate for, so like we can have some like interesting conversation.
Any particular subject you're interested in?
Anything that you guys are interested in.
Okay, let me test your devil's advocate on
Okay, argue that Gone Home is a good game.
Oh God, shut up, Dan.
No, don't give that. Years old. Bullshit.
How about discussing the artistic merits of Duke Nukem Forever?
No.
Oh, the artistic merits of Duke Nukem Forever.
That's ancient history.
Anyway, no, I was gonna ask, can you play devil's advocate on the need for ethical journalism? Like, argue against it.
Oh.
Like a legitimate argument against it. A legitimate argument against it.
Oh, so you don't want to play devil's advocate. You want to actually argue with someone legitimately, all right?
Well, I'll say that, like, you know, tons of people spurg out about clickbait and shit and clickbait, but like, you know, I've never had a problem with clickbait because clickbait is all it is just selling your article within your article. So, like, for instance, like the Ralph retort, there's nothing inherently wrong with what Ralph does. It's just
news hit.
Yeah, it's just that Ralph happens to be a fucking cunt and a shit human being, so that's what's wrong with Ralph.
I do not know him well enough to say that, so, you know, and I'm not ready to, you know, basically...
Well, I'm not asking you to repeat things that I'm saying. That's
right.
Okay, I think, I think it's fine since he does openly admit that he's a muckraker.
What do you consider clickbait, though?
If no one comes up with a good argument, I have one.
Is it watermelon butts?
Yeah, I think it's pretty fucking kind of stupid to define what clickbait is and what it isn't because, you know...
Okay, so what would you call,
let me give you an example.
Bad clickbait?
Let me give you an example. You could have like a really fucking great article written with a headline. Like I'll give you a real example instead of a hypothetical one. The Pac-Man interview with what's his face? The fucking weirdo autistic guy. Yeah, that guy. Votste. Yeah. That fucking video title was like clickbaity as hell, but at the same time, you know, those were sort of those were statements that he technically did make. But
I think a lot of people.
The problem with that. Go on.
There's nothing wrong with the title, actually. When you
the problem is
more people
the problem with clickbait is that, and this has actually been proven, like that people don't actually read the article when you do that. Like there was an article like why people don't read anymore or something, and then the actual article was like, don't comment on this article. We're trying to see if
counter argument to that.
That sounds speculative more than anything. That sounds really speculative.
Well,
no, we actually have proof.
Dan, I have a counter argument to that because I know the example you're going to lay out. I'm not sure if I agree with this counter argument, but I'll make it anyway because I'm kind of on the fence on this one. If the point of an article is to generate clicks, and the people who click on it aren't going to read it anyway, chances are, even with a good title, they wouldn't read it anyway. So it's better to get the clicks than the readership in that case.
I mean, tons of people just click on articles and then, you know, maybe they'll like read a paragraph or two and then skim the rest, and then they just pretend that they've read it.
All right, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. What about misleading titles? I would say that.
Well, that's the argument.
I view clickbait more as misleading titles as to what the article is actually trying to say.
Well, that was essentially the argument against Pac-Man's video, that like the title that he made it seem like Gamergate was about, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like some of the stupid shit that Vox Day was saying. That Gamergate is about this, according to Vox Day, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is this Vox Day guy? And that's what it did. But at the same time, it was actually a really fucking interesting conversation.
But would you agree that that's probably not the most ethical practice to make it misleading to?
It doesn't. It wasn't a misleading title because it's the opinion of one man. Gamergate that's all that could possibly happen. Gamergate's just a hashtag. He's just networking.
Well, see, that's the thing. When it comes to that actual video, and like he clearly lays out his stipulations for creating a title, and I took those stipulations and I rewrote an alternate title for it, which is thus: hashtag Gamergate. David says Sargon of Akkad wants you to hate feminism. Explains his own possible connections to ExxonMobil.
But Sargon didn't say that. In fact, said the opposite of that. So that would be a lie.
No, but David said that Sargon Akkad wants you to hate feminism. That's literally, he says, so are you saying you want people to hate feminism? It's literally something he said in the video. That's
true, but at that point, you'd have to read the statement as is, and if David's saying that and not Sargon, and the title says David Pakman says Sargon hates feminism, that means that's Pakman's opinion of Sargon. So by those guidelines, it may be clickbait.
No, it doesn't say David's opinion is Sargon. It says David says Sargon of Akkad wants you to hate feminism. Of his own thing, it is something that was said, is truthful, and is factual.
Right.
Yes. So he did say that. And then he also explains his own possible connections to ExxonMobil in that very same video. In a very roundabout way, but yeah, he does. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you can, like, the whole argument for the titles, like, look, I don't think it matters. Because people are going to be putting clickbait titles on everything. It's really hard not to have a clickbaity title, because the very purpose of the title is, well, to be clickbait.
Well, yeah, because it's kind of like Twitter. You're restrained by the length of the thing because it has to be a headline, and the headline has got to do two things. It's got to sell the article to the audience that you're trying to sell it to, and it's got to be a vaguely accurate description. So if your aim is to, obviously the aim of the first aim of the headline is to sell the article, because you got to fucking pay the bills. So,
but should it be honest about what it's talking about, as opposed to try and mislead us?
Technically, it was honest.
Hold on for a second, Shrek. You're locked in on yourself, and it's only showing, like, it's not showing avatars as people talk.
Oh, right. Sorry about that. Let me change that.
Back to the topic.
Technically, it was honest, but it's just the thing is whether you're going to do honesty by technicality or whether you're going to do honesty by holistic representation.
So you would say holistic representation is fair?
Well, it would seem that most of Gamergate wanted a holistic representation instead of a sort of honesty by technicality thing, because a lot of people were really fucking butthurt about that Pac-Man video.
Oh, wait, I misunderstood the definition of holistic. So holistic means what, since I apparently don't know the definition?
Holistic means like looking at the whole picture, the big picture.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I had no idea what the definition was. I apologize. Okay, so would you say the previous definition, other than holistic, is a fair representation?
It's. I mean, I again, like, it's.
This isn't to attack you, by the way.
No, I don't feel attacked at all. I mean, it's a good question.
I just want to make sure.
No, it's totally fair. Again, for me, I can totally understand the fact that within the constraints of a title, like a headline, it's so hard to hit both birds with one stone as consistently as you could, like as consistently as possible all of the time. Like if you're doing a tabloid thing and your aim is only to sell stuff, then I could understand why you would more go for honesty by technicality while focusing on just selling the article all the fucking time. Because, you know, at that point you're a muckraker. That's all you got to do is just sell, sell, sell. But, you know, Pac-Man, you've got to realize that, like, Pac-Man is not the kind of halo-shrouded ethical journalism bastion that Gamergate hyped him up to be when he first appeared.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of it.
Yeah, Pac-Man basically, Pac-Man finds kooks and he talks to them on YouTube. That's what he does. And a lot of his like political stuff, he's extremely fucking biased towards like progressive.
Very aggressive.
I started watching a lot of his other stuff, and he's got.
You know, Pac-Man isn't perfect, and anyone who pretends that he is not really paying attention.
Anybody who thinks anybody who thinks he's perfect in regards to that, he definitely has a lot of one-sided views and does not actually spend as much time being fair to both sides as much as he could.
I'm not a fucking MRA or anything. Like, I think MRAs are pretty much full of shit. But like, if you watch his video with Karen Strachan, that interview, that was embarrassing to watch. Like, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
I haven't seen it yet, but that is something I should probably get on.
Yeah, it's pretty cringeworthy.
Not as bad as Chank, though.
Oh, I haven't seen that one either.
Oh, you should watch
it.
You
mean Shank's interview with Karen Strachan?
Yes.
Yeah, that was just. I saw that. That was just a train crash, basically.
Yeah, I think.
But did it come in like a wrecking ball?
His tism slipped pretty hard on that one.
Yeah.
About the holistic titles. The problem I see with that is a lot of people don't seem to realize that, like, the title isn't there for the people who are going to watch the video anyways, or read an article anyways, because there are some people who are just going to read everything or watch everything that a certain person makes.
Yeah.
What a title is good for is attracting attention.
Yeah.
Now, if you have a holistic title, it's just like, Mercedes Carrera debates fucking Chris Clue on Gamergate.
There's a better one.
So if we added to it, say, Mercedes Carrera, porn star, debates Chris Cluey.
No, hold on. There's a better one. There was
Okay.
It was like porn star blows feminists out of the water or something like that. That was a great.
Porn star blows feminist.
There comes a point.
Oh, wow.
That was actually pretty good.
Like, there comes a point where if your headline is such an accurate description of the article, like it gives once they've read the headline, they know exactly what the article is going to be about. Then they won't bother reading the fucking article. It's like, you know, when it's like the problem with movie trailers for so long has been, it's getting worse and worse and worse, is that, you know, you watch a movie trailer and you feel like you've already watched the fucking movie, so why would you go to the movie?
Netflix did an excellent video on that. You should watch it.
Hold on. So just coming from the chat, apparently they said Twitter, but they meant Reddit. Reddit removed the shadow ban on Aaron Gagioni, or maybe it was Twitter, after he raised $15,000. So after the whole drive for getting his legal fund was done, then they lifted the shadow ban. Could that have been
suspicious as hell?
Yeah. I don't know if that's Reddit or Twitter. They said Twitter, but I think that they meant Reddit. I know that he was shadow banned on Reddit. I don't think Twitter can shadow ban.
Yes, they can actually, but
yeah, that was a recent development, but they can.
That was Operation Break the Block, or Break the Block.
Wait, Twitter shadow bans now?
They can shadow ban.
They don't really exercise that though.
Well, that's bullshit.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often, but it happened to quite a few Gamergate supporters when it was first starting to happen. So.
Yeah.
I'm telling you guys, gonna be the next MySpace.
Again, I don't see it.
That's hilarious because He got shadow banned just the other day. I had noticed when I was looking at that thread on KIA, and seemed after his goal was achieved, then all of a sudden he's not shadow banned anymore.
Yeah, I think
once they realized they couldn't really do shit to slow it down, guess what?
So, Moltar, back on topic with clickbait. So, are you advocating that, well, more or less, that clickbait is good if used with...
I don't care. I don't care if clickbait is good or bad. I just think, you know, clickbait is a necessity. It's like, you know, it's like show business. Show business. If there's no business,
guys,
that's the big problem with the whole thing.
Guys, as somebody in the profession, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
Let me comment a little bit on that. Okay, first bit. How do you define clickbait? Basically, yes, you want to style the topic of an article, right, to be basically encouraging for the user to click on it. You want it to have something attention-grabbing. If you go by that definition, there's nothing wrong with it. But I think the people that use the clickbait here are more referring to using it in a misleading way. When you're being purposely misleading with your headline, that's, I think, when it becomes a problem. It's a tool like everything else. You know, a tool can be used, and a tool can be abused. And I think in this particular case, you know, I don't have so much issue with the use of the tool. It's the abuse of the tool that they, you know, have issues with. It's just a matter of properly articulating these concerns. Would you say that's an accurate statement?
This is such a fucking tired discussion as well. Like, I mean, I think you said it perfectly, and I don't understand. People still have like a problem understanding this.
My
objections
to
clickbait.
You have to keep in mind that there's a continuous stream of new facts that keep popping in.
Yeah.
They haven't gone through it.
It's such a tired discussion for me.
Yes, but you know, once again, you know, we're not discussing this for our benefit. We're discussing it for the viewership.
Well, my objections to clickbait would be top 10 articles, which or top X articles. Those type of articles shouldn't exist. It's lazy writing. Period. Anyone who writes them, cracked.
No, hold on. I'll go along with you with it's lazy writing, but you are not to determine the right of something to exist or not. You know, I totally agree with you that it's lazy writing, that it's really just a cheap way of making, you know, thing, and at the same time, there are people who want to read this kind of stuff.
Oh, no.
And it's not for you to decide whether or not they should, you know, be able to get that.
I'll play devil's advocate and say that it's fine if, like, they actually do the research. Like,
no, the reason why it's lazy writing.
Let me finish. Like, Screw Attack, they had like Screw Attack's top 10, and then when they did that, they'd actually sit down and go through like everything. So it really was the top 10 out of, like, when they did the SNES video, like they played pretty much every SNES game, I imagine. I hope they did.
It's the reason why it's lazy writing is because you can make a much better article by talking about the, like, all right, take a game series for instance, right? Like top SNES games, they can make the article about the greatest SNES hits and the history and development thereof, and talk about the time frame between them, and not just make it a top bottom down.
Yes, but once again, I'm with you until the moment you say should not exist.
Well,
I think,
when I say should, go ahead.
First of all, hey everyone, it's Alex, and
Hello,
I just decided to drop in. I was told that anyone's welcome to this stream as long as you're not a douchebag or a dick, and as I promise, I won't.
Cool. All right, then welcome to the stream.
Welcome to the stream.
But I guess here's what we need to look at. We need to not blame the template of an article, whether it's a listed top 10. We need to look at the quality of the content.
I'm arguing that the quality of the content of a top 10 article is always going to be shit tier. That's my argument.
I guess my question is are we trying to say that clickbait titles are technically ethical so long as the content of the article is also ethical and the clickbait title is not an outright lie?
Well, here's the funny thing about ethics. Ethics, what I define as ethical, someone else may define as unethical. Ethics are completely subjective.
No, they're not.
In some terms.
Actually,
some people, it's a lot like some people could argue morality. It's a philosophical argument that I don't think we should get into because it's just going to take up everyone's time.
It is, and I can actually, that's a common misconception.
Hold on. May I? Because we've had this precise discussion recently in our own outlet because we were discussing subjective ethics with this, basically. It can be argued that while there are certain ethical concerns which are of a subjective manner, at the same time there are things that are basically commonly accepted as wrong.
Yes, that is true. And it says society and culture as a collective has determined that killing another man, that's ethically and morally abhorrent. It's wrong.
Exactly.
But on issues like this, it's not exactly black and white. There's can be gray in here.
Yeah, actually, you're making a very good point there. Quite frankly, and I've said this very often, the real world is not black and white. We have to approach these kind of topics with nuance.
As I was talking to Shrek Bane about a particular level of ethical standard that I believe in, is that if you have a particular fondness for a particular genre of game, you should mention that you have a fondness for that particular genre of game. Also, you should mention a particular dislike for a certain genre of game if you're going to be reviewing either a game that you technically have a...
Hey, can I just interrupt for a sec?
Sure.
I can see like 8 people in here in the chat, but if I look on the stream, I can only see 6 people. I don't know what's up with that.
Probably because you paused it.
Updating.
No, I didn't pause it.
Actually, that is a good... No. Oh, wait. You guys are... I wondered why you guys were showing up dark, and I think that might be the issue, because you guys are the ones that aren't showing up.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, actually, I see what that is. Certain people have their visibility disabled, and I'm trying to enable it here.
It's about ethics and appearing on a stream.
Well, I changed some of the settings. Let me see if I can fix that in the control room. Hang on. Yeah. Go on. Continue talking.
But as I was saying, so I believe that you should disclose particular likes or dislikes for particular genres, simply so your audience knows. Now, that doesn't mean it's unethical to not disclose it, but I believe it's in the best interest of the reader to do so, and I believe that it's more ethical to disclose your particular fondness or dislike for a particular genre.
A lot of you are probably not going to like me saying this, but there is one group, one massive video game website that actually does that phenomenally well.
And let me guess, it's going to be Giant Bomb.
It is. It is.
I know it.
Giant Bomb is actually pretty good at a lot of what it does. It's not.
Yeah. It's not the best, and they have a lot of fuck ups. I will never say they don't, because once they still have Alex on staff. That enough is a huge fuck up to me. But
whoa! I don't work at Giant Bomb. No, I have standards still.
Yes. But the thing is, everybody knows that if there's a racing game, they're gonna put Drew on it. Because Drew loves fucking racing games. If it's, if it's Dark Souls, they're not gonna put Jeff on it because Jeff can't fucking stand Dark Souls. And it's that kind of thing. They put the person who is really into this genre on that, and they say, hey, I'm the guy that loves this kind of stuff, so this is coming from my point of view, but at least you get to see.
I would like to put people who typically hate such a genre as well, just to get an alternative perspective, but to know that in advance.
Hold on.
I'm going to contrast with actually.
Guys, the thing is, you're going to have to put this in terms of journalistic reality here. This stuff already takes time to review. Now to expect that 2 people review it, just so you have 2 contrasting opinions, puts a huge strain on the outlet.
I'm not saying have 2. I'm not saying have 2 people review it. I'm just saying have the people disclose.
Right. I get that.
And then to review it as objectively as possible.
But, I think that for example, look at Yahtzee. He does this every time. He proudly professes his hate for multiplayer-based games or MMOs every single time, And there are certain reviewers who make whose entire shtick is to basically shit on games they dislike. Now that's completely fine. You're gonna just have to. It would be helpful to make that clear. Is that an ethical violation if you don't do that? I can't say that it is. For me, something like that falls under the entire thing of, if you are going to do that, that is a way for you to positively distinguish yourself, but I don't think it's considered a violation of any sort of not.
No, I don't think it's actually a violation of ethical standard. I think it's
that's more in the line
way. I think it's the best way to inform your viewers, your readers.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to disagree with both Old School and.
Page has a right side that's closed.
So you're having background. Anyway. This is where I'm going to disagree with both Beermo and Soul on this one. When it comes to game reviews, I don't think that it should be like you pick the one who's going to most like the game the best. That to me is just like catering to a certain bias already there. I think it should.
No, not the game. The
on
genre.
Oliver's stream last night, he was talking about how he got into a big fight with Eric Kane about something because Eric Kane was being a fanboy, and Oliver was like, "Oh, hey, there were." This game, Bloodborne, has some issues.
Actually, Eric Kane, I don't. You know what? I'm not even going to comment on that. That's neither here nor there. I think that's irrelevant to what I'm saying right now. What I was saying was, I don't think it should cater to a particular type of genre or game the person likes to play. I think the reviewer should be open to reviewing any game whatsoever, regardless of genre or type of game they want to play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and they generally are, but here's the thing. If you have a staff of 8 people, there's one game that's a Metroidvania. Now you have 4 people who don't like them at all. You have 2 people who really don't care that much but play the occasional one, and you've got one dude who fucking hates them and one dude who loves Metroidvania games. Who are you going to choose to review that product?
In that case, the one who's played the genre the most.
So the one who fucking loves Metroidvania.
That would most likely be the case.
But that's exactly what you were just arguing against.
No, not necessarily.
Hold on. Why can't you just have someone who's has a very refined taste for Metroidvania?
In
That's
the end,
what I'm saying.
no, and in the end, I think
there's
guys, I think it can basically cut both ways if you think about it. Because if it's an absolute, diehard fan of the series, right? They might be a lot more critical about certain aspects of it, while being more negligent about others. But the important part here is consistency, right? It would be, for example, when you're starting then to get to the point where you try basically, we want to, basically, I'm going to be completely exaggerating here, right? But we need some controversy. We need some people to get upset. Let's put the guy that we normally don't put on there, so we can get a really nice and low score that's going to get people pissy. Right? That's when it turns into an ethical concern. But as long as there is consistency in how it's being done, even it's not a problem, I would say. Right? Now, even if it's being done inconsistently, like I just mentioned, it's kind of a dark gray area. If you pardon me.
Yeah, still, it should be. I think mentioning it, however, would divert a lot of it. I mean, yes, the review would piss a lot of people off if somebody who absolutely hated the genre was reviewing it.
A couple of points. Because I think you're going to reiterate something you said already. The first point is to address what Beermo said about isn't the person who played the game the most also the person who loves the game, that game genre the most? Normally, yes, but not always. Like, you can watch a slew of horror movies and familiar sides of that genre and hate the genre. And you can point out what fails at it, why it doesn't work in comparison to other ones because you're experienced with it. Same thing can apply to games. Like, there may be someone who has, for some reason, played so many games of a genre that he doesn't particularly like, but is able to give his perspective on it, but it's not due to lack of familiarity with the genre.
My problem with that entire argument is you seem to think that somebody who loves the genre is going to somehow inflate the score because they love said genre, when actually, really, think of it this way. People who love Dark Souls fucking love Dark Souls. Dark Souls 2, however, fucking most people who love Dark Souls and love Demon Souls and shit will tell you Dark Souls 2 is the worst Dark Souls that is released.
Yeah, it's
Because
not
they
as good
love
as the other.
genre, and they're heavily critical about the genre.
That's what that is what I implied with it. Basically a double-edged sword. On the one side, yes, there may be areas in which they may have an intrinsic love for the game, right, and therefore they may venture it a lot deeper than the average person, and rate it on different metrics. If you know what I'm trying to say.
Well, I have a radical idea for all this, and I think it's going to blow my mind. I know that. In fact, it's already beginning to crack. But
It'll blow something, all right.
Oh baby, but I think it's up to the consumer to look at a variety of game reviews. If we just focus on one person, we're only going to get one perspective. Why don't we look at the broad side of it and look at many reviews, and then we can come to the own conclusion ourselves.
Which is what Metacritic was supposed to be for, but you kind of got...
The problem with Metacritic is it takes all those perspectives, molds them all into one big ball, and just gives you a useless number.
Because that's part of the problem here. You can't rely on a machine to do your critical thinking for you.
I know that everybody here wants to discuss ethics and games journalism and shit, but we have a real opportunity here because
What's the opportunity, Maltar?
Because we should discuss the BuzzFeed article because we've got fucking.
Guys.
What about the BuzzFeed article?
Come on, look at this fucking.
Okay, hold on.
That's City Color Cabal.
All right.
Listen up, because we got serious slime.
I'm good, boy.
Hold on, guys.
I'm muting everybody but Shrek. Shrek is talking.
Look,
everybody shut up.
Quite frankly, my stance to that is, we already tried that. It didn't work out. So, basically, if anybody has any say on whether or not that is going to happen, I personally don't think you guys deserve a platform for that bullshit. But I'm going to leave the decision up to Man in Green.
All right, so because I am a practicing journalist in many regards, and I am practicing journalism, I will okay this, but keep it civil. Because, quite frankly, I'm going to have to remind you people that I am actually in a pretty significant amount of potential danger here. And I want you guys to keep that in mind when you are discussing it. So be fair.
Shrek, is there any objection if I moderate this particular conversation?
Please go on, John. Take that over.
By all means, John, you can moderate if you do like.
Okay. Now, Moltar brought up first.
If we're agreed about that, then we're fine. We can talk about it.
So are we talking about that little BuzzFeed incident?
Yeah.
We can, so long as it's fair and civil.
Right.
Well, I helped orchestrate it, so ask me anything.
All right. Actually, in that case, I am going to give it to Man Green to ask the first question.
Why did you do it?
Why did I do it? Because it was going to be funny as hell. That's really why. Honestly, when you have some idiot journalist who comes up to you with her first full-time job, and she's all about, I want to write a big article on internet harassment. I'm like, fuck it. Let's have some fun with this. Let's roll with it.
May I feel the question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, all questions are open.
Wouldn't it have been much a bigger sign of if you just had taken that on yourself instead of trying to blame somebody else for this shit?
The way I saw it is that it'd be funny. We had beef with Green at the time, and well, why not?
That seems rather petty. Just throwing that out there.
We did it for the kecks.
Well, as it turns out, it put me in a great deal of risk. So I would ask the next question. Why didn't you try to contact me on an alternate account, considering I did have my DMs open to anybody at the time?
You had me blocked, and I really couldn't be asked to make a new account.
I'd like to.
But you could be asked. Hold on. But you could be asked to talk to a journalist and go out of your way for that, to try and essentially, for all intents and purposes, defame me. You do realize I cannot actually reveal my real name and associate it with the Man in Green anymore.
Yeah, I'm never going to really associate my full name with Grand Moff either.
Okay, you've restricted my ability to actually be free on the internet. So,
well, it's with pseudo-anonymity. This is basically like posting on V. You just create a new identity.
Can I interject for 1 sec, just on behalf of the viewers, because some of the stuff that you're discussing actually needs explaining a bit more.
Okay, go for it.
So basically, if anyone has no idea what the fuck these guys are talking about, there was a BuzzFeed article where Sirius Slav, Grand Moff Alexander here, and Juice Chugger went on and basically conned an amateur journalist who works for BuzzFeed, and that's a redundant statement in itself, who they told her that a Man in Green is part of some white supremacist group called the Color Cabal, and so anyway, blah blah blah. That's all you need to know, basically. So it's kind of character it's starting rumors just for jokes. And what they didn't know, and
I couldn't see the second, and I thought it was.
Amy, your mic's playing. Okay, cool. So apparently, the argument that I was given, because I've talked to Shrek Bane about this kind of stuff before, and the argument that I was given was that the gist of the argument that these guys are trying to make is that there's an element of negligence to the point of liability, where that that Slav and Juice should have known that a Man in Green is his identity that he uses all over the place, and that this actually could have spreading these false rumors about him could have actually put him in serious harm's way, and that they should have known this, that they should have done the research beforehand.
No, actually, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you don't do this to people. You don't accuse you don't accuse people falsely of rape. You don't accuse people falsely of murder. I'm going to stop you right there. You don't falsely accuse people of serious things that people take seriously and will be willing to harm people over it. That happened with George Zimmerman, and while I do dislike the guy on several issues, he is getting falsely blamed for a lot of things and gets regularly put in harm's way because of how people were treating him during the course of it. You're putting me in that position when not only am I not a celebrity, but I haven't done anything to warrant the level of journalism hate you put out on me. So don't try this whole you should have done research. You know this was wrong. You know
it's not an appropriate comparison with George Zimmerman, because you are using a pseudonymous identity where we can't see your face, your face is masked by your fedora and stuff.
The first thing that I heard about what people were trying to do to me after that was uncover my identity. That's the first thing that I heard about the moment you guys put that BuzzFeed article out. So
same.
Don't hide behind, it was pseudo-anonymity. You were going to try and do something worse.
Well, I've had that shit too. I mean, GGHQ.
So, hey, don't pretend that you weren't trying to do worse when you're trying to say, with pseudo-anonymity, you were trying to do worse. I know that for a fact. So don't hide behind that, because we both know you're full of shit in that.
The other part is, if I may throw something in there.
Wait, hold on. Am I being accused of something here?
I would like to let Moltar speak before Shrek goes.
Yeah, go for it.
No, it's weird. I don't know what you're saying that I'm full of shit. I didn't Like, what? Are you accusing me of something here? Like, I'm confused.
I'm not accusing you of trying to come out with my identity. I'm saying that that wasn't the full intent. They were going to release my identity if they could find it. And I have no means of knowing how you would try to find it or not. I have no means of knowing how that shit works. So to say that you were saying it with the intent strictly to not have my identity released, they were trying to uncover my identity. I know that for a fact.
I mean, I think Slav should respond to that.
Slav?
Oh, okay. I guess the ball's in my court right now. Well, here's the thing: is I never really I didn't even think it was going to get published, to be honest, because it was full of holes. Honestly, that was going to be the end of it for me. That was my big one last shot at everything. 15 minutes of fame right there, and it came and went. I never really had any intentions of dragging anything out after that.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about with the whole docs thing. To be honest, I don't know what proof you have of that, because you're saying that you know for sure that that people were trying to find out your identity, but you're not giving any description of how you know that. So.
Oh, Gamergate HQ wanted my head on a stake after that article for 6 hours.
Oh no, I'm talking about a man in green, because he's the one making the claim.
Right. Shrek had wanted to say something earlier.
Yeah, may I just expand on the negligence? But what I'm saying is, in this day and age, it is completely unreasonable to just assume that just because somebody's using a pseudo anonymous identity, that he's not using that pseudo anonymous identity for anything that connects to his real name. Quite frankly, just because you're used to this kind of thing from Chan boards, or as you mentioned, threads, where you can just switch your pseudonym very easily, does not mean that other people have not built an entire reputation and/or business on their online identities, and have these connected to their real life identities. For example, just to throw one another thing, Boogie, who he is relatively, documentable, right? Many YouTubers or other professionals, for example, in my country, right? If you run a website, right, that is and the server is located in this country, you're required to basically dox yourself. So if you want to have any kind of documentation to that, that automatically means you're connected to your online pseudonym. So I think the expectations that you have that it's just a nickname, therefore it doesn't mean anything, is a little bit disingenuous to have into this day and age, where even Facebook presences are basically require you to use your real credentials, whether you do it or not.
And I mean, for me, the distinction, it's well, first of all, I think we should go back to
what you're arguing right now is that you didn't know any better, and that's not an
Saul Moltar speaking. Let him finish.
No. I'm not saying that we don't know any better, but I want you to elaborate on how do you know that people were trying to dox you? Because for instance, I know that some guy from GGHQ was trying to dox me because they were posting photos of me that I wasn't posting myself, so they only found those by trying to dox me, basically.
All right, fair enough. You do understand that a man in green, even though he's suspended apparently for targeted harassment, and I don't know who did that, but that's bullshit. That's another story entirely. Gets 60 notifications plus daily still.
Okay, so you get notifications.
There are many things suggesting that people are trying to find out who I am.
Because you get notifications on Twitter.
No, because they are saying they want to find out who I am. And it's not all just a team and other people. So, quite frankly, yes, shit is still happening to me, and nobody can see it because all my tweets
all your tweets are protected.
No, my account is suspended. Yeah. Nobody can see what's happening to the account, but I can see everything that is said to the account.
Right, but anybody can see anything that's said to the account because you just need to type in the fucking search bar. So you're saying that people from A-Team
No, I'm saying people that are not A-Team. I am talking about people that are not you guys.
But you just
I recognize your posting patterns, guys.
But you just said it's not just A-Team. So therefore,
there are A-Team members, but they aren't threatening to dox me. But there are people who want to find out who I am.
As a result of your actions.
But you just said it's not just A-Team who are.
No, it's not A-Team. It's not. No, it's not just A. Sorry, it's not just A-Team giving me the notifications. Is what I meant to say.
So you have no evidence that A-Team are trying to dox you.
I didn't say A-Team was trying to dox me. I didn't say A-Team was trying to dox me.
Can I jump?
No, you just said it.
Your
words literally were.
I said
John, please moderate.
All right, Beermo has the floor. Moltar, Mangreen, wait your turn, please.
Okay.
Also, Alexander Gramoff, I believe it is. You can unmute by either moving your mouse cursor to the top of the screen and pressing the microphone button, or by pressing in the upper right-hand corner.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, just letting you know.
I'm using my cell phone right now because my mic's busted, so I'm just using Google Hangouts on my phone.
Gotcha. Just try not to interrupt. All right, Beermo, you have the floor now.
So I don't know if this is some kind of purposeful ignorance on your part, Moldy Bars, but look, what he's saying is because of what had happened with the article, because not only A-Team were the people that read this article, a ton of people read it, took it at face value, and then didn't go back to see that it was corrected after the fact to say, oh, we've been trolled. Now, that inherently caused a bunch of shit to happen, which is a lot of people who were very angry that somebody would do something like this. Those people who are very angry are there and very angry at him because of what you have done. That's the entire argument here.
No, I haven't done anything. But I understand what you're saying.
Well, or maybe not you, but whoever did the article. That's what he's arguing. And you're semantically pulling the argument to other territory completely. Well, then, okay, it's Gramoff. That's the whole point of arguing.
I'm saying it's important to be very specific and very accurate about who you are accusing of what. So if he's saying it's not...
You're saying this is all about an article accusing him of doing something he didn't do.
John, I have a comment to make after this. Thank you.
If he is saying, and I quote, it's not just A-Team trying to find out who I am, and that's a direct quote, that's what he fucking said, then he is accusing A-Team of being the ones, at least some of the ones, trying to dox him. So if he says that, even passively as a suggestion, then I'm going to ask him, whoa, what evidence do you have that A-Team is trying to dox you? Now, if it's just randoms or like BuzzFeed readers, or because he says that he sees the notifications, I'm not the one, going on Twitter and searching for a man in green to see who exactly is talking about him. So I don't know. He knows better than me. But if he has proof that people from the A-Team or whatever are speaking publicly on Twitter about trying to find out who a man in green really is, then give the proof, or then it's a different thing. Because for me, once once the article is published, the ball is in BuzzFeed's court.
Oh, so once the article is published, it's in BuzzFeed's court. That really doesn't know, because I'm sorry, you are responsible for your actions. And when your actions lead directly for somebody else receiving this amount of hate and vitriol just spewed at them because of false allegations, the person who originally made those allegations is the person who should face up to the bullshit that they've caused. Period.
Yeah, I look at it differently. For me, this was a joke that should never have gone as far as it did, and the only reason why it went as far as it did was because of the negligence of the BuzzFeed writer and the BuzzFeed editorial process, and that's about it.
Well, no, it's not 100%.
Hold on. May I make my comment?
Yeah.
Shrek hasn't talked in a bit, so I'll let Shrek talk.
Yeah, thank you. I'll put you with a simple, response. Let's assume you're in a medieval village. You point at a woman, call her a witch, and say she's a witch, and you give a false testimony claiming what she has done to you and why she's a witch. That woman gets burned on the stake. You're not at all responsible because you weren't the one who lit the fire?
Moltar or Grand Moff.
That's kind of...
That's exactly what we're talking about here.
That's pretty hyperbolic and...
Is it?
No, it's accurate to the nth degree.
No, it's not. I mean...
no, hold on.
Really?
Hold on. Moltar was speaking. I'm speaking. Right.
I mean, anybody who's read the actual transcript of the interview would see that... Anybody who's read the actual transcript of the interview with the BuzzFeed journalist that she did with Moff and Juice, it's the most ridiculous. Like, nobody in their sane fucking mind would have ever believed this shit. And I think you guys are like,
almost as ridiculous as calling somebody a witch.
Shrek, Moltar was speaking. I'm finished. Then you can go.
Yeah.
No, because it's calling somebody a witch in the context of medieval periods would have been normal, I assume. I wasn't born back then. But I assume that it would have been a lot more normal than the expected levels of sanity of a fucking supposedly professional journalist.
All right. Shrek? Shrek, you're muted.
I found
to me, first things first. Anybody who's read that original interview, how many people do you think did read that? A couple of people on the hashtag, or a couple of people that are following you, right?
It doesn't matter to me how many people read it.
Moltar.
It's my turn. Now here's the thing. Quite frankly, real racists and real white supremacist leaders do exist. Witches do not. What do you think is more ridiculous? That's the whole point here. The statements that you've made, the stuff that was actually printed about him, right, was something completely, reasonable for somebody to believe, because what they printed was not the contents of your interview. What was printed was the shit that this journalist made up. But completely regardless, once again, you basically slandered the guy. You made false statements while taking into account the possibility that this shit was going to be printed and that it was going to be bad. And just because you're not the one who's actively trying to dox him, you are the one who riled up the people trying to dox him. You are the guys responsible for everything that happens to him as a result of this. Not BuzzFeed. BuzzFeed, yes, they fucked up. But the one who got the stone rolling was you guys, who gave them this, who even made this entire thing possible. That was you guys. Any kind of, I would even accept with this thing is, we wanted to make a joke. But, then it has to say, it was horribly wrong, and we're sorry for all the mischief that we've caused. That might be a good step in the right direction, not, haha, BuzzFeed. That's the issue that I have here.
You
have at no point shown any kind of remorse for, the danger and the problems that you've caused to this person.
Because I haven't fucking caused any problems to this person. You really need to fucking review the way you use the word "you." Because German is not fucking English. And
well, you know what? You're not the only one.
Hold on. I was not part of that.
Moltar, shut up. You're not the only one.
I want to say you. Talk to fucking Slav. Say Slav and Juice. That had nothing to do with me. Just because I see their side of the story. Just because I see their side of the story and I see their point of view does not make me fucking complicit in any way. It's
No,
fucking
but we were
ridiculous that
defending
you
it.
continue to throw out outrageous fucking allegations against anybody who simply disagrees
Are
with
you
what
or are
see.
you not defending?
I hate minorities.
Yeah, I am fucking defending them because I think they didn't do anything wrong. It's just a fucking joke, and you guys are taking it way
Yes,
too seriously.
you are
It's
in
fucking
wrong.
arbitrary as hell that you would get so fucking butthurt about this goddamn BuzzFeed article. And you're thinking, oh my god, a man in green's career is ruined. He's never going to be able to use the handle a man in green again. Whereas look at the fucking shit they've been saying about people like a man in green just because they associate with fucking Gamergate. He's been called a fucking sociopath indirectly. He's been called a fucking misogynist indirectly. He's been called like everything under the fucking sun indirectly. And you fucking...
fallacy of relative privation.
No, it's not fucking fallacy. It's
Glad to see you don't
you're
fucking care
fucking
about
blaming a
what harm
fucking troll on the internet instead of the fucking real problem, which is
All right,
the fucking moronic journalists.
All right, Maltar. You've gone on for a bit now.
I'm done.
I'd like either. I'd like someone else to speak up. Either.
Is this an invitation?
Anyone besides?
All right, I'll do it in this order. First, I want Grandmoff to speak because he hasn't spoken in a while. Then Sharkbane, then a man green, then Thidrin. That order.
Okay.
John, I'll say it on Skype.
Dan, if you want order in this, let me know.
Did you look at the link I posted of searching a man green's mentions on Twitter?
I have to stay neutral as possible in this. So
all right.
All right. First, Grandmoff. I'd like you're first up on the roster.
All right, I'm going to make this nice, short, and simple, and quick. I think the responsibility falls upon BuzzFeed. Although I did have intent, and it could be defined as malicious in that intent. Honestly, it falls upon BuzzFeed because they've had multiple opportunities again and again to review the sources. Because if you looked into any single thing that I said in that interview that I did, it would come up completely false because it was just so off the fucking walls. Like, who the fuck would even think this is real? You know, it was fucking retarded. Like, come on, a Nazi enforcer group? Like, shit. That's like retarded off the walls for me. I was just going off my imagination there. But the BuzzFeed had multiple, and I mean multiple times that they could have said, wait a minute, this isn't right. Wait a minute, this isn't right. Wait a minute, this source is false. We got tricked. But they published it simply because it fit with the narrative BuzzFeed wanted to deliver. BuzzFeed, since the fucking beginning, very beginning, wanted to paint Gamergate as like this super horrid hate group. And so of course they're going to publish this article without even reading it, without even reviewing it, because it fits the narrative to a T. That doesn't make what I did right or wrong, but I think the responsibility should fall on BuzzFeed's shoulders.
All right, Sharkbane.
All right, so you just admitted this is interesting because you just said that you basically knew they were going to print it because it was going to fit the narrative, correct?
Honestly, I didn't know at the time. They could have printed it. They could have not.
So
although they would have taken anything I said negative as truth, as their version of the truth that they would want.
Okay.
As long as it fit the narrative. Like I said things in there that didn't fit the narrative, and they threw it out.
Okay,
so they picked and chose, and they cherry picked what I said to make it fit the narrative.
Okay, so let me ask, Ryan. So you just said that you at least could reasonably expect for them to print this because it fit the narrative, correct?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so that means you completely took that into account. It's not like you didn't expect them to print it as you first said, right? It is you actually could have a reasonable expectation that it was going to be printed, correct?
Well, here's the thing about that is that Juice had the run with the girl first, and I didn't review exactly what he said. So I don't know what in that article is mine and what is Juice's. Because there's stuff in there that I didn't say. There's stuff in there that I don't remember saying.
Guys, we're getting currently a warning. Our broadcast will be terminated in 5 minutes.
Uh-oh. Well, I better just wrap this up and let...
Wait, stop. Let me pause it for a moment. What you can do is, once the thing turns off, you can then restart it again.
Okay. Do you want me to, like, yeah, we can host another channel.
We can just, yeah, we can just host another one.
I'm just going to wrap this up here and get going because I got some work I need to get done later today, and honestly, I want to play some video games. So I'm just going to give my final statements here. Man in Green, bro, gotta say I'm a bit sorry for you, alright? What I did wasn't exactly the nicest thing to do to a guy. Alright? So I extended an apology.
Man Green?
I wouldn't accept. I wouldn't expect a good reaction.
So you're saying that you take responsibility for the fact that what you did was wrong?
No, I think the responsibility lies on BuzzFeed, but I feel for you, man.
You know, that's not an apology because you aren't admitting that what you did was wrong.
No, what I did was...
You're refusing acceptance.
He said sorry, just take the apology, you stupid fucking retard!
Oh dear, Blade.
You're not accepting responsibility for what you being done was wrong.
I don't know what I can and cannot accept responsibility about.
How about putting somebody at risk for your own personal fucking grudge? Is that something
If I can interject here. I think that's a pretty loaded question there, pal.
At the moment,
yeah, I would agree.
You refuse to accept for what you did was wrong.
I already said what I did was pretty shitty.
Kelly. Yeah, we're
shitty, but not wrong.
I'm extending you an olive branch here, man. Let's put it behind us. Bury the hatchet.
You're essentially asking for the reiteration of the same argument, and the argument that the gist of the argument that Slav has, and it's the same one that I share.
You just want me to admit something out of your own personal pride, and I understand that. But I'm extending an olive branch here to bury it and go away.
On the adverse side of that, you're refusing to admit something out of your own personal pride. I'll just throw that
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
look, the gist
And
of
you
the
have
argument
no
that's-
grounds to call that.
The gist of the argument that Slav
Since
has...
we're on time, I'd like there only to be Grand Moff and Soul to settle it one at a time, though. I believe Grand Moff was speaking first.
No, let Soul speak. Let Soul speak.
All right, Soul, you first.
You can't admit that what you did was wrong, and that's fine. But that doesn't make you right. That doesn't make you correct. All you're doing is trying to excuse yourself because you're too afraid to accept responsibility. That's all you shits do, is refuse to accept responsibility for your own goddamn actions. So go ahead and keep on touting yourselves as holy righteous Gamergate police, calling out hypocrites.
Okay. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, for fuck's sake, man, get off your high horse. Holy shit.
In all fairness,
Fuck you.
In all fairness, that was kind of how Raziel explained it to me.
It's just insane, man. Like, you're just
going after the hypocrites. That So what can I say?
No,
I mean,
it's just insane. You're asking for him to assume your expected level of responsibility for the situation, which is fucking arbitrary. Because as we've
So you're saying he didn't lie?
No, I'm not saying that at all. Again,
except he did. So you're saying he doesn't accept responsibility for the lie?
It's not a fucking black and white.
Slav made a joke.
It's not black and white. Bull fucking shit. You motherfucker.
It's not your way or the highway. It's
right.
The buck fucking stops at BuzzFeed, not at fucking Slav. You can fucking blame internet trolls for the cows come home, but like BuzzFeed is the fucking one that published the article.
Yes,
They're the ones that
and the person who lit the fire is the one